I was caught up in a hero summoning _lane_04. Today is the 8th day of the water month. Caught up in a hero summoning and sent to another world, I participated in a festival for the first time. The Sacred Tree Festival, which started on the 4th day of the water month, was filled with so many events that my friend, Alice, told me. I was only away for 3 days. I got caught up in trouble too much. At Rigfoshia, the elven city where the event was to be held, I met Siak-san's parents, Re-san and Fear-san, bringing about quite a commotion. Heard about the prize of the hunting competition, the fruit of the world, and touched upon the past of Lilia-san, Siak-san and Luna Maria-san. Reunited with Raz-san and Nunt-san, and met Osma-san. And for the first time in my life, I fought in a battle. Due to the birth of a special individual, black bears had invaded Rigfoshia, and met upon their extinction by the hands of Isis-san. Reconciliation of Lilia-san and Siak-san, and reincarnated by Shiro-san, the black bear I fought. Anima has semi-compulsorily taken the position of being a subordinate of mine. Participated in the harvest competition with Kusunoki-san and Yuzuki-san, and while harvesting the fruits from the sacred trees in the spirit's forest, I met the World King, Lilywood-san. And such a Lilywood-san warned me about the phantasmal king, No Face. And then, for some reason, I won the competition and had to spend the night at the shrine where the spirits live. Thereupon, I ended up spending my last moments of the Sacred Tree Festival together with Kuro, who appeared as if it's the most obvious thing in the world. After I finished writing that much, I put down my pen inside. I tried to write down what I had done to prepare for what I would write in my diary, but, thinking back on it again, too many things have happened in the past 3 days. As I was pondering how to write all of these down, I heard the sound of knocking on the door. Yes, the door's open. Siak-san, good evening. It was Siak-san who came into the room, and she brought a plate of something that smelled delicious. Cookies? Can I have them? Thank you. I was just getting a little hungry, so I'll happily accept them. It seems that Siak-san has come to share some of the stuff she created as a hobby, cookies, and with a soft smile on her face, she placed the plate of cookies on top of the table. When I took a bite in one, I don't know if it's because it's as expected of Siak-san or not, but the simple and gentle taste of the cookie filled my mouth. It's delicious. Siak-san really is a skillful cook. When I spoke words of praise, Siak-san shook her head, looking a little embarrassed. How should I say this? I guess that reaction of hers was just like Siak-san. This? I was trying to compile the stuff that happened at the Sacred Tree Festival to write in my diary. But it seems like I have quite a lot of things to write about. Right, a lot of stuff really happened. Looking at Siak-san seriously thinking about it before nodding, I smiled back. How should I say this? Whenever I'm with Siak-san, I feel at ease, perhaps because of the gentle atmosphere around her. I quite like it, this leisurely feeling. Siak-san, is your shift about to start? I see, thank you for your hard work. Please do your best. Siak-san is in charge of the night security tonight, and she's about to start her shift. Siak-san nodded with a happy smile at my words, before she left to do her job. As for me, it's almost time for Kuro to come visit, so I guess I'll eat these cookies with her. Putting the pen and paper away in my desk drawer, I began looking at the starry sky through the window. I hope tomorrow will also be a fun day. The 9th day of the water month. I walked down the street that I've been taking a lot recently, and headed towards Alice's general store. Of course, the reason I keep coming back to her place like this is because I'm worried about Alice, who seems to be addicted to gambling. But even more than that, I kinda feel this strange affinity with Alice, and I feel very comfortable talking to her. Reaching the front of the shop, I slowly opened the door. I can do it. I should be able to do it. Humans are beings that evolve, and this is the day where I learn the magic to summon food out of nothing. And met upon an idiot muttering something unintelligible to herself as her hands were raised to the sky. I've talked with Alice quite a bit, but sometimes, no, oftentimes, I'm really unable to understand her strange behavior. The heck are you doing there? If it isn't Kaito-san. Good day. Please treat me to a meal. I haven't eaten anything in 2 days. I have lots of tsukumis I'd like to throw at you. But you mind if I ask something? What is it? I did some shopping before I went to the Sacred Tree Festival, right? What happened to that? When I astoundedly asked, Alice quickly moved her gaze away. I did a lot of shopping at that time, didn't I? Why yes, you did. Only 2 days had passed since then, so how did you become broke? Well Tilda, that's strange, isn't it? Before I knew it, all my money disappeared. Could it be a thief snuck in? I see. So, did you feel like you had a good chance of winning this time? That's right. If only number 5 just came out. Ah, no, fudge. As I thought. She really gambled her money. Seriously, I just take my eyes off her for a bit. Like I said, I won't tell you to stop gambling, but how many times do I have to tell you not to spend your food budget? Ouch, my cheeks aren't detachable. Even if you pull them that I think I might have been being too lenient of her. If I want to rehabilitate this hardcore of a useless human, I would need to be more strict of her. Let's reflect here. And then, let's give her a whole lot of scolding. After making Alice sit in a Caesar, I gave her a harsh scolding for about 30 minutes. Well, I highly doubt that this will improve her behavior. I mean, I have this strong conviction that after a few minutes, she'll forget about it and start acting like an idiot again. How should I say this? I really became friends with a troublesome fellow. Having such a thought in mind, I loudly sighed and called out to Alice, who was sitting on the floor. For the time being, why don't we go get something to eat? Eh? You're going to treat me? Yeah. Yay. Kaito-san, you're so dreamy. I'm falling in love with you. Why are your eyes filled with killing intent in response to these words? The speed on which she switches her mind and words filled with excitement. She's a really troublesome fellow. It's not that she doesn't do her job well. No, in fact, I think she's done pretty well in this regard. Compared to the first time I came here, the number of clothes in the store has obviously increased, so I guess she's adding more products in her store. It was as I expected. Alice has already figured out what I like to wear. Most of the new clothes are ones with the chic, subdued colors I like, and she's obviously targeting me, trying to squeeze the money out of my wallet. Even so, she really has a great sense of style. The clothes on display were designed like they were intricately knitted, and it looks like the patterns even change depending on the angle of the light. Looking at them now makes me want to buy them. Well, let's just go to some restaurant somewhere. If that's the case, I know a nice place. Let's go there. Was it just my imagination? Hearing what she said strangely gave me a bad feeling, especially how she didn't say nice restaurant, and said nice place instead. Before I could say anything about it though, Alice took out something that looked like a huge magic tool from her magic box. Upsy daisy. This is the magic tool that Alice took out was the biggest one I've ever seen, looking like it was about 2 meters tall. Kaito-san, was this the first time you've seen a teleportation magic tool? I've seen a small one back then, but this is the first time I've seen a teleportation magic tool this big. Fufafu, this is a pretty great one. Not only does it only need half an hour to reuse it, it can also be used to travel long distances. Hey, the teleportation magic tool I saw in the store I went to with Kuro before was around the size of a soccer ball, and when Kuro saw it, she said that it was too small. It seems that the better performing ones are around this size. While I'm looking at the teleportation magic tool with interest, she reaches out to me while touching the teleportation magic tool. I'm going to touch you for a moment, Tilda. We can't transfer at the same time if we're not in contact with each other. So, in the end, where are we going? Archlesia Empire's capital, Alexandria. Let's go, Tilda. Wait, stop. Walking with a certain idiot who is holding her head down, I looked at the streets of the big, bustling city around us, which is probably even more lively than Symphonia Kingdom's royal capital. It hurts. Is there really a need to hit me? If you suddenly bring me to another country, of course I will hit you. I mean, what about the issues about borders? Since teleportation magic exists, it's not as if there were any borders to begin with. I see. Alice took me to visit the Archlesia Empire, which is one of the 3 major countries of the human realm, located north of Symphonia. Compared to Symphonia Kingdom, which has lots of greeneries, the Archlesia Empire has lots of mines with veins of ores, and it seems that smithing technologies have been developed in this country. It's true that many of the buildings are larger than those of the Symphonia Kingdom, as we can see that their construction technology is high, but at the same time, I also got the impression that they are somewhat brusque. Rather, it feels a little chilly here, isn't it? No, it's not like I feel like I'm freezing, but rather than chilly, it's downright cold, you know. Unlike Symphonia Kingdom, Archlesia Empire can get quite cold at certain times of the year. You're good with the cold, right, Kaito-san? Come to think of it, the people going through the town also seem to be wearing heavy clothing. That's strange. I do feel a little chilly, but it's not so much that I would need to wear warm clothing. That's thanks to my blessing. In response to my inner thoughts, as if it was the most obvious thing in the world, I heard Shiro-san's voice. Is that so? Your blessings sure have all sorts of effects, huh? I'd appreciate it if you could tell me more about the other effects as well. You can praise me, you know. Praises make me happy. Smoothly ignoring my question, typical of Shiro-san. Well, it's true that I don't feel cold thanks to your blessing, so thank you very much. After thanking Shiro-san in my mind, I call out to Alice again, who is walking next to me. That small-statured person I saw just now, was that a dwarf? Yes, that's right. Just as there are many elves in the Symphonia Kingdom, there are many dwarves here in the Archlesia Empire. Incidentally, the Hydra Kingdom to the south has lots of mermaids because they're a country near the sea. Hey Tilda, different countries have different characteristics, huh? Yes, since we're on the topic, do you want me to explain them to you? If it's alright with you, that would be great. Yes. Well then, Alice Chan's Human Realm Lectures starts now. I'll just not bother with that headache-inducing naming of hers. Thereupon, Alice took a pen and a pad of paper out of nowhere, and nonchalantly drew a map of the human realm. And she drew freaking well. Then, after marking the middle of the map with her pen, she turned to me and spoke. First would be this place, the Symphonia Kingdom, where Kaito-san is located. It's located in the middle of the human realm, and the climate is stable throughout the year. Thanks to the country's close relationship with the World King, it has an abundance of greenery and food. I like the fact that Symphonia's climate is stable throughout the year. Living in a country like this was very comfortable. Because of the abundance of food ingredients, the food culture here is more developed than in other countries. Being known as Food Kingdom of Symphonia, there's a saying that if you want to eat good food, go to the Symphonia Kingdom. The most common non-human races living here are the elves, spirits, and fairies. I see. Now then, next up would be the Archlesia Empire, where we currently are. Located in the northern part of the human realm, it's a country full of rocky mountains and mine. As she said this, Alice marked the upper area of her hand-drawn map. In other words, the location of this mark is the capital of the Archlesia Empire, where we are now. In other words, the location of this mark is the capital of Archlesia Empire, where we are now. In terms of climate, the cold is especially severe in winters, and it often snows here. It's a difficult environment to grow crops in, but with the blessings of the god of fertility, it's not so bad that they're lacking food. The country has an abundance of ores, and they have very advanced blacksmithing and architecture techniques. Being known as Shelter Empire of Archlesia, this country has the largest royal capital among the three countries. Indeed, many of the surrounding buildings are pretty large. The most common non-human races living here are the dwarves and the winged. Since there are so many dwarves here, it's only natural that they would also have a lot of good alcohol. Incidentally, this country has a close relationship with the Dragon King. As part of the government's policy, they have subsidies prepared for private businesses, so this country has many advantages for those who are just starting out. The Archlesia Empire has a harsh climate, but has developed technologies such as architecture and blacksmithing. If I had to describe it, this place is a technological powerhouse. And finally, the Hydra Kingdom. Most of the lands of the Hydra Kingdom faces the sea, and fishing and trading are thriving there. The sense of challenge has been integrated within their culture, and it's said that many policies and businesses are born in Hydra Kingdom. That's especially the case in terms of clothing, as Hydra Kingdom's fashion trends change every few years, making the country known as Clothing Kingdom of Hydra. It's like they're an advanced country. Yes, in fact, Hydra Kingdom is the only one in the human realm that uses a parliamentary system instead of a monarchy, where the representatives of the nobility and the commoners discuss and decide the policies of their country. Because of this, the authority of the nobility over the others may have been weaker than the others, but in exchange, the commoners living there are very lively. I see. Hydra Kingdom has a political system that is rather similar to the world I was in. They do have a king, but it's the representatives of the nobility and commoners who actually discuss the kingdom's actual policies. In that sense, they may be more advanced than the other countries. Due to the fact that their country faces the sea, their population is largely made up of humans and mermaids. This is also the country that the War King favors. The War King likes those with ambition, and he seems to like the innovativeness of the Hydra Kingdom. In this way, each country has its own unique characteristics, even when all of them were in the human realm. Indeed, even in the world I came from, there were different countries, with differing cultures and differing histories. Even though this is a different world, I suppose that would also be the same case here. I'm going to digress, but Hydra Kingdom's king is quite popular among her populace. I mean, their country is the only one among the 3 countries that hasn't had new ruler since the Treaty of Friendship. The same king for 1,000 years. That means she's extremely popular. Yes, Laganadaya Hydra. She's one of the heroes who once defeated the Demon Master together with First Hero Sama. An innovative country governed by a hero. I see. I would like to visit that place once if I had the chance. Well, that might be a brief explanation. But that would be it for the characteristics of the 3 countries. Thanks. I've learned a lot. No, Tilda. Just at the right moment. We've finally arrived. As soon as Alice finishes her story, we finally arrived at the restaurant we're heading for. What in the world is with this large building? This doesn't look like a restaurant. I mean, the sign over there. Hey, Alice. What is it? If my eyes weren't seeing things, that building have Monster Race written on it. Yeah. That's what it says. It seems like I really wasn't just seeing things. No matter how I think about it though, a place called Monster Race doesn't feel like a restaurant, right? And what is this Monster Race? It's where various trained monsters compete and where everyone bets money on who will win. Ouch. Isn't this a gambling den? As our conversation naturally flowed, this person is just about to move on to gambling again. Or rather, didn't I say we'd go out to eat? So why the heck are you bringing me to a gambling den? It's alright. There are various stalls there. No, that's not the point. You've already wasted so much money there. It's alright. I earned some extra income yesterday. No, that's not it. I mean, if she had that extra income, why didn't she just buy food? Were those her gambling money? I want to stop her but I can't do it anymore. The atmosphere is completely filled with gamblers. Alright. However, don't get too hot-headed and waste your money, because if you went too far, I'll drag you out of there. Roger that. I'm seriously doubting if this person understands. No, well, this might be a right opportunity in a way. If I'm going to rehabilitate Alice, it would be a good to know how much she's into gambling. Besides, it's better to be in a situation where I can stop her nearby than have her go on a day when I'm not here and she ends up spending a lot of money. After concluding that, Alice looked at me, who allowed me to enter the Monster Race track, and after a grin appeared on her lips, she spoke. Now then, Kaito-san, while we're at it, why don't we play a game? A game? Yes, the both of us will bet the same amount, and see who can win more. Why would I? I also want Kaito-san to enjoy. If I win, you will treat me to a fancy dinner tonight. And what if I win? In that case, then, I'll listen to any one thing Kaito-san says. Fume. Alright. It seems that she's very confident in her gambling skills, as Alice proposed a game with a relaxed expression on her face. Well, I think people with experience in horse racing are stronger, and this kind of thing may depend largely on familiarity. I've been planning to buy her a meal because I have some extra income. That share of the bet on the winner of the Harvest Festival, and since I was originally going to treat her, I guess it should be fine. Paying for our entrance fees, Alice and I entered this Monster Race place. From what I've heard, it's just like horse racing back on Earth, but the details may be different in many ways. Even so, that's a terrific crowd they have here. Wham, omnum. No, it's nothing. It was very crowded inside and there were a huge number of people in the circular hall. I spoke my thoughts after being surprised to see such a scene. But Alice had both of her hands full of food and she's chewing some of it like a squirrel. By the way, you just bought those foods from the stall with my money. So, what happened to that extra income of yours? Speaking of which, I don't really know the rules. Gulp. It's easy. First, The 10 monsters that are participating in the race would go around the course to show their face. Then, you buy a ticket by predicting which one will win at that time. If you win, you get to redeem your prize. Phew. Alice prompted me to take a look at the course, and I saw that there are really various monsters here, some of them looking like large dogs, and some like crocodiles. Even if I look at them, I have no idea how fast they are. No matter how I think about it, crocodiles would be pretty slow, but if they're here in a race, are they fast enough to compete with the others? Speaking of which, you said we'll play a game, but what about the rules? That's right. Then, let's just say that our total budget is 1,000 but we're free to bet how much we want. There are 10 races that will be happening from now on, so whoever makes the most money in the end wins. Alright. 1,000 I've never gambled before, so I don't know how much it is average, but it should be about 100,000 yen. If she spends 100,000 yen each time she goes here, she'd certainly become broke in no time. I decided I'll go with that for the meantime, and moved with Alice to the place where we buy tickets. I don't know much about horse racing, but I've heard of something like a trifecta before. However, it seems that the only way to buy tickets for this monster race is to predict the first place or the first and second place at the same time. To be honest, I still have no idea what I should do, so I just decided to go with my gut feeling and buy a single winner for number 7. My budget is 1,000 for 10 races, so I bet 100 for this round and met up with Alice. Alice glances at my ticket before she smirks. Kaito-san bet for the funny rabbit. Foo. That's very amateurish of you. It's true that funny rabbits are monsters famous for their agility, but they don't run properly except when they're aiming at their prey. So, look. They're not very popular either, right? Hey. I looked in the direction Alice pointed and saw a large wooden sign with the order of popularity handwritten on it. The funny rabbit I bet on was third from the bottom. And are those numbers beside it the multiplier if it wins? It had an approximate added on the header, so I guess those numbers are just rough estimates. Incidentally, I bought the most popular Grapple Wolf and the second most popular Wind Jaguar for 50 as first place and second place. Foo. I'm going for a secured win. That's very mature of you, using a plan like that against an amateur. The society is entirely about the winners. I will be getting that fancy dinner. I don't know much about monsters to begin with, so I don't think I can match with her. But Alice seems to be having fun, so I guess I'll just let it slide. In fact, if Alice wins big with this, it will make her life easier from now on. In which case, I'll have to be even more strict and careful with her gambling than she is now. Just as I sat down at a suitable seat with Alice, it looked like the race would start soon. Incidentally, Alice is wearing her usual opera mask, which would normally be quite suspicious, but there are red-skinned ogres and some other beings normally walking around in the hall, so it doesn't seem to be a problem at all. Now, the race will start soon. Introducing the most popular, Grapple Wolf, the second most popular, Wind Jaguar, and the third most popular, the Black Leo. What's that voice? It's a loud voice echoing throughout the venue, sounding like it's being broadcast over a microphone, but in this world without mechanical technologies, does something like that exist? He's using a loudspeaker magic tool to give live commentary of the race. I see. It seems there's something like loudspeakers here in this work that can give live updates on the race. As an amateur, I'm grateful for the fact that there will be live commentaries, and I'm starting to get excited about it. And then, the participating monsters began lining up at the starting point. And the one I bet on was that 2-meter-long rabbit. Even so, most of the monsters are larger than common animals, and it's quite impressive seeing them lined up like this. Incidentally, I've heard that in the monster race, the monsters would sometimes fight each other, which can lead to really unexpected results. While I was thinking about this, a sound like a fanfare rang out, and the fence in front of the monsters disappeared, signifying the start of the race. Now, the race has finally started. The first one that leapt out was, whoa, this is Funny Rabbit. It's the Funny Rabbit. Wow! A huge rabbit jumped out of the starting group, and began to quickly pull away from the rest of the group. It's fast. The Funny Rabbit's speed isn't funny at all. This is quite an unexpected turn of events. The seldom motivated Funny Rabbit dash. Could this be that once-in-a-century event? Wait. This is. Looking at the Funny Rabbit, who is widening the gap with the others. Alice started panicking. I mean, was it really that rare for it to get motivated that it was seriously getting called as a once-in-a-century event? It seems that Rabbit is just like Fate-san. The funny rabbit is overwhelmingly fast. It has already pulled away from the rest of the group. No way. And now, with half a lap ahead of the others, it reached the goal. In first place is the funny rabbit. It's the funny rabbit. And thus, in the end, with an overwhelming lead, the funny rabbit won. I never thought I'd get it right. While Alice just looked at it with her mouth opened wide. As a self-proclaimed beauty, I don't think that's something you should do. It's the beginner's luck thing, right? How frightening. With that win, you could get around 50 times your bet. 50 times, 5,000. It seems that the funny rabbit really wasn't popular, and the multiplier for its win is 50 times. Doesn't this mean I won the game already? Well, I'm pretty sure it's just beginner's luck. After cashing in the first ticket, I bought a ticket for the second race and joined up with Alice. Kaito-san, what are you thinking when you bet on that? Isn't that Tyrant Turtle, a slow turtle? No, I'm not really sure who to bet on, so I just randomly bet on someone. Moreover, you bet 500. Isn't that quite a waste? Seeing the ticket I had bought, Alice laughed her head off. It seems that the Tyrant Turtle I bought was the least popular by far. I thought that even if it's a turtle monster, it would be fast enough since it's participating in a race, but it seems it's really slow. It seems that what happened last round really was beginner's luck. I guess this is where Alice-chan's great comeback starts. Yeah. Even so, Alice has been really filled with tension since a while ago. It would be interesting to watch her smug smile turn into a flustered one. Thereupon, we moved to our seats again and the second race started. And immediately afterwards, things took an unbelievable turn. The Tyrant Turtle, the giant tortoise-shaped monster, bit the neck of the horse-shaped monster running beside it as soon as the race started, pulling it down to the ground. Whoa. The Tyrant Turtle attacks. The gray horse has fallen prey to its fangs. I see, when they said there would be fights between monsters, this is what they mean. However, the situation shifted to something even more unbelievable. There were many bloodthirsty monsters in this race, and when the other monsters saw the grave horse had been defeated, they turned to the Tyrant Turtle and began attacking it. A brawl has begun. This is bad. This is really bad. It's bad. The crowd around us erupted in excitement and began cheering loudly at the battle between the monsters that suddenly began, but for some reason, Alice was panicking and looked kinda pale. When I asked her what's up with her, Alice still looked pale when she turned to me. Well, that Tyrant Turtle, their legs are incredibly slow but its fighting power. The Tyrant Turtle is strong. It began knocking down the other monsters and began to leisurely proceed through the course. This is a really unexpected result. Hearing the live commentary that seemed to affirm the words she muttered, Alice hurriedly returned her gaze to the racetrack, and with her face turning pale, she spoke. When I heard the live commentary, I also looked at the course and saw that the Tyrant Turtle moving along the course with a slow gait, while the other monsters had fallen, looking as if they're literally mowed down. It was literally running by itself in the race, and after a while, the Tyrant Turtle won the race. That's a lie. Alice looked pure white as she hung her head down, as if she just burned out. Did I win again? The Tyrant Turtle's victory had a tremendous amount of multiplier in its name, and when I redeemed it, I was given a platinum coin that was one size larger than the rest of the currencies I had been given. Could this be a white gold coin? That means this is 100,000. I earned 200 times my bet. 10 million yen. Is it really okay to get it this easily? How should I say this? This clearly isn't something I could gather, so I'm feeling dwarfed instead of being happy. Where should I use this amount of money? Should I buy something in return to her that I'm usually indebted to? After unexpectedly winning a large sum of money, half happy and half confused, I continued gambling with Alice in the monster race. Kaito-san. You hit it right again, huh? I'm also surprised. What a monster you are. 4 races have now been completed, and unbelievably, I've won 4 times in a row. I feel like I've been very lucky today. Incidentally, Alice lost all of her races. My money has also frighteningly increased, and I'm beginning to feel like something outrageous is going to happen. I feel like our match is already settled. But I don't know if Alice still has her eye on reversal, as even though she's quite stunned, she doesn't seem to have given up. The game's still not decided yet. In the next race, I'll get to the lead in one fell swoop. I see. It seems that the next race is the largest race, and the amount of money betting there is going to jump up. However, I wonder what this feeling is. This unspeakable pity welling up in my heart, as if I'm watching a gambler destroy themselves. And in comes the fifth race of the monster race. Alice said this race is a main one, but what does she mean? Now, the fifth race has finally arrived. It's the race that's hardest to predict the winner, but it's also the hottest and the most exciting one. The large species race. Large species? Foo. You should understand why after you see them. Now, in comes the first one. The Tyrant of the Skies. Red Dragon. Along with the live commentary's announcement, cheers began resounding, and a dragon nearly 5 meters long leisurely flew across the racetrack. If I remember correctly, that's the dragon Nun-san hunted before, right? I've never seen it fly before, but it looks powerful. Also, that dragon sure was tasty. The next one to appear is number 2, the Hunter of the Absolute Zero, Fenrir. WO. Big names come out one after another. This race is full of some of the most talented monsters in the world. Are all of them captured and trained? No way. They're mostly raised from eggs and children that were given to them by Dragon King Sama's followers. Otherwise, they wouldn't have listened to their trainers. This race seems to be filled with legendary monsters, which is why it's so exciting. Normally, they aren't the kind of monsters that would be friendly to people, but if they were raised properly from childhood, they will listen to you. Whoa, it seems that we have a newcomer making its debut here. Number 6. The legendary magical beast, Behemoth. Whoa, isn't that a behemoth? A large monster with 2 pitch-black horns appeared as the 6th racer, a bit smaller than others. About 3 meters, but combined with its dark purple skin, I felt a tremendous amount of power coming from it. If Alice is surprised, does that mean that it's a really awesome monster? Is that an amazing monster? When you mention amazing, talking about the Behemoth, High Ancient Dragon, along with Nihog, they are one of the strongest monsters in the world. They're literally legendary magical beasts, known as the Nihog of the Skies and Behemoth of the Earth. Whoa, so that must have been quite an amazing monster, huh? Well, that Behemoth is still a baby though. A baby? I honestly couldn't believe what Alice told me right away. That's a baby? It looks like it's about 3 meters long already. How long would it have become if it becomes an adult? The adult Behemoth can reach over 100 meters. That's quite large. It can unexpectedly reach over 100 meters. That really is like a Kaiju that looks like something that a certain 3-minute hero would fight against. Certainly, when it can grow to that size, it makes sense why that Behemoth is just a baby. And that's when I suddenly realized, maybe it's just my imagination, but the Behemoth seemed to be looking at me. And it feels like our eyes met just now. Yep, it stopped in the middle of the course and kept looking at me. I wonder what's happening. It isn't like it's only Behemoths who got cold feet in their first race, but I think it's looking over here. Behemoths are extremely temperamental and aggressive. So maybe it's thinking that Kaito-san is its prey. Don't say frightening things. Ahaha, it will be fine. There's a barrier installed in the venue, and Behemoth it may be. There's no way it can break it when it's just a baby. Anyway, let's go buy some tickets. Why yeah, is that really how it is? The emotions I felt earlier, rather than hostility. When I went to buy a ticket with Alice, the most popular one seemed to be the Fenrir, and the Behemoth was surprisingly at the bottom of the list. The Behemoth's ranking is quite low, huh? Behemoths are amazing in terms of power, endurance, and speed. But a baby isn't that great. To be honest, I don't think it can beat either the Red Dragon or the Fenrir. No matter how powerful a Behemoth is, it doesn't seem to have that much power as a newborn baby. Still, they're in the race for the large species, but it seems to be in a different league compared to the other monsters. I see. That thing on the side doesn't look like a multiplier, right? What's that? What I was curious about was that next to the names of the Behemoth and the Red Dragon, there was a number like 50 or 70 written. Ah, that's the selling price for the monster. Selling price? Yes, the monsters that participate in the main race can be bought as pets. So, those numbers are their price. They're being bought. Is that going to be fine? What a surprise! The monsters participating in the main race. That includes the Red Dragon and the Fenrir, can be bought. They are all supposed to be amazing monsters, but wouldn't it be dangerous to buy them? Don't worry, like I said, the monsters participating in the main race were granted to us by the Dragon King Sama every year, so they can never go against their master because of the magic applied by the Dragon King Sama. Hey, then, do they sell well? No, people rarely buy them. The amount of money written on the side of their names were in white gold coins. That amount is something only nobles can buy. Indeed, if they're being sold in white gold coins, every monster is worth hundreds of millions of yen. It's not something the average person can afford. The behemoth is 300 white gold coins. That's 3 billion yen. I guess that's to be expected. From a legendary magical beast. Hey, Alice. What's up? Does that mean that I could also buy them? But of course. Wait, Kaito-san? Please don't tell me that you're going to buy one. Do you even have that much money? No, I don't have that much money, but the reason why I said that is quite clear. The eyes of the behemoth that was looking at me earlier. I can't get them out of my head. The emotions I read with my sympathy magic were small, like a young child's. And they were very pure. I don't want to be here, take me away. These emotions were directly gushing towards me. That's why I can't take the behemoth out of my mind. No, I know. It's practically not my problem. I'm also currently a freeloader, and it may be difficult to have a monster that would eventually become over 100 meter long. No, it's impossible to do that if I get down on my knees to Lilia-san at worst, and if that doesn't work, I don't think it's impossible for me to ask Kuro for help. In that case, the only problem left is the 300 white gold coins. Well, we're here to gamble, right? Kaito-san, I'll go buy a ticket. Wait. After telling that to Alice, I go to the ticket office. Then, I placed all the money I earned in front of the lady at the reception desk. Number 6, I'm betting 2 white gold coins. Ha, you understood. Hearing my words as I held out 2 white gold coins and announced. The lady at the reception desk looked astonished as she held out a ticket for me. After receiving the ticket, I slowly moved my eyes to the signboard. As expected of the main race, the amount of money multiplied has jumped up, and the behemoth's multiplier is now about 400 times. Even though I bet 2 white gold coins, what I bet if I win would be over 200 times more than that. In other words, if the behemoth wins the race, I can buy the behemoth. But if he loses, all my possessions are gone. Geez, it's times like this where I must stand by my own character. I even harshly warned Alice of gambling, and here I am now, spending all my money on it. As I was thinking about this, before I knew it, Alice came back with a ticket. I don't know what's going on, but Kaito-san looks really handsome now. So, I'll go with you. I also bet all in on the behemoth. Whatever the result may be, know that I will be the same. You. Seriously. Seeing the smile on Alice's face as she bought the same ticket with me, I unexpectedly chuckled. I know I'm being silly, but it seems that I'm vulnerable to those eyes. Today is the first time in my life that I gambled. Today is also the day that I made a huge bet. My lady, you're holding your head now. Is something the matter? No, I don't really know. But I'm feeling one heck of a chill behind my spine just now. I guess it's getting cold, huh? No, I don't think it's like that. It's just that I have a very bad feeling. Luna, where's Kaito-san? I think he went out earlier this morning. Bringing along the ticket with all my money on the line, I return to my seat. It looks like the race will start soon, as the large monsters are gathered in front of the starting fence. And among them, the behemoth was staring at our direction again. I'm not entirely sure if it could be understood because of the distance between us, but I used my sympathy magic to send my will to the behemoth. What happens will depend on your hard work. After a while, the behemoth gave a small nod and removed its gaze from us, and after confirming that, I sat down. Alice, does the behemoth have a chance for it to win? This main race is. Well, as you can see, there are lots of belligerent monsters, so it often turns into a brawl. And as expected, it would be unreasonable to expect the baby behemoth to mow down all the other monsters. It would be great if the Red Dragon and the Fenrir would crush each other and perhaps. I see. It's just, I guess it really looked pretty tough for the behemoth to win, but apparently, it's possible if the other strong contenders strike against each other. In fact, it wasn't impossible for us to win since the main race is set up so that unexpected situations may happen. However, After speaking all that, Alice tilted her head as if there's something she's curious about. That behemoth looked a little different from what I know. Different? In what way? Well, I haven't seen that many behemoths either. But I think the horns of the behemoth were red. Red horns? No. But that behemoth's horns are black though? That's right, Tilda, that's why, if it's really what I think. Now, the main race has finally started. Just as Alice was about to say something, the live commentary of the main race resounded, and hearing that, she stopped talking and shifted her gaze to the course. The moment the fence in front of the monsters disappeared and the race started, it happened. The behemoth that had been walking on four legs suddenly raised its paws and roared. Jet black lightning shot out from its black horns and pierced the red dragon that was flying in the sky. What a surprise! The red dragon was shot down in a single strike. Could this be the power of a legendary magical beast? As I thought, that behemoth is a special individual. A special individual? Talking about special individuals, as I recall, it was also the case with the Blue Ogoroct, beings that are different from the norm. Kaito-san. With this, the possibility of its victory really increased. I only know about it from books, but it is said that the special individuals of the behemoths are clad in jet black lightning, and have several times the power of a normal behemoth. Several times. That is, whoa. The behemoth's fast. It's already catching up with the Fenrir, who's currently in the lead. As if to affirm Alice's excitement-filled words, the behemoth, which shot down the red dragon, ran down the course at a terrific speed and began closing in the distance between the giant wolf in front of him. The Fenrir also sensed the behemoth's approach, and after stopping in its tracks, it let out a howl. The Fenrir is about to intercept the behemoth. Huge icicles appeared around Fenrir, heading towards the behemoth with the speed of a bullet. It seems that if a monster's as powerful as a Fenrir, they can also use magic, while the behemoth evades them with his quick steps. But some of the icicles still managed to graze it. The behemoth, who reached Fenrir even as wounds were inflicted on its body in multiple places, waved its horns at the Fenrir. But just as the Fenrir looks like a wolf, it also had the evasiveness of one, quickly and easily evading the behemoth's strike. As expected of a Fenrir, it's really light on its feet. However, if that behemoth is a special individual, even a baby should be able to use that. Yes, watch closely. Its victory would probably be settled in an instant. It's coming. The behemoth's breath. When I followed Alice's words and looked at the behemoth stood up on its hind legs again, and let out an earth-shaking roar. In response to its roar, the lightning that had been gushing out of its horns converges on its mouth. This is what is said in legends. The breath of the Nahog of the skies burns the land in hellfire, while the breath of the behemoth of the earth pierces the skies with a flash! In just a few moments, black thunderbolts converged and formed into a sphere of black lightning. And perhaps judging that it would be dangerous, the Fenrir wanted to get rid of the behemoth. But it's already too late. As the behemoth's front paws slammed to the ground, its forelimbs clamped down on the earth. And then, a ray of light flashed through the racetrack. The black flash of death ripped through the air, leaving no sound behind, and pierced through the Fenrir's body before it even noticed. After a moment of silence, a roar echoed in the air, and as if in response to it, the Fenrir's body fell down on the ground. The frightening breath that was released literally at the speed of thunder, eliminated the obstacles in front of it with its overwhelming tyranny, and at the same time, decided the result of the race. The Fenrir has fallen. The race has been settled. The other monsters are even terrified of that previous battle. This is unexpected, truly unexpected. And now, the behemoth reaches that goal in first place. The first place is the behemoth. It's the behemoth. Kaito-san. We won. Yeah, that was really amazing. I made lots of ouch. Can't you read the mood at all? Lightly knocking Alice on her head for being so excited about making so much money, I smiled at the behemoth looking at me from the goal. I wonder if the 7th race in the venue started already? Alice and I didn't join in after the 5th race, and now, we had come to the large building behind the monster racetrack. Mama Kaito-sama, thank you for your purchase today. My name is Chapel, the manager of the monster race. Pleased to be your acquaintance. Yes, I'm Mama Kaito. It's nice to meet you. The manager in charge of the monster racetrack, dressed in glittering clothes. Chapel-san speaks to me with a bright smile. Well, I did just buy the behemoth. So if I had to describe it with something, it would be like I'm a good customer who made a big purchase, so I can understand why they're being courteous to me. Well, I could somehow understand, but being bowed to by someone obviously older than you is, how should I say this? It's just something I just can't get used to. Rumors of Mama-sama have reached me as well. Rumors? Yes, I heard you are a close friend of the Six Kings and how you admirably won in the recent Sacred Tree Festival. Why yeah, well, I guess it's to be expected from a first-rate gentleman to have an eye for good things. Please continue to patronize our establishment in the future. Yes, the story about my victory in the harvest competition has already spread to other countries. To be honest, I'm kinda getting embarrassed now. No, it may just be that Chapel-san's information network is wide. Or rather, I hope that's really the case. By the way, the behemoth's multiplier is a considerable 205 times, and I have more than 100 white gold coins left in my hand after paying for the behemoth. I kinda feel sorry that I won an outrageous amount of money, but Chapel-san still has a smile on his face. Come to think of it, I've heard that horse races and the like are structured to make the bookmaker profitable no matter what, so I wonder, was it the same case for the monster race too? Excuse me Tilda, more sweets please. Chihuahua, can't you just be reserved for even a bit? No, go ahead, be my guest. Please excuse me. It looks like the handover is ready, so please come this way. Yes, hitting the head of the idiot who even asked for a refill after eating up all the sweets served to us. It seems that the handover of the behemoth is now ready, so Chapel-san began leading us. And then, as we walked, Alice walked next to me, speaking in a soft voice that only I could hear. It seems like he clearly knew who he should curry favor to her. This person's quite capable. What do you mean? That behemoth is a special individual. It would normally have double the value of a normal one. And perhaps, there were probably many other great nobles who wanted to buy it. Really? It's just my conjecture. But he's probably thinking that it would be better to have a good impression to Kaito-san by selling it to you instead. That's also the reason why he gave you that discount, I guess. Indeed. Just as Alice said, when I bought the behemoth, it had gone from 300 white gold coins to 280, as this was apparently my first purchase. A 200 million yen discount. That's how much he wants to show me his sincerity. In fact, Alice's prediction doesn't seem to be wrong, as Chapel-san would sometimes glance at me while speaking with a smile on his face. Mama-sama, please do come again. If it's alright with you, you may come with Underworld King-sama and World King-sama. In that case, of course, please do let me know and I'll do my best to accommodate you. Yes, I understand. I'll tell Kuro, Underworld-sama and the others about how Chapel-san has been good to me. I'm grateful for those words. It's quite an honor. It seems that Chapel-san knows from the beginning that we know how he's calculating, and since he came to me in a roundabout way to express his wish, I also expressed my thanks, though it might be in the form of formality. Apparently, just as Alice-san said, he's really good at what he does. Why is it that you have a keen eye for others, but have no business acumen at all? In the meantime, we arrived in front of a very large cage, and as I moved my gaze, I could see inside the behemoth from earlier. When the behemoth noticed me, it slowly got up and approached me in the cage, before staring at me again. It's very ferocious, so let's register you first as its master. Wait, Mama-sama? When I casually approached the cage, the behemoth looked at me and lightly lowered its head. I didn't feel any hostility, but rather gratitude and goodwill, so I reached out my hand and patted its head. The behemoth comfortably rubbed its head against my hand, which made Chapel-san quite surprised. How could that behemoth be this docile? Good gracious, I guess I should just say that it's to be expected from Mama-sama. It seems that the behemoth already acknowledges me as its master, as it stayed docile without any resistance to the collar-type magic tool that would register me as its master. And after the master registration has been peacefully completed, the cage is opened and the behemoth slowly rubs its face against my body. I knew that it was still a baby, and seeing it behaving like a spoiled child looked pleasant. But the two horns on its head were very frightening. Please make sure you don't pierce me, okay? After buying out the behemoth, I didn't feel like going back to the race venue, so I walked with Alice in the opposite direction of the monster race. The behemoth isn't particularly violent, nor is she threatening the people around us. She's just calmly following behind me. Meanwhile, the people walking along the streets were looking at the behemoth following us with curiosity, but they didn't seem to be frightened. Behemoths themselves may be rare, but I guess it isn't surprising for people in this world to be walking along with monsters. She's a docile one, huh? No, they aren't usually this docile. It just might be because she was really emotionally attached to Kaito-san. Ah, speaking of which, I should give it a name. Guru. It's pitiful just calling her behemoth, so I thought I should give her a name. But honestly, I'm not confident in my naming sense. Alright, the one known as the authority in terms of naming sense, Alice-chan will give him a name. I don't remember her having such a reputation, but Alice looks like she's in high spirits as she puffed out her small chest, and after putting her hand to her chin and started thinking for a bit. How about Belfried? Bell for short. It's a combination of old words that are no longer in use, which means black lightning. I'm surprised that you really gave her a pretty decent name. What do you mean by that? To my surprise, Alice suggested a pretty good name. I honestly thought she would definitely give a weird name. So I was really surprised. Is it alright if I call you Belfried now? The behemoth seems to like that name as well, as she greatly nodded her head when she heard what I said. Smiling at her cute movements, I patted Bell's head, to which she comfortably rubbed her face against my hand. Then, after being patted by me for a bit, she stood on her hind legs. Bell raised her paw and patted Alice on her shoulder. Guru. Oi, you damned beast. What the heck is with that gaze of yours, as if you're praising your subordinate for a job well done? Your attitude is clearly different from when you're talking with Kaito-san. Let me show you how frightening humans are. Alice, angered by Bell's actions, raised her fist at Bell. But she was blown away by Bell's slap. As expected of a magical beast, it is quite an outrageous physical power. An ordinary person would have their neck broken if they receive such a slap. Well, it's a good thing that the other party is Alice, someone who I think won't die even if she's killed, but I have to be careful so that she won't do it to any other person. Wait a second, Kaito-san. Aren't you too rough on me? She revived real fast, huh? Bell didn't even make a crack on her mask with that vicious slap. Alice continues to shout at me while spreading her arms wide. I grow up on love, you know. Please love me more. Please hold me close. Now, come on. Bell, go. Towards Alice, who had her arms spread wide, messing around again in the middle of the road. I sixed Bell on her. Yep, Bell, great job. My Tsukumi power against Alice increased, and I'm really grateful for that. Wait, Kaito-san? What's with you nodding on your own there? Stop with the horns, don't point them at me. Bell, come here. I won't say stupid things again. A behemoth's attack really tires me out. Rather than that, for you to just say it tires you out of being attacked by a legendary magical beast, this person really has some kind of monster-like spec in her, huh? At that moment, I suddenly remembered about that game Alice and I were playing. Speaking of which, Alice, in the end, what's the result of our game? No, well, it's completely my loss. I feel like even if we go back to the racing venue, I don't think I can beat Kaito-san. It can't be helped. I'll obediently listen to one thing you'll say. For me, I was just going along with the flow. But Alice seems like she will really listen to one thing I say, just like she said in the beginning. However, it's not like I'll be able to come up with anything, so I'll just hold off on that. As I was thinking that, for some reason, I felt that Alice was fidgeting, and although I couldn't completely see her face due to her opera mask, I felt that she was looking at me with upturned eyes. I guess it can't be helped. I am also prepared for that too. The inn is that way. Now, let your beastly instincts run wild in my body. Bell, go. Can you please not send a real beast my way? Alice, who was about to say something stupid again, was struck by Bell again. No. Seriously, please stop using the behemoth as a Tsukumi. I might get injured at this rate. It's amazing how you're still not injured from that though. Amazed, I threw a Tsukumi at Alice, whose shoulders were rising and falling with her breath. Seriously, how sturdy are you? Anyway, it seems like Alice's antics are over. so I talked to her while patting Belle for doing a great job. Anyway, it's still a little early, but do you want to go eat dinner? You're going to treat me? You earned enough money for that though. Food that comes from other people's money is the tastiest. You really have a good personality, huh? Riley smiling at Alice, who isn't shaken at all. I was thinking of eating somewhere. When Belle looks up and lets out a low growl. When I noticed this and moved my gaze, a group of people wearing beautiful armor, knight-like people were approaching my direction. When the knights come up to me, they all bow deeply on one knee at the same time. You are my armor Kaito-sama, right? Yes. I'm Archlesia Empire, First Knight Orders Commander, Bard. Please forgive us for our abrupt impoliteness. His Majesty, the Emperor of Archlesia wishes to see you. So if it's possible, it would be our delight to have you visit the castle. Huh? I can't help but freeze at the really sudden event. His Majesty, the Emperor, the top of this country wants to see me? Why? I don't understand the situation at all. I also couldn't understand why Bard-san, who calls himself the Knight Commander, seems so nervous about me, looking as if he was trying to pick his words. Just as I'm unsure of how to reply, Alice dashes in front of me. Whether, if you want to invite Kaito-san, you have to go through me, his partner, first. Since when did you become my partner? Though I frantically gulped those words down my throat, I won't be able to answer them well at this point, so if Alice can negotiate with them, it will really help. The first thing we require is a fancy dinner. Belle, shut her up. I take back what I said before. Leaving this to Alice won't settle the conversation at all. For now, I put Alice aside and after turning to Bard-san, I apologized. I'm sorry for the idiot, but... why me? Yes, His Majesty. The Emperor said that he had met Mama-sama before, and when he heard that Mama-sama is here in this country, he said he would like to meet him again. We met before? Sorry for being uninformed. What is His Majesty? The Emperor's name? His Majesty. The Emperor's name is Chris Dyer Archlesia. I don't remember that name at all though. Have we met before? Where would that be? I've never been out of Symphonia Kingdom, so there's no way I would be familiar with that Emperor Chris name. However, this is an invitation from a monarch. If I refuse this, I feel like I would trouble Lilia-san. You understood? I'll be intruding upon him. Thank you very much. Well then, we have already prepared a carriage to bring you there. Bard-san bows deeply upon hearing my words, and then, leads me to a carriage a short distance away. An incredibly luxurious carriage. Going inside with Alice, as expected, Belle couldn't get into the carriage, so I asked him to run after us. Kaito-san, you're acquainted with His Majesty, the Emperor? Seriously, who are you? No, I don't remember meeting him at all though. In response to Alice's question, I just merely tilted my head. After being rocked by the carriage for more than 10 minutes, we arrived at a really large castle that anyone would definitely call a royal castle. I thought I would be greeted in something like an audience room, but I was led to a large reception room instead, where a number of maids and butlers neatly lined up by the wall. Puzzled by being treated like a state guest, I waited for His Majesty, the Emperor, to arrive, and after a few minutes, the door on the far side was opened and a figure dressed in luxurious clothing appeared. Welcome and thank you for coming, Mama-sama. It's a pleasure to meet you again. Looking at the Emperor, who has a radiant smile on his face, I am stunned. I certainly met this person before. His face looks really familiar. However, that person is His Majesty, the Emperor? No, that's impossible. I mean, he was. The coachman who brought me when I went to eat barbecue? Yes, the Emperor I met at the royal castle of Archlesia Empire. His Majesty Chris was, to my surprise, the driver of the carriage I rode in when I had barbecue with Kuro before. This is a reunion that I wouldn't have expected, you know? After all, for the coachman I met before to actually be an emperor. Towards me, who is dumbfounded by the surprising fact, His Majesty Chris spoke with a smile on his face. It isn't strange that you're surprised. I'm sorry for not telling you. No. I was indebted to Underworld King Sama a long time ago, and when I heard she was interested in another worlder, I wanted to meet him, so I asked her to allow me to be her coachman. Is that so? At that time, I thought Mama-sama was a very normal person, but it seems that my eyes were clouded. I take this opportunity to apologize for looking down on you without a second thought. Speaking to me in polite language, His Majesty Chris then deeply bowed his head. I think he's a sincere person, but as I've been bowed down by the monarch of a country, I feel like I'm receiving a punishment instead. Please raise your head. His Majesty Chris. Then, if you'll excuse me, Mama-sama, there's no need to call me with my honorary title. No, in fact, I feel like I would be scolded by Underworld King Sama if Mama-sama used my honorary title to call me. Then, I'll call you Chris-san. Yes. Once again, pleased to make your acquaintance. Pleased to make your acquaintance too. Chris-san, despite his status as the Emperor of Archlesia Empire, is extremely down-to-earth and polite. His hair is beautiful like their strands of sapphires and her eyes are like emeralds. He's definitely the epitome of a prince, and though he's one of those slender Ikemen, he doesn't feel as irritating as the other Ikemen back on Earth. When Chris-san urged me to sit down on a chair, Alice also sat down next to me as if it's the most obvious thing in the world. Thereupon, as if Chris-san suddenly remembered of her existence, he looked towards Alice. Speaking of which, that boisterous Alice had been silent even since we came to this castle. The lady over there must be Mama-sama's companion, right? Sorry for the delay in greeting. Ah, you don't have to greet me or anything like that! Exclamation mark. In response to Chris, who talked to her with a gentle smile, Alice, she replied in a cold voice that I can't imagine she would normally have. I saw the knights waiting behind Chris-san twitch their eyebrows at her cold attitude. Alice, what in the world is going on with you? The only people I want to interact with are those with whom I think are worth interacting with. So, I don't have anything to talk about with the so gracious, His Majesty, the Emperor. Wow! The air in the room became tense when they heard those words she nonchalantly said. I guess that should be obvious. Just now, Alice said that she only interacts with people who are of value to her, and when she said she won't be talking to Chris, that means, what you mean is that, for you, I am a person of no value? That's right. You BTCH. She said it. She really went and said all of it. Alice now clearly said to the Emperor of Archlesia Empire that her existence holds no value. In that tense atmosphere, Chris-san holds back his knights who were furious and put their hands on their swords. Although Chris-san doesn't seem to be angry, surprise could still be seen in his eyes. However, Alice didn't seem to mind them, as she took out a small knife out of thin air and put it on the table, moving it around as if she was playing with it. Well, each person's sense of value is different. You know, Tilda, I have a habit of putting a value on others in my head. As for His Majesty, the Emperor, you would just be one of the freebies I would give out, so around 1 copper coin, I guess. You priced me quite cheaply, huh? How rude. What do you even know about His Majesty, the Emperor? Chris Dyer von Archlesia, born as the third child of the former Emperor Durand Dyer Archlesia, graduated at the top of their class from the country's magic school at the age of 10, pursued a career in finance, initially intending to become a treasurer, but fearing the fate of their country, kicked out their 2 older brothers to succeed to the throne. Showing skill that was so great that made them known as the Wise Emperor, they had been called the greatest politician of all time. Currently 24 years old, their hobby is horse riding, and their favorite book is An Ode for the Banner. Anyone would know about this if they spend some time investigating it! Exclamation mark. While fluently talking about Chris-san's background, Alice takes out another knife and places it on the desk. That strange atmosphere, which was different from the usual, left me, and obviously, Chris-san and even the angry knights were stunned, speechless about what they heard. They will do everything for their country. If it's for the sake of their country and their people, no matter how much dishonor it brings to them, they will bow down to just anyone, just like a tool for the betterment of their country. What a noble thought that is, Tilda, but you're too boring. Boring? I'm not interested in empty shells like those people who cast their own self for others. No, I'm not saying that you're a bad emperor or anything like that. As I said before, I think you're quite noble, a clever person worthy of being called the Wise Emperor. However, I'm not interested in you. Looking at you, I can only see a well-made doll! Exclamation mark. Alice, you said too much. Chris-san is stunned by her cold, sharp words, and I can't help but raise my voice and shout to Alice. I don't know why Alice suddenly started saying such things, but she's obviously too different from the usual. However, Alice doesn't seem to be bothered by my shout, as she proceeds to place a third knife on the desk before turning to me. Kaito-san is as kind as ever, Tilda. That's why I like Kaito-san so much, and I want to listen to you as much as I can. Unfortunately, I can't do that this time. Right, Tilda? Exclamation mark. After saying that, Alice swung her hand along the hilts of the lined-up knives, and the impact sent the 3 knives flying in the air. And then, Alice grabbed them in the air. Is what I thought, but the knives suddenly disappeared from Alice's hand and were stuck in 2 places on the wall and one of them on the ceiling. I have no idea when she threw those knives or how she did that, but she was really quick. In front of the speechless me, Alice told me in a cold voice, even though they seemed to be friendly and inviting. People who hide their lurking soldiers with recognition inhibition magic couldn't be trusted. Putting aside if they were the Emperor's hidden guards, what could your intentions be? For them to be monitoring Kaito-san instead. They were following us after we passed through the gate, weren't they? Hey, you 3, get the heck out of here. If you don't, those knives would hit you next time, okay? With the words Alice quietly said, as if to follow his words, the scenery on the walls and the ceiling shook like static, and people dressed in all black appeared. They were following us all the way from the castle gates. I see, so that's why Alice was silent ever since we entered the castle. However, why didn't I sense them? I should have been able to detect their approach with my sympathy magic, but it's not really Kaito-san's fault. The clothes they are wearing are made of material that prevents magic power from leaking outside, so it's no wonder you don't notice it. How did you notice them? The 3 black-clad men, whose presence has been discovered, quickly moved behind Chris-san, lining up in a row. Chris-san asks Alice with a look of disbelief on his face, but Alice does answer and pulls on a thin thread. It was apparently tied to the knives she threw, as the knives on the ceiling and one of the knives on the walls quickly returned to Alice's hand. But the other one stuck in the wall didn't come back, as if it was stuck deep. Error. I think I may have used a little bit more force. What a failure this is. Seeing that she couldn't pull it off, Alice scratched her head with a wry smile on her face, before she walked over to the knife stuck in the wall and tried to pull it out. Error. It's stuck. I can't pull it out. Fudge. It seems to have been stuck in the wall deeper than she imagined, as Alice pulled it with all her might, and fell on her ass. How should I say this? She isn't as tense being in the middle of a crucial situation like this. The moment I let out a sigh when I looked at Alice, who was acting as she usually does compared to the chill I felt earlier, I heard a quiet mutter. You just let your guard down, didn't you? Exclamation mark. Alice, who should have been down on her buttocks, disappeared, and when I looked back at the direction of the voice, before I knew it, Alice was holding a slender sword in her hand, which she held around the necks of the 3 men clad in black. That's no good. You should always be careful. You 3 would have died by now, you know? With a voice lower than usual, Alice, who said those words that even gave me chills, glanced at me. I normally rarely do this, only when the remuneration is good and I'm in a good mood. The job of guarding a person, I mean. With a cold voice and her grip still on the sword, Alice slowly moved her gaze to Chris-san and the surrounding knights. Well, I've earned lots of money from Kaito-san this time, and as a service, I'll be guarding Kaito-san while he's in the Archlesia Empire. So, I just want to say a few words before your discussion. After muttering that, Alice turned towards the men clad in black. She usually had a somewhat carefree impression, but now, coupled with her minimalistic opera mask, she looked like an assassin. If I see you lurking around Kaito-san again, I'll kill you, okay? It was frightening how she naturally said that uncomfortable line. Those cold words tells me the obvious, as if she has taken a number of lives until now. The sound disappears from the surroundings and silence dominates the room. Or something like that. In the cold silence, Alice sounds like she lost interest and lowers the sword she was holding up. Then, after putting away that sword somewhere, probably in her magic box, she sits down in the seat beside me and slowly crosses her arms. And that's why I hope you would give us a fancy dinner. Ouch. Why did you hit me, Kaito-san? No, it should be me who's doing that, Tsukuyomi instead. What's with the different attitude you had earlier? I reflexively slammed my fist on Alice's head as she instantly returned to her usual tone. wondering what it was all about earlier. It can't be helped. I get goosebumps when I'm in serious mode for long periods of time, so I need to switch it up when needed. For a long time, you only did that for a few minutes. No, I'd easily get tired after doing it for more than a minute. The muscles in my face are going to be a mess. My whole body would break down. So, Kaito-san, please give me a gentle massage, play with this kind of situation, and you wanted that kind of play? No, well, I can handle a variety of situations, but I don't like it painful. You did it again? It's not really because of what happened earlier, no, rather, I slammed my fist on Alice's head again because she began messing around again after that momentum she had earlier. However, on second thought, I may not know Alice very well. She's an idiot, a general store owner with no business acumen, but she knows lots of things, and occasionally, it's as if she's a different person, saying sharp words to me. I don't know if I'm feeling weirded about it since I've lived a life away from carnage. But in some ways, I feel like she's different from the people I've met before. This girl, who the heck is she? After the incident with Alice, Chris-san deeply apologized to me. Apparently, Chris-san didn't have any intention of harming me, he was just being vigilant to his own surroundings like usual. As a result, he apologized for acting in a way that seems to test me, and despite his status as an emperor, he apologized with his hands on the ground. It's not that he did any real harm, but even when I told Chris-san that I forgave him right away, he still didn't raise his head, which honestly troubles me. And now, Alice and I have been led to a different room than we were in earlier. Whamph, omnum. Please, can't you be a bit more reserved? For some reason, we were being treated to a lavish dinner. I wonder if Alice's actions earlier had something to do with it, but the large dining room really only had a minimal number of servants compared to the reception room. I'm not yet able to keep up with the situation, so I just called out to her. What are you saying, Kaito-san? This is just an appropriate remuneration. I have every right to eat this dinner. Huh? What the heck are you? Like I said, I went along with His Majesty, the Emperor's farce, and moved along with what he wanted. I tilted my head, not understanding the meaning of the words Alice said, as if it was the most obvious thing in the world, but Chris-san only nodded her head, happily smiling. Yes, it's as she says. I'm quite grateful to Alice-sama. Please eat as much as you like. See Chris-san? What the heck's happening? I don't know what the heck the two of them are talking about. Seeing me tilting my head, Alice swallowed what she's been eating before turning towards me. Look, Kaito-san, I told you earlier, didn't I? This person's whole thought process is for the good of their country and to make their country better. There's no way that someone like that would make risky choices to antagonize Kaito-san. That is to say, they set up those people acting covertly earlier with the intention of being found out from the start. Putting aside if they're around when we just entered that reception room, there's no reason for them to be sneaking around back in the gates if it's really as they said. Huh? Seriously, what does that mean? Did he put those people in place under the assumption that we would find them from the start? What the heck was it for anyway? It's just my guess. But His Majesty, the Emperor themselves wanted to treat Kaito-san as a guest of honor from the beginning, to treat you courteously, and also, to create an image for the nation that they should never be at odds with you, right? Yeah, but there were some people who weren't convinced. Right? That's right. Alice's words seemed to be true, as Chris-san nodded with a serious expression on her face. Well, even though this is His Majesty, the Emperor's nation, that doesn't mean that this nation is monolithic. From the perspective of His Majesty, the Emperor, who has met Kaito-san and knows Underworld King Sama, Kaito-san isn't someone to be taken lightly. But among those idiotic nobles, there might be some of them thinking that just because he got talked to by the affectionate Underworld King Sama, this impertinent youngster is becoming arrogant. You could seriously see everything, huh? Well, I could see things to a certain extent. And then, His Majesty, the Emperor wanted to restrain those nobles from acting stupidly, making them think that Kaito-san wasn't someone they should antagonize, suppressing them from moving. That's why that image earlier was necessary. That image? Me bowing to Mama-sama and asking for your forgiveness. I have placed many servants in the reception room to facilitate the spread of rumors. All I need to do is to add a few words to the rumor and it will spread to the world that the foolish emperor trying to plot against Mama-sama was discovered by him, making him bend down on the ground and beg for forgiveness. That would reduce the number of people with foolish ideas and make it easier to keep them in check. And it would also make it easier for me to stand on Mama-sama's side and express my opinion. Adding to Alice's words, Chris-san nonchalantly spoke about his plan as if it were someone else's business. Seeing Chris-san like that, Alice let out a big sigh before she spoke again. That's why I don't like this person. Depending on how things went, they were even going to get themselves killed. What? Even though Alice's words were quite shocking, Chris-san only smiled and didn't deny it at all. If I didn't see through the covert movements they prepared, in the situation that plan they had didn't work, they would have harmed Kaito-san on their own and show the country the folly of antagonizing you by having them, the emperor, killed by the underworld King Sama, Death King Sama, or anyone around you, right? Yes. It's in the best interest for the Archlesia Empire to build a friendly relationship with Mama-sama without antagonizing him, and I'm willing to give up my life to accomplish that. No matter what Alice-sama says, I am a tool for my country. The national interest is far more important than my life. A chill ran down my spine, serious eyes and a tone of voice that held no hesitation. He's serious. Chris-san is serious. And he's willing to easily give his life if he thinks it's necessary for the sake of his country. See, it's just as I said, right? He's this kind of person, a doll that works for his country. Those words were a compliment to me instead. I've been thinking of about 5 ways to convince the fools around me. Thanks to Alice-sama's work earlier, I think I'll be able to easily hold them down. Once again, thank you. Yes. What can I say? I was unintentionally overwhelmed. He was prepared to sacrifice everything for his country, and his will remained unshakable even if his life was at stake. Is this the burden carried by a king? As I was thinking that, Chris-san looks at me and slightly smiles, then he bows his head again. However, this is just something I want to say, not as the emperor, but as a person. I'm sorry for using Mama-sama to control our domestic affairs. Please allow me to apologize once again. No, that's whatever atonement I can do, I will do it. Please consider my honest affirmations of all my intentions as my own form of sincerity. Therefore, I urge you to continue to be friendly to the Archlesia Empire. I understand. Seeing Chris-san's resolve as an emperor, I couldn't say anything else. We should be almost the same age. But I wonder if it's because of our different environments that allowed him to have such mature thoughts and actions. Now then, let's stop with the stiff conversation. Mama-sama, I'll have a room ready for you, so please stay the night today. Please don't worry. I'm not plotting any other strange schemes anymore. No, but that would worry Lilia-san. I'll send a hummingbird to Albert Duchy. You don't have to hold back, Kaito-san. Now, we could also have a fancy breakfast. Ouch. You are too obedient to follow your desires. How should I say this? It's like I'm completely following along Chris-san's pace, as he decided to have us extend our stay and stay the night here. Then, Chris-san tells us that he still has some work left to do, so after excusing himself and getting up from his seat and was about to head towards the door, though he approached my direction first, and quietly whispered, there's something I'd like to talk to you about personally later. No, there's some information I need you to hear. Please come to my room later. Understood. After quietly saying that, he began heading for the door again. And when Chris-san reached the door, Alice opened her mouth. His Majesty. The Emperor. Do you have a moment? What is it, Alice-sama? This time, I decided that it would be more beneficial to Kaito-san if I went along with your intentions, so I cooperated with you. But I'm not on your side, I'm on Kaito-san's side. In the future, if you try to use Kaito-san for the sake of your country's interest, please be prepared for that. I'll keep that in mind. After briefly replying to the words Alice told him, Chris-san left the room. How should I say this? In the end, it almost feels like I was running around Chris-san's palm, having a definite determination to carry his country behind his shoulders. He would even use himself as a pawn in his own chessboard. It seems that him being called as the wise emperor isn't just for show. My lady, His Majesty, the Emperor Chris of the Archlesia Empire sent a hummingbird. Huh? According to what I heard, Mama-sama is spending the night at his royal castle. He wants you to rest assured that he will be treated with the utmost courtesy as his state guest. Hearing the words Lunamaria said, Lilia stiffened with a stunned expression on her face. Thereupon, after being silent for a while, her hands and mouth trembles as her voice that seems to resonate from the pits of hell resounded. Luna. Why yes. Explain to me. What the heck happened for Kaito-san, who just went out this morning, to suddenly become the state guest of the Archlesia Empire? I don't know. Why doesn't that man just go out like a normal person and come back without anything happening? Seriously, what the heck's happening? Holding her head in her hands, tears appeared in her eyes as Lilia raised a sorrowful cry. Luna, wine? Bring me some wine. Huh? Do you think I can keep my head straight in this situation without drinking? Kaito-san, you are staying overnight at the royal castle. After taking a bath in the spacious and luxurious bathroom, I was shown to a room so large that it seemed like it really was for state guests. In addition to everything being luxurious, there is a system where an exclusive maid would wait in front of the room to support you. Naturally, the female Alice is in a separate room, and apparently, Belle has been courteously given food. In fact, it seems that she originally slapped away the knight who came to take care of her, so I had to go there and tell her to listen to them. And then, after spending some time in the room that was too large for me, I was called out by Chris-san earlier, so I asked the maid to show me to his room and we headed to Chris-san's room. When we arrived at the room at the far end of the large royal castle, the maid bowed and left, leaving me somewhat nervous as I knocked on his door. Chris-san, it's Mama. Mama-sama, I'm sorry I'm now. No, please come in. I thought there was something out of place with the she spoke just now, but I soon heard a click and the sound of a lock opening, and even though I'm feeling a little doubtful, I opened the door, and when I entered, as I thought, there was Chris-san inside. But I didn't expect to be in this kind of situation. Wow. I'm sorry, Mama-sama. I'm still getting dressed right now, so please have a seat over there. Chris-san, who was inside the room, with her beautiful skin as white porcelain jar exposed, was in the middle of working on the elegant cloth that was covering her breasts. It was such a sensational scene that made me almost stop thinking, and although it was no good, my gaze still went to her modest bulges. Wait, stop right there. Putting that aside. Wait. Why you're a woman. Hearing the words I said, Chris-san had an astonished expression on her face for a moment, before she puts her hand to her chin, as if she's thinking about something. No, please put that aside for now and get dressed already. With that movement of hers, my thoughts finally came back to normal, and I hurriedly left the room. I'm sorry. I hurriedly left and closed the door. My breathing turned faster. My head is filled with images of Chris's body that I saw earlier, and I honestly can't calm down. I don't know what's a good way to say to her. Anyway, I need to apologize to Chris-san. No wait a second, okay? It was often written in light novels, that the protagonist forgets to knock or check if there's a person inside, and when it happens, it's called lucky pervert. However, I knocked earlier. Didn't I? Yeah, I'm pretty sure I knocked. And I should have heard Chris-san say it was okay to come in before I came into her room. So, how the heck did I get into this situation? Mama-sama. Why yes, I'm already finished dressing, so please come in. Why yes. Responding to the voice I heard again, my back unconsciously straightened, and after taking a few deep breaths, I went inside again. Chris-san was wearing a simple dress instead of the luxurious outfit befitting an emperor like the one I had just seen her wearing. And the change in her clothing made her look quite different. With the short haircut and her gender-neutral face, the first time we met, I had misunderstood because she was wearing a man's suit, but now that I see her like this, she completely looks like a woman. Looking back, Chris-san never said he was a man, and Alice said they were the third child of the former emperor, but never did she refer to Chris-san as a male, nor did she say she was a prince. Chris-san, I'm really sorry about what happened before. I don't mind. Rather, I'm the one who said it's alright to enter, according to my calculations. Calculations? Yes, it may have been a coincidence that Mama-sama came just as I was changing clothes. But I thought that if Mama-sama gives in to his lust, offering my body and earning your affection, we could build a beneficial relationship from now on. However, it seems that it was a mistake since you didn't consider me as a woman right from the start. That's scary. She just laid down a honey trap like that in that instant. It's like she really thinks she's just a tool to make her country better. How should I say this? I really can't let my guard down around her. As I thought, with my seedy body, you can't see me that way, huh? No. It may not be credible for me to say this since I misunderstood that you're a man in the first place. But I think Chris-san is a very beautiful person. Thank you. As long as Mama-sama tells good things about my country to the 6 kings, I don't mind if you do anything with my body, you know. No, I would have to refuse. I was rejected, huh? What a shame. Chris-san, who had a wry smile on her face as she said that looks really beautiful. But I felt like everything was in the palm of her hands, and it was quite uncomfortable. Anyway, it's bad to continue with this kind of conversation. Mainly because it's too bad for my sense of reasoning, so I'll quickly change the subject. Speaking of which, you said you wanted to talk to me about something. That's right. Let's save my seduction to Mama-sama for another time, and head straight to the real issue. I'd appreciate it if we do that. Foo-fa-foo. Yep, Chris-san is a frightening person, not in the sense of power, but in a different meaning. How should I say this? I feel a sense of dread that if I'm not careful, I won't be able to escape her grasp before I know it. After giving a charming smile that seems to draw me in, Chris-san's expression changes to a serious one and she speaks. The matter I would like to share with you, Mama-sama, is that information about Mama-sama has been spreading lately. Information about me? Yes, though I say that, it isn't very detailed, and you may as well call it as your name being spoken in rumors. But it was spreading how there's another worlder favored by the underworld King Sama, Death King Sama and World King Sama. That is, it isn't like I have become a little famous because of my victory in the Sacred Tree Festival or anything like that. Judging from Chris-san's facial expression though, I could see that it wasn't the case. I feel like the conversation turned a little ominous. It's just my personal opinion, but it's probably not about that. It's too early for the participants of the Sacred Tree Festival to have spread word about your achievements, and the information about you also isn't specific enough for them to be the ones spreading it. I don't have any proof of this. However, I too have lived through a whirlwind of schemes when I was still inexperienced. That's why my intuition is telling me the spread of your information is contrived. Does that mean that there might be someone out there who is deliberately spreading my information? Yes, I don't know their purpose, and it's a mystery how they spread your information so widely and quickly. But one thing I can say is that the value of Mama-sama's existence is becoming known to those in this world. Chris-san told me quickly with a serious expression on her face. Someone is spreading information about me to the world? What was it for? I don't know, and if even the smart Chris-san doesn't know, then there may be no way I can figure it out. It's really only rumors at the moment. However, as time goes on, there might be people who will start thinking stupid things. Please be very careful. Yes. After seeing me nod my head even as I'm feeling uncomfortable about it, Chris-san breaks her serious expression with a smile. If it's something I can do, I'll cooperate as much as possible, and I'll probably be able to suppress some of the information that was spreading within the country, while trying to find out the source. If you're fed up with the Symphonia Kingdom, you're welcome to stay here. I will welcome you with all my heart, and I will pledge to protect you with my life, Mama-sama. That's also within your calculations, right? Of course. Would you like to get married? Fortunately, I'm still unmarried. That way, there won't be too many people who would dare mess with Mama-sama. I would have to refuse. I got rejected again. What a shame. I really can't let my guard down around this person, but I guess that's probably why she's the emperor. However, at least she seems to have genuine feelings of concern for me. Even if that concern may also be under her concern. On one hand, I feel like Chris-san is more favorable towards me compared to when I first met her, but on the other hand, I also feel a sense of danger that I can't let my guard down around her even for a second. Well, this thought of mine might be something Chris-san had already anticipated though. The next day, I woke up feeling my body being slightly shaken. Mama-sama, Good morning, UMNGHHH. When I opened my eyes in a daze, I found myself in a dimly lit room. And an unexpected Chris-san looking directly into my face. I was about to scream in surprise, when Chris-san suddenly covered my mouth with her hand. Please, be quiet. My apologies for waking you up. There's some extremely important business I need to talk with you about, so won't you come with me? For a moment, I thought that this was just like yesterday's honey trap. But Chris-san's expression was serious, and she really seemed to have something important to do. When I nodded, Chris-san whispered, I'll wait for you outside the room, so please wear something you can wear outside, before going out of the room. Turning on the light by touching the illumination magic circle by my bedside, I checked my pocket watch to see that it was 5 o'clock. It was really early in the morning. I was confused by the fact that the emperor of a country was coming to visit me at this hour, but I just dressed up and met up with Chris-san outside the kitchen. As the cool morning breeze caressed my cheeks, the scenery drifted further and further backwards. See Chris-san, where in the world are we going? We will not be going very far. That aside, please hold on to me tightly. It will be a disaster if you're thrown off the horse. Even if you that. I was currently riding a big black horse out of the capital with Chris-san. This was my first time riding a horse, but I didn't have the composure to enjoy it. Chris-san and I were riding on a single horse that was rocking more than expected. Moreover, I've got my hands around Chris-san's waist, trying to keep myself from getting shaken off. The horse. Was this scent perfume? A nice scent drifted with the wind. I could feel softness and warmth from the hands around Chris-san's waist. It made me very conscious of the fact that Chris-san was a woman, and I, who wasn't used to being around women, felt extremely nervous. There's a hill up ahead that has a nice view. Let's go there. Yes, I know you had a lot of thoughts in mind, but I'll tell you about it when we get there. Rather than me having a lot of thoughts in mind, it feels more like I'm completely clueless about what's going on. However, Chris-san seemed to be very serious about this matter, so I didn't interject. As we rode like that for a little while, Chris-san and I arrived at a small hill. When I got off the horse with Chris-san's help and looked over the cityscape of the capital of the Archlesia Empire from the hill, Chris-san took her off the reins of her horse a few distance away and came closer to me. The horse seems to have been well trained, as it didn't run off anywhere even after Chris-san let it off its reins. What do you think of the Archlesia Empire's cityscape? It's amazing. It looks so elegant that it feels a little overwhelming. Foo. As an emperor, your words are more of a blessing than we deserve. Compared to the Symphonia Kingdom, the Archlesia Empire has less greenery, and its cityscape has a more rugged impression. However, I feel that the streets lined with tall buildings had a different quality from the Symphonia Kingdom. After a few moments of not so uncomfortable silence and feeling the pleasant breeze atop the hill, Chris-san turned to me and spoke with a serious expression on her face. Now then, let's get down to business. Yes. As expected, even I could tell that Chris-san didn't bring me here just to show me this view. When she talks of business, I suppose that means what we're going to talk about from now on would be the reason why she brought me out here this early in the morning. Thereupon, Chris-san moved her gaze around us for some reason, as if she was cautious of our surroundings, and told me in a hushed voice. Remember last night when we talked about the rumors about Mama-sama? Why yes. I said then that I didn't know who was spreading the rumors and by what means they were doing this. Didn't I? Yes. I apologize. That was a lie. If I were to understand what her words meant, that means Chris-san knows who spread the rumors about me. No, it may just be conjectures, but she at least has someone in mind. But if that's the case, why didn't she just tell me that yesterday? Was it something that requires us to move to a deserted place to talk this early in the morning? As if to answer my question, Chris-san spoke in a grave tone of voice. I don't have any hard evidence, but I'm almost sure that it's them. That's also the reason why I couldn't say anything at that moment. I don't know who may be listening, and even if I knew, there's someone I couldn't do anything against. Someone you couldn't do anything against? But Chris-san is the emperor. The status of emperor has no meaning before that person. I've also lived in the swirling world of conspiracy right now. Not only have I tread upon the world brimming in light, I've also had some understanding about that side of the world, wrapped within the darkness. That's why, I could tell, I'll never be able to match against that person. To me, that person is the most terrifying in the world. Emperor Chris-san, who is an excellent strategist that makes her known as the Wise Emperor, says that she is absolutely no match against this person. I wonder why. I'm starting to feel uneasy. It's as if I'm standing before darkness, unable to see anything, but I feel like someone is staring back at me. Phantasmal King, no face Sama! Exclamation mark. When I heard the name she quietly spoke, I was shocked, but I also somewhat understood. No, I just had a slight hunch that perhaps that being was related to all this matters. Phantasmal King Sama has an overwhelming number of followers, so to speak. She's this world's hidden ruler. If it's Phantasmal King Sama, it wouldn't have been difficult for them to spread information, even when blurring out the details, in just a few days. I don't really know much about this Phantasmal King Sama. But is she really that frightening of a person? Besides Chris-san, I've heard about the Phantasmal King from 3 other people, Kronos-san, Lilywood-san, and Kuro. Kronos-san said that they're a boisterous and irritating fellow that she couldn't understand. Lilywood-san warned me that they're a cold-hearted person who mercilessly disposes of those who bring harm to the world. Kuro said that they may have a dry sense of humor. It would be alright since they're an understanding person. And now, Chris-san is telling me that the Phantasmal King is the hidden ruler of this world, and the most terrifying being of all. The Phantasmal King is a person who had different impressions depending on who said it, making it difficult for me to imagine her personality. It's as if her very existence is like a fog, uncertain and elusive. That's why I wanted to hear more about the Phantasmal King from Chris-san's point of view. Hearing my words, Chris-san nodded deeply once before she started calmly speaking. Phantasmal King Sama has the largest number of subordinates among the 6 kings, and it's said the number of subordinates they have exceeds 1 billion. 1 billion? An outrageous story suddenly popped out of nowhere. I don't know the exact population of this world, so I don't fully understand how great that number could be. But if that were to be compared with Earth, that would mean 10% of the world's population is their subordinate. Their vast number of subordinates are scattered all over the world, hiding in all places. That's exactly why there's no place in this world that Phantasmal King Sama couldn't reach. Even Archlesio's imperial castle probably has several of their subordinates lurking within it. How should I say this? That's quite outrageous, doesn't it? Yes, and this is exactly what could be described as Phantasmal King Sama's most terrifying power. That means people in power are more likely to know in their hearts how terrifying Phantasmal King Sama is. The instant one makes an enemy of Phantasmal King Sama, the trusted advisors you relied upon, the friends with whom you spoke honestly, the lover or wife you exchanged love with, might suddenly cut off your head. Phantasmal King Sama is a being authoritative enough to do just that. When I heard those words, I finally understood how terrifying the Phantasmal King was. Phantasmal King's subordinates lurk around every corner. The weight of those words is exactly why she's called the world's hidden ruler. They have all the information at their disposal, don't do anything flashy and work in the shadows. I see, so that's why Chris-san brought me to a deserted place like this. As for why did Phantasmal King Sama spread those rumors about Mama-sama, that is something I do not know. However, they aren't the type of person to move without reason. They must have some aim in mind. I ask you this again. Please be careful. If there's anything I can do, I'll do my best to help. Yes. Thank you very much. Will the Phantasmal King appear in front of me someday? What will I be able to do when that happens? The being known as the Phantasmal King, lurking unseen, and someone I do not know if they're a friend or foe. Thinking about this didn't bring any answers to my mind though, only making me feel as if my anxiety was growing. By the way, Mama-sama, there's just one more thing, if you don't mind? Yes, I'm probably worrying unnecessarily but I think you shouldn't get too close to Alice-sama. What do you mean? I didn't immediately understand why Alice was brought up here. Alice is my dear friend. She may be an idiot in a lot of ways, but she's fun to talk to and kind enough to care about me. I don't know what she thinks of me, but I consider her my close friend. And now, Chris-san is asking me to not get too close to such an Alice? Why is she telling me that? She's definitely a person from the other side. The demeanor, that bloodlust. I don't know if she's a spy or an assassin, but her hands were definitely stained with blood countless of times. It's impossible for a human to have that sense of intimidation without a lot of experience. I think she's a dangerous being. I think she's not someone you should get involved with. Hearing the words Chris-san told me, her serious expression looking at me, I silently looked back at her for a moment before responding. Chris-san, I understand that Chris-san is thinking of me, and that's why you said those things to me. I'm grateful for it. But even if that's so, please allow me to tell you this. Please don't say bad things about my dear friend. I know Chris-san doesn't intend to speak ill of Alice. She's really only being mindful of me. It's just, I don't really like it. How should I say this? Hearing someone telling bad things about Alice is something I dislike. I certainly don't know much about Alice. She most probably has things she's hiding from me. However, I don't think Alice is a bad person. When I first met her, I honestly thought she was a creepy fellow, and I even felt that I didn't want to get involved with her. However, that thought naturally disappeared after meeting her a few times. Regardless of how our first meeting started, for me, Alice is now my irreplaceable friend. She's really idiotic, gets carried away, and is a troubling person. But she's fun to be with, teaches me all kinds of things, occasionally cares about me, and often laughs together with me. It's true that Alice probably has another side to her that I don't know about, but I believe that Alice isn't a bad person at heart. She may betray you someday. I don't mind. I like Alice and I want to be with her, and I believe in her because I want to believe in her. Even if she were to betray me, it's definitely because Alice had her own circumstances. That's why I won't regret it. Yes, even if Alice were to betray me someday, I won't regret it. At least, I don't think Alice would betray me for no reason at all. That's why, even if she had betrayed me, it should have been for a reason that Alice couldn't give up. And that is something that couldn't be helped. Well, of course it's best if she doesn't betray me. I see. It seems I truly was worrying unnecessarily. My apologies. No, it's just, I'm glad that you're concerned about me in so many ways. Please don't worry about it. This is also for my own self-interest that by caring after Mama-sama like this, with Mama-sama's personality, you won't let this go unnoticed. This woman really is scary. I feel like before I knew it, I'm dancing in the palm of her hands. Now then, how about we go back? We have breakfast prepared for you. Yes. Chris-san. What is it? Thank you very much. No. Please don't worry about it. I'm sure she was being honest about her actions being for her self-interest, but I don't think that's all there is to it. When I thanked her, Chris-san looked baffled for a moment. A few moments later though, she smiled, not with the graceful one a noble would have, but with a soft, natural smile. Returning back to the castle, when I went to the dining room to have breakfast, what awaited me was Alice, who seemed to be sulking. Geez, where did you go, Kaito-san? No, I woke up a little early, so I went for a walk. There's no way I could tell her about the things Chris-san went to the trouble of telling me in private, so I gave her a suitably evasive response. You should have invited me. Do you know how I felt when I went to invite Kaito-san over for breakfast, and you weren't there? Even when I declared I'll be guarding Kaito-san with such a cool expression on my face, I lost sight of you after a night's sleep. I'm a complete buffoon, a transcendently beautiful clown. Putting aside her brazen self-assessment for the moment, I didn't expect Alice to be up early. Have I caused her to worry? I was so worried about Kaito-san that I couldn't even finish my breakfast. Seconds please. And a lot of those eggs. No, you've been making a pile of dishes even before I arrived. Please don't worry. I could still go for 12 more plates. Where the heck are you stuffing all that food inside that body? It was also the case with last night's dinner, but Alice really eats an absurd amount of food. It's at least several dozen times more than I do. With such a petite body, I wonder how she can eat so much food. Please don't look down on me. At my level, the food I eat is converted into magic power as soon as it enters, allowing me to continue eating indefinitely. What the heck is with that useless super technique? An ability to convert the food she eats into magic power. I understand that it's a great technique, but if I were to be asked if I feel envious about it, I'm not so sure what to say. Looking at Alice carrying all those extravagant meals to her without a single reservation, I spoke with a wry smile on my face. Speaking of which, Alice, what's up? Even though we came all the way to the capital of Archlesia Empire, all we've done is go to the monster race, so why don't we go sightseeing before we head back? That sounds great. In the Archlesia Empire, There's fine cuisine that Symphonia Kingdom doesn't have. Please treat me. When I suggested it, Alice agreed with a bright smile on her face. She did add some unnecessary words. You made a lot of money yesterday, didn't you? Food eaten with other people's money is the tastiest. You really have quite a good personality, aren't you? However, as I thought, I don't think she's a bad person. The time I spent with Alice really is kinda fun. If only Alice thinks of me as a friend, just as I consider her as one, I would be happy. Kaito-san? What's the matter? No. You've been eating too much. Don't you know the word restrain? Me no understanding other world language. Ouch. Good grief, she really is one troubling fellow. After finishing breakfast, I asked Kri-san to look after Belle, while Alice and I went sightseeing in the capital city. I see. Seconds please. You ate all that food, and now you're eating again? No, Kaito-san. Food is vital for humans, you know? Look, isn't it said that a human's necessities consist of clothing, food, and food? No one does. Heck, where the heck did the shelter go? Also, there's too much food. Looking at Alice as she puffed out her small chest while holding what looked like meat skewers, trying to make a strong argument, I felt a slight desire to strangle her. No, I mean, those skewers. They were definitely bought with my money. Please think about it. Going to different places and eating the food over there, isn't that the best part of traveling? I don't know where you got that idea from. But if you want to say things like that, buy it with your own money. I see, I understand Kaito-san's point. That should be the local specialty. Kaito-san. Let's go to that stall next. Please buy some for me. You hecking understood nothing. Lining up on a stall is fine and all that. But can't this idiot cut all the ruckus out and restrain herself? Is that impossible? Guess it's impossible, huh? Excuse me, I'd like 3 of each kind please. You're getting too excited. Hey, oi. The heck is that in your right hand? Isn't that my wallet? Since when did you have that? Oi how mysterious. It's just suddenly in my hand, Majiwa. I was really surprised back then, but I will not be negligent anymore. Well, this is probably just one of her usual jokes, and I'm sure she brought it out in a way that I could see it in her hand. But skewers confiscated. My meat. Confiscating the meat skewers from the hand of Alice, who was getting carried away, I brought it to my mouth. This is delicious. Were these charcoal grilled? They smell really good. That's cruel, Kaito-san. That's too much. Even though I was saving them for last. Well. There are still plenty of other food stalls here. I can eat as much as I want. Thank you very much. I didn't say that. It's just my hunch, but I think Alice is more excited than usual. How should I say this? I don't know if she was in a good mood or not, but her excitement has gone up, and so has her annoyingness. Well, even so, it's strange that I can't hate her at all, or perhaps, I may have just been thinking that this isn't bad at all. Kaito-san, come on, please hurry up. It's not like the stalls would run away, you know? No, please think about it carefully. If you have a situation where 50 servings worth of food and another where you have 100 servings worth of food, you'll be to eat more in the latter situation. No, people normally don't eat that much food. Rather, I'm not going to treat you with that ridiculous amount of food. Whether, for me to have found a wild Kaito-san's wallet on the roadside. Hey, you, wait right there, Alice. That bastard, she pickpocketed me undetected. This is just a wasteful use of her abilities. Hearing my words though, Alice just gave me a teasing smile, before scampering towards a food stall. The fact that she's moving at a speed that I can see means that she's properly holding herself back. I'm not an idiot who waits just because she gets told to. The restaurant over there looked like they're selling tasty stuff. Seriously? That shop is. It seems like you're an idiot who returns when you're called. I'm sure her being caught in my trap was also part of Alice's joke. That said, whether or not I'd forgive her is another matter. My ears. Wait, please wait, Kaito-san. Ears aren't designed to be pulled like that. Look, it's the cute Alice-chan, you know. Can you be a bit gentler? Why are you pulling even stronger? Stop, you'll tear my ear off. Good grief. Well, this fellow really is annoying. That's right. I'm angry right now. That's why. There isn't a smile or anything like that on my face, and I don't think of this frolicking idiot as cute. After the scolding is over there, I suppose it would be alright if I treat her to something tasty. After sightseeing with Alice around the capital in the morning and fetching Belle, whom I entrusted to Chris-san, we decided to return to Symphonia Kingdom. Chris-san told me I could stay for as many days as I wanted, but it seems like her serious mode already ended, as she started trying to win me over with her seductive techniques. And how should I say this? I really can't calm down being around her. She even said incomprehensible things like asking me to take a bath with her, even though it was still noon. My reasoning was seriously getting impaired, so I decided to leave early. After parting ways with Alice at the royal capital, I was on my way back to Lilia-san's residence with Belle, when I realized, speaking of which, I'm taking Belle home with me. And Lilia-san's scary, really damn scary. The only way to keep Belle is to tell her that I'm going to take responsibility for her and that I'm going to take care of her with all my heart. But, yep, what the heck is with this feeling budding up within me? I feel like a child who picked up an abandoned cat and returned home worried that his parents will be angry with him. Anyway, I can only be prepared for what will happen. I'd better be prepared to take a couple of hits. Lilia-san's power will hit me. It would be great if she won't break my head. Go, it's nothing. Let's go, Belle. Go. I smile and give a pat on Belle's back, who was looking at me with concern, as if he could tell I was troubled. Now, I'm ready, so let's go. When I returned to Lilia-san's mansion, I immediately found the person I wanted to see. Lilia-san, standing in front of the doorway. However, for some reason, she's resting on Luna Maria-san's shoulder and appears to be sick. Come on, my lady, please take a breath of air outside. You're so weak to alcohol that your face would turn red over just one glass, but you still drank so many bottles of wine. I mean, Kaito-san. Lilia-san seemed to have a hangover, looking like she was going to die. It feels like she drank a lot, drinking until noon. When I called out to them, Lilia-san and Luna Maria-san looked surprised for a moment, before they straightened their backs as if they're keeping up appearances. Kaito-san? Since when are you here? Just now. I see. It's not that I usually drink a lot of alcohol, it's just you happen to see me drink by chance. Yes. I'm not sure if it was really embarrassing for her to be seen with a hangover from drinking too much, but Lilia-san looked flustered while her face looked red. Of course, I don't have any intention of pursuing the topic any deeper either, so I immediately respond with my acknowledgement. Anyway, welcome back, Kaito-san. It seems you went through a lot again. At that moment, Lilia-san's words stopped, her gaze looking behind me, towards Belle, and she looked astounded. Thereupon, rubbing her eyes several times, she talked to the nearby Luna Maria-san. Luna, I think my eyes are finally seeing things. I'm having hallucinations of a behemoth. I'm afraid I can see it too. In the middle of her words, Lilia-san's gaze glued to Belle behind me, and after a moment of silence, she stood in front of me at a terrific speed. Kaito-san, get back, it's dangerous. Hey, Belle, growling at them is no good. Luna, quickly prepare yourself and prot. Seeing the dangerous-looking Lilia-san approaching, Belle let out a low growl, as if she thought she was an enemy, so I scolded her with my voice a bit raised. Hearing me, Belle immediately stopped growling and nodded, listening to me properly, so I put my hand over Belle's head and gently patted her. Okay, good girl, good girl. Luna, I think I'm completely wasted. I'm starting to have visions of a behemoth being emotionally attached to Kaito-san. No matter how cruel it may be, it's still reality. Mama-sama truly is terrifying. Being able to win over a legendary magical beast. Seeing me patting Belle's head, I saw Lilia-san's eyes look straight at me. And it's seriously scary. Kaito-san, that behemoth. What's going on? I bought it. You bought it? Come to think of it, I've heard that you were in Archlesia Empire, which has a close relationship with Dragon King Sama, which is a country that's putting a lot of effort into raising higher-level monsters. However, I never thought they would even have a behemoth. How much was it? That's 280 white gold coins, so that's 28,000,000. It was 2.8 billion yen. Well, when I think about it again, I really made quite an outrageously expensive purchase. Hearing my words, Lilia-san stiffened and her eyes opened wide, and then, She flusteredly began questioning me. Wait a minute. 28,000,000 you say, where the heck did you get that much money? That's... Please don't tell me you got it by some illegal means. Did you? Kaito-san. What's the meaning of this? Please explain. Lilia-san. It hurts. I don't remember raising Kaito-san to be such a person. I don't even remember being raised by you though. Anyway, please calm down. I'll properly explain to you how I got him from the start. Lilia-san seems to be quite shaken, grabbing my collar and violently rocking back and forth, and it may have just been my imagination, but I can't feel the ground on my feet. Lifting the 170 centimeters me to the air. Seriously, how strong are you, Lilia-san? The girls in this world really are frightening. Mainly in terms of combat abilities, I mean. Anyhow, my desperate plea paid off, as Lilia-san managed to calm down and let go of her hand that was holding onto my collar. Anyway, I'll tell them the details inside, but in the meantime, I was wondering what I should do about Belle. But before I knew it, Siag-san was standing in front of Belle, staring at him. Belle, Siag-san is someone who has always been helping me, so you'll have to get along with her properly. Siag-san continues to stare at Belle, and after a little while, as if she made up her mind, she reaches out her hand. Belle seemed to be listening to what I said properly, as she didn't avoid Siag-san's outstretched hand, and quietly let her pat her head. And that's when I noticed that Siag-san's cheeks had a slight blush to them, and a lovely smile on her face that shows that she's very happy. It seems that I wasn't the only curious one about this, as Lilia-san and Lunamaria-san were also looking at Siag-san with a slightly dubious expressions on their faces. When Siag-san noticed our gazes, she took out a piece of paper and a pen from her pocket before showing it to us. It's really cute. Kaito-san, you have a good sense of picking up pets. Thank you. Apparently, she had that expression just now because Belle was really cute, and Siag-san immediately returned her gaze to Belle and continued patting her body with a smile. Hey, Lunamaria-san. What is it? It's just that. Isn't Siag-san a little different than usual? Siag has always been a big animal lover, and that's exactly why if you left them alone, she would just smile and pat that behemoth around all day long. I see. However, behemoths are considered as monsters, right? I think it's fine for her as long as it looks like an animal. Just as Lunamaria-san said, Siag-san seemed to really like animals, as she have an innocent smile of a little girl, which was a far cry from her usual calm, mature, and feminine atmosphere. The expression on her face, which I don't often see, was very cute, and I realized once again that Siag-san is an attractive woman. In a small hill overlooking the capital city of Symphonia Kingdom, several shadows descended. Good gracious, it's troubling how there's hot-tempered people among us. With that said, I think just me going should be enough. No, there's no need for Bacchus-sama to move. You can leave it to us. In response to Bacchus' words, one of the other three demons around him responded by getting down on one knee. A man clad in heavy armor with a long beard and the aura of an old soldier. Fumo, well, you seem to be in a hurry to get the job done, huh? I'm going to repeat this just in case, but don't misread Mejido-sama's intentions. As Bacchus announced in a dignified voice. The remaining two demons also kneeled and deeply bowed their heads. Well then, first of all, let's go find an inn to stay at. Aren't we going to head over the right now? My. Please don't make us old people do anything rash. If we do this before Phantasmal King Sama's subordinates set up the barrier, Death King Sama will be able to sense us. You don't need to be in such a hurry. It's not yet time for these demons to immediately achieve their goal, Bacchus told them with a wry smile and started walking slowly towards the royal capital. Now then, Mama Kaito, let me figure out what you're worth for. After I finished telling them my story, Lilia-san puts down the cup of tea she was drinking and exhales. I see, so let me get this straight. Kaito-san was going to have a meal together with this Alice-san person, but ended up going to the monster race in the Archlesia Empire, where you earned over 400 white gold coins, and happened to buy the behemoth. And afterwards, you were invited to the royal castle of Archlesia Empire as a guest of honor. Why yes. My head hurts. Luna, it seems like my hangover's getting worse. I understood what the words mean, but it's like my head is completely denying to understand it. No, I'm afraid that headache is from something else. Lilia-san holds her head in her hands as she looks down. Indeed, even when I'm the one who told that, I also couldn't believe it. We were supposed to just be going to eat yesterday, but before I knew it, lots of things suddenly happened. I've had enough. Kaito-san's scary, my lady. It may have turned big, but I doubt he intends to do that himself. Anyway, Mama-sama. Yes, I think I heard that there's a game that spread from the world Mama-sama is from. A game? What is it? Yes, it's that game called Lottery. You should come with me next time. Oi, Luna. How should I say this? Luna Maria-san is still acting as she usually is. Surprisingly, I think this person would closely get along with Alice, in the sense that both of them are no good people. Anyway, Lilia-san, can I request this of you? Can you put Belle's matter aside? Of course. I'll pay for her food and other stuff. Indeed, the child was quite attached to Kaito-san, and I don't think she would be a danger, but however, when it comes to behemoths that are even called legendary magical beasts, as expected, even Lilia-san wouldn't give her permission immediately. Anyway, I need to sincerely request her that. Is what I thought, but an unexpected covering fire flew out of nowhere. Isn't it fine, my lady? Luna? If it's Mama-sama, he should be able to take good care of her. And even if you were to refuse, you can't just throw out the behemoth in the middle of nowhere and hope he doesn't know the way home, right? That's certainly true, but fortunately, it's still a baby, so it wouldn't grow to be so enormous in a few years or decades. Hearing Luna Maria-san's words, Lilia-san looked as if she was thinking about this for a moment. I'm really grateful for Luna Maria-san's support, but the heck is with this? Hearing her support me makes me think that she has some hidden agenda. Was my heart really that foul? That certainly is the case. Alright, Kaito-san, you would have her sleep in the stables for the meantime, but we'll have an exclusive shed for her in the future. Thank you very much. However, I have one condition. A condition? With Luna Maria-san's help, Lilia-san finally allowed me to keep Belle. As I say my thanks, Lilia-san has a wry smile on her face when she told me that she has a condition. Belle feeds food and the cost for the construction of her shed. I'll be the one paying for it. No, but I won't yield on this one. Let me return the favors every once in a while. Return the favors? Hearing Lilia-san's words, I significantly tilted my head. Lilia-san returning favors to me? Isn't it the other way around? If someone have favors to pay, it should be me, since I've always been in her care. Even though I always brought her troubles. I am grateful to you, Kaito-san. Thanks to Kaito-san, the 2 goals I promised myself when I received my peerage, I've come so close to making them happen. Your presence here is more valuable than you realize, Kaito-san. Because Kaito-san is staying here. That single point alone has given Albert Duchy the voice that rivals or even surpasses those of any great nobles. Does that help your goals in any way, Lilia-san? What are Lilia-san's 2 goals? I think I know one of them. That's she's trying to get Sayaka-san's voice back. However, I can't imagine her second goal. From Lilia-san's expression and the way she said it, I can somehow imagine that this is a long-cherished goal, but one of them is, as Kaito-san may have guessed, to get Sayaka's voice back. This has been put on hold due to Sayaka's own wish, while the other one is the culprit who fed false information to the 2nd Division back then. I want to find that out. The person who can switch the information that Night Corps had. It would probably be a noble with considerable power. Putting aside when I was still part of royalty, when it was just the me who just acquired my peerage, even if I had found out who did it, they would have just laughed it off. In order to make them pay for their crimes, I would have to be an important voice for the country, and I need the power of a noble for that. I see, now that she mentioned it, I guess that would be understandable. It can be said that that person is someone who had hurt Lilia-san's dear best friend, so it wouldn't be any wonder if she was searching for them desperately. About that culprit, I still don't have any idea at this time. I may not even find it. But I will still keep looking. Strong words told with certainty and determination. Finding them is definitely Lilia-san's long-cherished wish. It's not that I intended for this right from the start, and I feel really sorry that I'm using the power that Kaito-san has given me. However, I still thank you from the bottom of my heart, especially for letting me meet Kronos-san. I can't thank you enough. I don't know what to say about that one, but I'm glad if I'm able to help Lilia-san, even if it's just by accident. Really, thank you very much. That's why, even if it's just this much, Please allow me to return the favor. Yes, thank you very much. Exchanging glances with Lilia-san, we thanked each other, feeling some sense of embarrassment, as if she was embarrassed, her face still red. Lilia-san turns to Lunamaria-san to switch the conversation. Even so, for Luna to side with Kaito-san so strongly. Are you up to something? Ha ha ha, don't say something stupid. She's up to something. No, it's not that exaggerated. It's just that I want to discuss something with Mama-sama. Discuss? I also felt she was somehow acting strange, but it seems that Lunamaria-san had some purpose when she sided with me. I'm very uneasy, but thanks to Lunamaria-san, I'm able to keep Bell. So let's listen to what she wants for the time being. From the information I received, I heard that Underworld King Sama is developing a new magic tool right now. So, well, I'd really like to buy it if I could. And I was hoping to ask Mama-sama to help. Alright. Thank you very much. Where the heck did this zealot get his information from? The magic tool Kuro is making is probably the calculator I asked her before. But I haven't told anyone about it. So how did Lunamaria-san get that information? Could it be that there's some kind of strange network among Kuro's followers? The 11th day of the water month. As Lilia-san agreed to let me to keep Belle, she made various arrangements for me to take care of her. But as Belle's owner, I had to take care of her myself, so I spent my free time in the morning learning how to brush her fur from Siag-san, who seemed to know a lot about pets. Thanks to Siag-san's good teaching skills, I felt like I could manage to do it by myself next time, and feeling very satisfied with my earlier performance. I'm currently eating lunch with Lilia-san. Speaking of which, where's Kusunoki-san and Yuzuki-san? And Lunamaria-san? Aoi-san wants to learn about magic, so she's attending a lecture at a magic school. It looks like she's going to have lunch at the canteen over there today. Meanwhile, Kina-san was keeping up to her scheduled running and hasn't come back yet. As for Luna, she went to pick up the mail. I see. I had heard that Kusunoki-san went to a magic school to attend their lectures, but I see, she sometimes ate lunch over there. It's true that depending on the time of her lectures, it may be more efficient if she were to have lunch there. And as for Yuzuki-san, well, there have been times when she's been so absorbed in running that she ran really far and missed lunch. She really is quite lively. As I was thinking about this, Lunamaria-san came into the dining room with a large number of letters. Seeing that outrageous number of letters, a displeased look appeared on Lilia-san's face. Luna, don't tell me those are. A lot of them were indeed addressed to my lady. But about half of them are addressed to Mama-sama. I thought it'd just be Lilia-san getting a bunch of letters again like before. But almost half of them were apparently addressed to me. Why? Addressed to Kaito-san? Yes, most of them are from nobles. Mama-sama has become famous since the Sacred Tree Festival, so I'm sure there are many nobles who would want to interact with him. That sort of stuff is kinda. Yes, I figured you'd say that, so we'll check the letters of such nature and discard them. That would be great. To be honest, I don't like interacting with nobles. If every one of them is just like Lilia-san, it would have been fine, but with people like Count Toady lurking among them, interacting with them sounded like it would be a pain in the ass. Anyway, the fact that so many letters were addressed to me, I guess it's probably related to what Chris-san mentioned about how rumors were spreading about me. I'm not really sure, but the timing of the arrival of these letters fits just right. After Lunamaria-san reassured me that she had taken care of it, she placed a letter in front of Lilia-san. Most of them can be checked later, but my lady, this one needs to be handled urgently. Sent from the royal castle, signed by His Majesty, the King, and addressed to Mama-sama. Brother, if you were thinking of stupid things again. Kaito-san, do you mind if I check what's inside? Yes, please. A letter from that Siskon King. After confirming my approval, Lilia-san opened the seal of the letter and started to read it. And after a few moments, she tilted her head. What does this mean? My lady, what was written in the letter? Let's see. To sum it up, he was apparently feeling sorry for the rude actions he had done to Kaito-san before. He wanted to apologize to Kaito-san in person, so he requested that you visit the castle. Yes, to be honest, I didn't understand what she said right away. He had done rude actions to me? What is he talking about? Was it the fact that I didn't get an invitation to that night party back then? However, why is he apologizing now, after a month has already passed? Luna, Do you know anything about this? According to the information I've gotten, Underworld King Sama won't get anywhere near the castle since that incident back then, and it seems that His Majesty, the king's position is getting worse. And just the other day, I heard that World King Sama had visited the royal castle and severely criticized His Majesty, the king, for that incident. Lunamaria-san, how did you even know all this? I have a lot of comrades in the royal castle, so I got these information from them. When she said comrades, was she talking about fellow followers of Kuro? I see. The reason why Lunamaria-san is so well informed is that she got her information from other followers. But even if he says he wants to apologize, I don't really care about that incident though. Even if Kaito-san sees it like that, it doesn't mean the people around you would see it the same way, right? Right now, Kaito-san is an existence that even the royal castle can't disregard. He would definitely want to make a clear apology and restore his reputation. I mean, what the heck are Lilywood-san and Kuro doing? Especially Lilywood-san, who visited the royal palace and severely criticized the king. How the heck did she end up in that situation? Even so, what should I do about this? I don't really care about the king, but if I refuse here, I guess it would be like splashing mud in this country's honor, huh? In that case, I guess it would be better if I just accept his apology. I'm sure even Lilia-san wouldn't like it if her brother's position became worse. I understand. I'll go later, so can you please reply that for me? Understood. At that time, I will go with you. Thank you. So, it was decided that I would visit the royal palace at a later date with Lilia-san, and after that, Lunamaria-san began placing some letters in front of me. Also, these ones seem important. Let's see. Looking at the letters placed on the table, the first one was from Nun-san. Come to think of it, didn't we talk about exchanging letters before? I'll read this later and write my reply. As for the second one, an envelope that, for some reason, is colored pink with a heart mark to seal it. What's this? Could this be a love letter? Embarrassing it may be to say this, but I've never received a love letter before, so receiving a letter that looks like one, I reflexively gulped as I looked at it. If I were to have thought of this carefully, I would have thought it was strange that someone would send me a love letter when I didn't know many people in this world, but I didn't have the composure to notice that. Then, as I nervously turned it over, it was signed with the name Chris as the sender, so I immediately tore it up and threw it away. That person seriously is tearing up the letter that, no matter how I look at it, is a honey trap. I looked at the third letter with a big sigh, which is signed with Tamama-sama, who tore up my letter. As if she completely saw through what my actions would be, she still sent that joke of a letter. That person really might be the one I fear the most. Going back to my room with the letters I had received, I decided to read Nun-san's letter first. Nun-san's letter was in Japanese, written with extremely beautiful handwriting, and the contents of the letter were very typical of Nun-san. I could tell from the contents of his letter that he was very nervous, as she went from one topic after another, and then, for some reason, she ended up passionately talking about Anmatsu. Does she like Anmatsu? For better or for worse, it's easy to write a reply to a letter that's very much like Nun-san, so I'll buy some stationeries tomorrow and write my reply. After I finished reading Nun-san's letter, I picked up the next one, the letter from Chris-san. I wonder what she had written towards me. As I had such a thought in mind, I tilted my head upon seeing the contents of the letter. What's this? How should I say this? The letter from Chris-san feels strange. The content kinda feels passionate, like a love letter overflowing with self-interest, but there is lots of useless stuff written on it, making it a little difficult to read. I have translation magic automatically casted on me when I was summoned along with the hero. It has an effect not only on the words I heard, but the words I read. As long as I don't consciously think about using Japanese, it was an amazing magic that allows me to write and read the letters of this world as if I've known them since birth. But even when that's so, there are many parts of Chris-san's letter that I don't understand well. I don't think an emperor like Chris-san would write a letter littered with wrong grammar. In that case, does that mean she made use of a unique way of writing in this letter? I don't know. Just as I was about to ask someone about this, someone knocked on the door of my room. Yes. Kaito-sama, I brought the laundry. Can I come in? Hearing the lisping, or rather, the slow way of speaking that voice had, I understood who had come to visit me. Yes, you can come in. Wealthy Tilda, please excuse me Tilda. With another call, the door opened and a petite woman dressed in a maid uniform entered the room. She's a beauty with slightly long, dark grey and a height of about 120 centimeters tall, but her eyes are unfocused. Her black eyes, as if they were staring into the void, feel rather strange. Bringing along neatly folded laundry, the girl turned towards me and nodded once, before she carefully put them one by one into the chest of drawers provided in the room. Illness-san, thank you as always. No, Tilda, please don't mind it. This is my job after all. Her name is Illness-san, a maid working in Lilia-san's house and acting as my personal maid. Lilia-san tried to give me, Kusunoki-san and Yuzuki-san our own personal maids to take care of our needs. However, although there are many among the servants with whom I now have a good relationship, the surrounding people felt like I was an irregular presence in this mansion in the beginning, and I was often shunned. As I was in such a situation, Illness-san nominated herself as my personal maid. I've really always been in your care. I'm glad that I can be of use. After hearing my words, Illness-san let out an eerie smile that could be better described as a grin rather than a smile. A peculiar way of speaking, unfocused eyes, and a peculiar smile. With her like that, how should I say this? I don't mean to sound rude, but she looks like a creepy person. In fact, I thought she was a scary person when I first met her. After putting away the laundry, Illness-san turned her head towards me and tilted her head. Oi Tilda Kaito-sama, you look a little tired. Does it look like that? Yes Tilda, just a little bit. Wait for a moment. Okay, I'll brew you some tea. Thank you very much. No, Tilda. With that peculiar smile on her face, Illness-san went out of the room again. A few moments later, she came back pushing a cart with a pot on it, and served me a nice-smelling tea and some sweet-smelling cookies. Here you go, Tilda, they're a little hoot, so be careful. Okay, thank you very much. They're really tasty. Well, she's rather easy to misunderstand at first glance. Rather, I actually misunderstood too. At first glance, Illness-san may look eerie, but she's actually a very kind and caring person. In the first place, she came forward while I was feeling constricted in an unfamiliar environment at that time, and she had been taking care of my personal affairs since then. I'm extremely grateful to her. The room that Illness-san cleans for me is always spotless. The perfectly made beds are very comfortable to sleep in, and the clothes she washes for me don't have a single wrinkle. Moreover, when I'm tired or can't sleep, just like this time, she prepares warm tea and sweetly baked butter cookies for me. These butter cookies seem to have been made by Illness-san, and they're really delicious. Its crispy, pleasant texture and gentle taste seems to soak into my heart. Illness-san is an amazing person who is capable and very considerate towards others. To be honest, she's someone I can't raise my head at. In fact, I've heard that not only me, but Lilia-san also feels the same way towards her. It seems that Illness-san is actually a demon, and she had been serving as a maid in the royal castle since Lilia-san was a child, a princess, and when Lilia-san became a duchess, she even begged Illness-san to come along with her. It seems like not only is Illness-san a top-notch maid, she's also an excellent instructor, as most of the maids in the mansion were taught the basics of their jobs by Illness-san. Moreover, she was apparently so competent that she has been entrusted to take over Lilia when she's away. If she's that good, she could have been the head maid. But Illness-san was astonishingly just a common maid. Apparently, Illness-san doesn't like to stand out, so she often plays the supporting role, and she herself prefers to do such miscellaneous work and doesn't try to get a higher position. Well, in short, Illness-san is caring and kind, a top-notch maid and instructor, but she's still humble and not conceited. She's an astonishingly great person. If I were to describe Kuro as a motherly woman, like the sun wrapping you in her warm embrace and bringing a bright smile on your face, then Illness-san is like the moon who gives you advice on the path you should take behind the darkness, gently supporting you behind your back. Thereupon, it suddenly occurred to me that I should ask Illness-san about Chris-san's letter, which I didn't understand. Illness-san is a very excellent person, and since she's been a maid for a long time, I think she would know a lot about nobles' letters. In addition, among the servants in this mansion, I talked to her as often as Siag-san and Luna Maria-san, so she's someone I can easily consult with. Illness-san. Do you have some time to spare right now? Yes tilde, it should be alright. Is something the matter here tilde? I actually received this letter, but I'm not really sure what it meant. Would it be alright to look at it tilde? Yes. Wealthy Ian, please excuse me tilde oir. Now this is quite a high-class letter, isn't it? I see tilde, it's from Archlesia Empire's Emperor Hu. It's no wonder tilde I remember this beautiful handwriting. While I was grateful for her mature response that doesn't bring up the contents of the letter, a question popped into my head. Illness-san looked at the letter and said it had beautiful handwriting. This means that although it seemed like there was lots of useless stuff written on it, was this perhaps just a common way of writing in this world? So tilde, what part of the letter do you not understand? There were phrases, or rather, words that I'm not familiar with. Tilde ICEEE. These are called decorative words. Decorative words? Yeeees tilde. It's the nobility's custom to add decorative words to adjust the length of sentences and to make the whole letter look more balanced. I see, so they're not words that have any particular meaning, but just words that decorate the text. It's a custom that has evolved to express elegance and grace, even in a letter that only had words and letters. I suppose Kaito-sama wouldn't be very familiar with the I see. I don't really understand it, but I guess Chris-san's letter makes good use of those decorative words. It is said that you can tell the rank of a noble by the way they use decorative words. As expected of the emperor, they've composed a beautifully balanced letter. After saying that, Illness-san displayed the letter to me and explained in detail about the decorative words. There were apparently various ways to use them, such as adding words to adjust the position of line breaks and improving the balance of words. But Illness-san's explanation was easy to understand, so I was able to understand it somewhat. However, could it be that, Illness-san, could it be that I would have to write my reply like this? Let's see. Kaito-sama isn't really a noble so I don't think you would need to put any ornamental words in your reply. But I suppose it would be better if you let the other party know. How should I say this? Thinking about all that sounds like it would be difficult. I suppose so. If you'd like, do you want me to write a response for you? Much less a noble's letter. I've never written a normal letter before, and I feel that these decorative words were too high class for me. However, seemingly understanding my thoughts, Illness-san kindly offered me a helping hand. Would it be alright? Of course. Kaito-sama, please tell me what you'd like me to respond. I'll write that in the letter here. The shouldn't be a problem with me writing your response for you. I'm really thankful for that. But how would be alright for you, Illness-san? Your work, I mean. That wouldn't be any problem. Rather, the others were even telling me to get some more rest. Speaking of which, Luna Maria-san mentioned how the amount of work Illness-san does is more than 10 times as much as the other maids. Moreover, it's not that she's forced to do it either. It's just something that Illness-san willingly does. According to Luna Maria-san, her workload is something she could never replicate. Indeed, now that I think about it again, Illness-san not only takes care of me as my personal maid, she also acted as Lilia-san's representative during the Sacred Tree Festival. Rather, I don't think I've ever seen Illness-san resting. Whenever I meet her, I feel like she's working. I'm really grateful that Illness-san is helping me, but please don't push yourself too hard. If you're busy, you can turn down my request. Don't worry. Recently, there has been an increase of excellent children after all, so much that I've become a little time on my hands. Is that so? Illness-san, who does more than 10 times as much work as a normal person and is the representative of the head of a noble family, says she still had some free time on her hands. She's quite an outrageous person. In any case, since she was kindly offering, I decided to presume upon Illness-san's kindness and ask her to write the letter for me. She even prepared stationery for me. How should I say this? I really can't raise my head before her. Thereupon, with a very beautiful handwriting, Illness-san wrote down what I told her in no time. Then, I'll go send this letter. Really, thank you for everything. Don't mind it. Thank you so much. No. I always find myself relying on the kind Illness-san. Rather, even when I don't think about it, I would always be helped in many ways. I wish there was something I could do to repay her. As I had such a thought in mind, a small hand was suddenly placed on my head and began gently patting me. When I looked up, I saw Ilna-san standing up before I knew it, patting my head as I sat down on my seat. If it's thanking me, I've already received it. When I'm of use to Kaito-sama, Kaito-sama tells me thank you. That's more than enough of a reward for me. Ilna-san, receiving more than that would be too huge. That's why, you don't have to mind it. Saying that, Ilna-san moved her hand off my head, gave me a neat bow before leaving my room. How should I say this? She really is overflowing with motherliness, extremely warm and kind, without a hint of gaudiness. That I couldn't help but feel charmed by her. To be honest, I think she's even cool. I suppose she is exactly those so-called mature women. In the office of the Imperial Castle of Archlesia Empire, Chris was looking at the letter that was sent by Kaito. Thinking that I had nothing to lose, I sent him a letter, but for him to reply this quickly. What a conscientious person he is. It felt like he wasn't that fond of me, but I suppose he doesn't hate me, huh? If that's the case, I suppose it's fortuitous then. Chris was a little surprised that she got a response from Kaito, but it was better for her than she had expected, so there wasn't any problem. Then, when he opened the envelope and saw the letter inside, a look of astonishment appeared on Chris' face again. This is quite a beautiful letter. Did he ask someone to write for him? This is quite a charmingly beautiful letter. Chris was astonished at the beauty of the letter she received, but she proceeded to read it. The contents of the letter were simple and bland, as if it really were written by Kaito, but the decorative words scattered all over the letter made it look brilliant. I wonder who wrote this? It doesn't seem like it would be Duchess Albert. I've exchanged a few letters with her, but the way she uses decorative words is different. At any rate, the way they've drawn the curves is very splendid. It's even overwhelming. The balance of the sentences is also beautiful. There are only a few people in their whole country who could write a letter like this. I wonder if the Albert Duchy had actually employed a civil official with this much skill. I suppose I would need to change my evaluation of them. Without the head of the Albert Duchy knowing, she's getting a higher reputation than she ever had before. He got me. If I receive such a great response, I'd better improve the quality of the next letter I send, lest I'll be embarrassed. I guess this is to be expected of Mama-sama. He seems to have a great network of contacts. It's making me want to have him more and more. And subsequently, without Kaito knowing, Chris' impression of him had also increased. Main Street. In the late afternoon, I walked along the crowded street, looking at the sidewalks. I was just curiously looking around. But of course, I also have other reasons why I am walking along this street. I'm currently in the middle of looking for a good restaurant. Isis-san had helped me back in the Sacred Tree Festival, so I thought I'd treat her to a meal to thank her. I thought that if I'm going to treat her, it should be a really good restaurant, but it's difficult. There are a lot of restaurants on the main street, but many of the names of the dishes they served were unfamiliar to me. It isn't surprising since I'm in a different world. But the fact that I can't imagine what they would taste like is more troublesome than I thought. Though I say that, it's not as if I have a bottomless pit of a stomach that I could compare all the food that I eat. I'll have to decide on a direction I'd like to go in. Now then, what should I do? I guess it would be better if I consult someone, huh? Come to think of it, didn't Kuro enjoy eating while walking? The Red Bear sandwich that we ate when I went on a date with her was delicious. So I suppose it would be a good idea to ask Kuro about it. But I often meet Kuro at night, so I guess it would be hard to ask her right now. I wonder if I could get through to Kuro if I talked to the necklace she gave me. That won't work, right? There's no way it could pick up the sound of my surroundings. Kuro, there's something I'd like to ask you. But would it be alright? You called me? Yeah, I did call you. But I'd like to ask you why you immediately appeared when I called. Perception? Why are you looking away? You're definitely hiding something, aren't you? Putting that aside, you wanted to ask something? You're not very good at diverting the conversation away, you know that? Oh well, if it's Kuro, she wouldn't misuse it, and it's better than Shiro-san, who was even peeking into my mind. Actually, I'm looking for a restaurant that is rather high class. But is there a restaurant like that around? Fumu. In that case, you can count on, Wait a moment, okay? Just as Kuro smiled when she heard my question, her expression suddenly turned serious, and a black vortex appeared on the side of her face. No, there's still room for cost reduction for that product. Return it back and revise it. Kuro, sorry, a good restaurant, right? If that's the case, a good place would be, why? We came to an agreement with that transaction 4 days ago. Didn't we? That's already the 3rd time they're negotiating a markup. We've made enough concessions. We have other sources anyway. So cut them off right this instant. Until they lower their initial offer, we won't make any deals with them. Kuro, speaking to the black vortex, wasn't her usual cheerful self, but instead giving me the impression of a capable businesswoman. Kuro, if you're busy, you don't have to push yourself. It's alright. I was just in the middle of a meeting. However, wait for a bit, okay? That doesn't sound alright though. You're in the middle of a meeting? You snuck out during a meeting? After telling me to wait for a moment, Kuro turned to the black vortex and continued talking. The first idea was good. It's thought out well. You can proceed as in your plan. But since it might limit your targets, you need to be careful. As for the second idea, it would be rejected for the time being, but you can bring it up again next time. What's next? You were pretty unclear with this idea's advantages. Show us its merits and demerits, then you can submit it again. As expected of the honorary president of the world's largest trading company, the way she briskly talked looked so cool. Use Kaito-kun for publicity. The next time I hear something like that, I'll crush you where you stand. What's next? I won't allow budget cuts for personnel training. That's exactly where the money should be spent. If you want to try cutting down cost, you can do it somewhere else. Anything else? I've also been keeping an eye on that business too. They only have a few staff, but they were conscientious and skilled, so I'd like to build a good relationship with them. Since they seem to be having financial problems, why don't you try suggesting cooperation through that? As for the conditions, propose a 6-4, in favor of their side. I'm counting on you. For a moment, I thought I heard her say something disturbing, but Kuro continued to talk, and after a while, it seemed like she had settled everything on her side and nodded once. Alright, that ends today's meeting. Send me the report later. And also, don't send me any other messages today. I'll get mad when that happens. Well then, I'm counting on all of you. After Kuro said that, she wiped away the black vortex and turned to me with a smile. Sorry to keep you waiting, Kaito-kun. No, it's alright. I already knew that you were such a person, but when I saw it in person, I realized that Kuro really was amazing. You looked kinda cool. Really? I'm kinda feeling a little embarrassed. However, my family's children were all excellent, so there's not really much for me to do. Anyhow, a good place to eat, right? When I told her my honest praises, Kuro's cheeks slightly blushed as she smiled, before she returned to our earlier topic. If that's the case, I've got the right thing for you. Here, take this. A book. What Kuro handed me was a slightly large, beautifully decorated book, but how exactly would this be the right thing for me? Let's see. The title is Eating Tour in its Entirety Guide, Symphonia Kingdom. What's this? A journal? Look, Kaito-kun knows that my hobby is eating while walking, right? So, I sometimes make a book about all the shops that I like. It's just an extension of my hobby, so I don't really sell them and just give them out to my family. Surprisingly, it seems that Kuro wrote this book. This is amazing. Even though she said this is just an extension of her hobby, it has a solid design and looks like it has a lot of pages. I see. So I suppose the Symphonia Kingdom in its name means I'll be able to find out in this book the shops Kuro recommends in Symphonia Kingdom. When I flipped through the pages, I saw that there were some stars next to the names of the shops' names, and they seemed to be rated on a scale of 1 to 10 based on the numbers of stars. Since this was made from her hobby, the impressions written here were mostly based on Kuro's subjective opinions, but the number of dishes she introduces is abundant, and the explanations were very carefully written. This book is very easy to understand. It includes the locations of the shops, and even after just a casual flip through, I already found some restaurants that caught my interest. Thank you for this. It really helps me. If you're happy with that, I'm also happy. Well then, here, I'll give you the whole set. The whole set? Wait, there are so many? When I thanked her, She smiled and took out about 100 books about there, same size as the earlier book. Wait a moment. She made this much? If it's for the Symphonia's royal capital, it should be from here to here. You already have several books just for the royal capital alone? I think for Symphonia's royal capital. I've written about 5 volumes. There's about 300 pages in a single volume. 5 volumes for just the royal capital. That's quite outrageous. I think just reading through them would take me several days. Well, they looked like an interesting read, so since she's giving those books to me, I'll gratefully accept them. They will be useful when I go sightseeing in another country. In any case, since the author herself is here, I'm just going to ask her directly about a restaurant that looked like a good place to thank Isis-san. By the way, if we're going to have a fancy lunch, which restaurant is Kuro's top choice? Let's see. I have several restaurants in mind, but roughly speaking, which one do you like better, meat or fish? I wonder. After Kuro told me that, I realized something. Thinking about it again, I don't know what Isis-san likes. She might have some food that she doesn't like, so I suppose I should check that out first. I wonder if Kuro would know about it. I did hear that the 6 kings get along well with each other. I wanted to treat Isis-san to something to thank her for saving me before, but I'm not really sure what kind of restaurant we should go to. Kaito-kun? You're going to eat outside with Isis? That's what I planned. Isis can't go into a normal restaurant, you know? I mean, look, she had her magic power of death. Right? Am I actually an idiot? I overlooked the most vital thing. That's right, I was unaffected by it, so I've completely forgotten. But Isis-san had the magic power of death. Its influence is so strong that just when Isis visited the city, people disappeared from the main street. It would be difficult to bring Isis-san, who is feared so much, to an ordinary restaurant. Most of all, I'm sure Isis-san wouldn't be happy with the atmosphere around that seemed to reject her. I mean, I myself also don't want to see such a scene. Although she's feared because of her magic power of death, Isis-san is a very kind and delicate person. If it's possible, I want to keep the smile on Isis-san's lips. At least, when she's with me, I want her to not think about her magic power of death. While I was thinking about this, Kuro spoke with a gentle smile on her face. I don't think you really need to be fixated on restaurants, right? Look, for example, wouldn't bringing a bento and going on a picnic also be fun? That's it. A picnic certainly is a great idea. Food eaten outside would be just as tasty, and I'm sure Isis-san will enjoy it too. That being the case, what I should be searching for shouldn't be a restaurant, but a place that could preferably have a great view, where Isis-san can rest her mind. Hey, Kuro. I just thought of something. But would it be alright if I consult it with you? You thought of something? What is it? I don't know if there really is that kind of place. But for example, it might just have been a random thought. However, I don't think it's a bad idea. In that case though, the location of our picnic will be important. I'm not really familiar with the geography of this world, so I wouldn't know if a place like that exists. But if it's Kuro, she might know such a place. Explaining to her the idea I had in mind, Kuro looked surprised for a moment, before she happily smiled. I see, that sounds great. I'm sure Isis will be happy about that. However, do places like that exist? There are quite a few. However, if it's somewhere near the royal capital, you can go out the south gate, turn right off the road and walk for about an hour to a hill. I'll draw you a map later. As expected of Kuro, she's very reliable. I can't thank her enough for suggesting the best place for my idea. With this, my direction of actions is decided. All that's left would be preparations. Right at that moment, Kuro seemed to have seen through my thoughts, as she spoke with a gentle smile on her face. In that case, the next part would be shopping, right? I'll go with you. I'm happy if that's the case, but aren't you busy? It's alright. I don't have anything urgent to do today. Besides, I've known Isis for a long time, so I think I can give you some advice. Thank you. I'll properly thank you next time. Don't worry about it. Come on, let's go. Saying this, Kuro pulled my hand. Feeling her small soft hand on mine, my heart couldn't help but skip a beat. In front of the south gate of Symphonia's royal capital, I met up with Isis-san. It's currently 10 o'clock in the morning, and it's about an hour's walk to the hill where we're going, so if we take it easy, We'll arrive there around lunchtime. Incidentally, I've already told the soldiers at the south gate that Isis-san would be coming. Thereupon, the soldiers quickly evacuated the area, and now, there was no one left near the south gate. Knowing that this happened just because Isis-san is coming makes me feel a bit sad. However, to avoid making Isis-san look sad, this is a better way to go about the situation. Isis-san is a kind person after all, so it would make her feel sad to see people frightened of her. As I was thinking about this, I saw a piece of ice dancing at the edge of my vision like a sparking flower petal, which then gradually turned into a big block of ice. And then, when that block of ice shattered, Isis-san appeared, clad in a pale light of magic power. The pieces of ice dancing about with her arrival looked so mystical and beautiful. Kaito. Hello, Isis-san. I'm sorry for calling you on such short notice today. No, if I could meet Kaito, you can always call me, and I would happily come. As I was being soothed by the cuteness of Isis-san's smile, we exchanged light greetings. Is something the matter today? Remember when I told you I'd treat you to a meal as thanks back at the Sacred Tree Festival? I invited you to come today about it. But if I were to go, everyone would run away. And I would also trouble Kaito. Even if that were to happen, I don't think you'd make me feel troubled. But it's alright. We're not going to eat in the city today. I responded to Isis-san's anxious expression, wondering she would be troubling me, with the brightest smile I could muster. Isis-san, let's go on a picnic. A picnic? Yes. There seemed to be a hill with a nice view about an hour's walk away, so let's have a picnic there. I've prepared bentos for us. Is Kaito alright with that? Going together with me? Isis-san has been avoided by so many people for so long that she inherently lacked self-confidence. That's why she sometimes asks me with an anxious expression on her face if it's really alright with me. She's anxious. That's why I decided to be cheerful and extremely affirmative with her. Of course, I mean, I'm the one who invited you, remember? I'm looking forward to it. Picnic with Kaito. I'm happy to hear that. If Kaito is happy, I'm also happy. Ahaha. But well, just like before, if any monsters appear, I'll have to ask Isis-san to help me. Don't worry. I will protect Kaito. Clenching her small fist, Isis-san looked as if she wanted me to rely on her. She looks really cute. So, where are we going? I heard that there's a hill with a nice view about an hour's walk from the south gate, so let's go there. Should I carry you? No, since we're going on a picnic, let's take a leisurely walk. Alright. Isis-san and I left the south gate side by side, and started walking towards the hill that Kuro had told me about. It's a beautiful day today, and the slight breeze blowing in the air is quite pleasant. The Symphonia Kingdom is a lush green country, and the prairie spread around the royal capital is really like a carpet of greenery. As I grew up in a city when I was on Earth, this kind of scenery is quite refreshing. Even though it's a prairie, the grass is low and it feels like a lawn, so it's easy to walk on and we can see the scenery clearly. Is there something over there? I wonder what that is. Finding something bouncing in the distance, I muttered to myself. It's hard to tell from a distance, but I guess it's about the size of a baseball. That is a slime. There's a lot of slimes living around here. Oh, so it's that slime, huh? It's not going to attack us, right? Seeing the slime, which is one of the most common monsters in games, made me a little nervous, but I was also worried that it might attack me. No, I suppose it won't come any closer. That already is because of Isis-san's magic power of death. But, don't worry. Slimes don't attack humans. That's why they weren't even being subjugated. I see, that's a relief then. They're docile and only consume water. And there were even many humans who keep them as pets. Now that she mentioned it, I feel like I've seen those slimes around the city. If there's a lot of people who keep them, should I try searching for them some other time? It seems comfortable to touch, looking like a jellyfish, so I'd like to try touching it. Fume. Come to think of it, I still haven't mentioned it to Isis-san, but I'm now keeping a pet. Really? A monster? Yes, a behemoth. Wouldn't that destroy Lilia's home? No. She's still a baby, but I guess she really would become really big, huh? I've heard from Alice that an adult behemoth can be over 100 meters tall, and even the baby Belle is quite large. However, I guess I'm still feeling skeptical that she can really grow to the size of a Caillou. I mean, she's already cute enough with her current size, so I hope she stays that way. Behemoth grows very slowly. It would take about 1,000 years for them to reach adulthood. It would still take that much time, huh? It will take 1,000 years to reach full growth and eventually exceed 100 meters tall, and with simple calculations, I guess she will grow about 10 meters in 100 years. If that's the case, I'm relieved. At least, for the time being, Belle will remain the cute fluffball she is now. Thank goodness. While chatting with Isis-san like that, we leisurely walked through the prairie, probably because of the influence of the magic power of death. But even though I could see the shadow of animals in the distance, but within a certain radius, at the very least, they will never come within 100 meters from us. But thanks to this, we can walk around looking at the scenery without worrying about monsters, so it's not all bad. I feel that this natural scenery with abundant greenery mysteriously calms my mind. How should I say this? It sure is tranquil, isn't it? It's not that we had a lively chat, but we did occasionally exchange words while walking. A quiet, but comfortable atmosphere like this, feeling like time is flowing slowly, isn't bad at all. In fact, I feel like I'm having a very luxurious time right now. I'm not sure if Isis-san also feels that way, but she seems to be enjoying herself, and when our eyes meet, she gently smiles at me. I haven't walked like this in a very long time. Come to think of it, Isis-san usually floats a bit in the air, don't you? But I sometimes walk like when I'm picking up mementos. Memento? After hearing Isis-san's words, I tilted my head and asked her back. Thereupon, she lightly smiled and responded. After I finished reading a book I like, I would pick up an item that appeared in it. I see, memento for an interesting book you found, huh? It's my hobby. That's a nice hobby. What kind of things have you collected so far? Collecting items from books that she liked is a very stylish hobby, typical of Isis-san. With her collecting mementos from the books she read, she will experience not only the fun in retrieving those items, she would also get to look at her collection later. Flowers, fruits, plushies. Hey Tilda, I could already imagine how cute it would be. I would really love to see Isis-san hugging a plushie. Flowers and such also suits the lovely Isis-san. Perhaps that blue crystal flower Isis-san had given me before may have been something she collected as a hobby. Chests, armors and helmets. Trees. I feel like things are heading in a strange direction here. No, I can still understand the chests, armors and helmets. However, how in the world is she gathering trees? They're just seedlings, right? She's talking about seedlings, right? There's no way she just uproots a fully grown tree, right? Also, a mountain. A mountain? Wait a moment. How the heck? I did my best. Wow, I didn't know that mountains actually are things that you can gather by doing your best. Like hell that was the case. Amazing. Even when she's this cute, I guess that's to be expected of someone among the 6 kings. She easily surpasses my common sense. I mean, what kind of books would lead her to the conclusion that she wants to retrieve a mountain? By the way, what kind of books were you reading when you retrieved that mountain? Life in the Mountains, a book written for mountaineers. It was a good book. I see. I think that book also featured some other small items that a person could realistically retrieve. I'll lend that book to you later. I'd like Kaito to read it too. And hear your thoughts about it. I suppose so. I'll borrow it then. I'm also wondering where she's storing that mountain. But well, if Isis-san is having fun, let's just not mind it. On a different note, when would be a great time for me to visit Isis-san's home? I'm fine with any day. Kaito coming already makes me happy. Then, we'll discuss the details of our schedule later. I think the time I'll visit Isis-san would also be the first time I visit the Demon Realm. But where in the Demon Realm is Isis-san's home? In the northern part of the Demon Realm, in a place called Land of Death. Land of Death? The name of that place sounds kinda disturbing, or rather, I don't think it's a very suitable place to live. No, wait. Come to think of it, I feel like Kronos-san mentioned the characteristics of the place Isis-san lives a while ago. I believe there are rare gems that could be mined there, right? Are there mines over there? There are mines there. Rather, there are only mines there. The land of death is reasonably large, but freezing all year round. And it snows a lot. The area is littered with mountains, and no living things live there. It really is almost exactly what I expected from the place's name. How can Isis-san live in such a... No, I see, it's because of her magic power of death. Isis-san is a kind person, so she chose to live in a place where no living beings lives, so as not to unnecessarily scare other living beings with her magic power of death. How should I say this? I've decided what I'll say here now. That sounds great. It didn't snow that much where I lived, so I didn't have much experience seeing such a snowy scene. I'm really looking forward to my visit. Really? If Kaito is looking forward to it, then I'm also happy. Yes, I can't wait to come visit your home. I want to go as soon as possible. If I had been anxious about visiting the land of death, Isis-san would have felt troubled and said that I didn't need to come visit her. In that case, what I should say here is that I'm looking forward to visiting Isis-san's home. This isn't really a lie though. I'm sure it will be fun hanging out together with Isis-san, and I'm also interested in the many books she has. Besides, if I don't think about the comfort of living in a place like that, a snowy landscape would be fantastic and beautiful. And thinking about visiting such a place makes me excited. Thanks to Shiro-san's blessing, it seems like my body could withstand the cold very well, so if I bring some warm clothes, I should be fine. I want to see Isis-san smiling. Holding such a thought in mind, I continued to chat with her, trying to keep the conversation as cheerful as possible. It should have only been an hour's walk, but as we were walking while chatting, it took us about an hour and 30 minutes to reach our destination. The hill. I've been a bit lacking in exercise lately, so I'm a bit tired, but Isis-san doesn't seem to be tired at all. I guess I'll start jogging again. We've arrived. This was a very nice view. Well, putting my feebleness aside, the view from the hill we arrived at was just as Kuro described it. In the wide and beautiful prairie, there is a small river that adds to the beauty of the scenery. Thinking it would be great to eat lunch here, I turned towards the nearby Isis-san, who was watching the view with a smile, and talked to her. Since it's already lunchtime, let's eat here. Lunch with Kaito. I'm glad. While being soothed by Isis-san's lovely smile, I took out a leisure sheet. Or rather, a large cloth from my magic box and laid it out on the ground. After picking up some stones that were lying nearby and placing them in the four corners, just to make sure it won't be rolled up by the wind, I took out the lunch box that I had prepared. Isis-san. I'll say this now in advance. I've tasted it and I think it's quite good. But if it doesn't fit your taste, I apologize. This bento was made by Kaito. Isis-san's eyes widened in surprise as she heard my words. Yes, the lunch I brought today was made by myself. Isn't the case? It was actually something I've made with the help of Sayaka-san and Illness-san. My cooking skills are, well, on the level of a slightly good amateur. However, with the help of my two great teachers, Sayaka-san and Illness-san, I think I did quite well. Furthermore, the existence of the useful item magic boxes held quite the significant role. After all, thanks to the fact that the food in it doesn't deteriorate, I was able to spend a lot of time preparing it the day before. Though I say that, I haven't been able to make anything too difficult. It's all just standard stuff, like sandwiches, eggs, and meatballs. Even so, I still found it quite difficult and I failed a few times. Cooking really is deep. No, seriously. I thought making a sandwich would be one of the easiest things in the world, but when I actually tried to make a beautiful one, it was surprisingly difficult. I'm really glad I challenged cooking the day before. Yes, well, I had a lot of help from my friends, but I managed. Thank you. I'm glad. Really glad. When I see the expression on Isis-san's face, which shows that she's truly happy, I feel that the hardship of making a lunchbox is nothing to worry about. When I spread out the bento I brought, a bright smile appeared on Isis-san's face. Amazing. Kaito's good at cooking. Amazing. It's because I have great teachers. Even though she hadn't even eaten it yet, she gave me praises without restraint, so I was a little embarrassed, but I continued speaking. Anyhow, let's eat. As if following my words, Isis-san reached out for the sandwich first. As expected though, I was still curious about Isis-san's reaction, so I didn't try anything yet and just stared at Isis-san. It's not a very big sandwich for me, but she was holding it in both hands, eating it with her small mouth. She looked so cute, just like a squirrel munching on her meal, but I was more concerned about what she thought of it. I wonder how she thinks of it. I wouldn't say it's perfect, but I think it's adequate. The question here is whether it will suit Isis-san's taste. Now, how is it? It's delicious. Among all the food I ate, it was the tastiest. Ahaha, as expected, that would be an exaggeration. No, Kaito made this for me. That's why. It's the tastiest in the world. Thank you. Her praise was even far greater than I imagined. Rather, if she tells me she likes it that straightforwardly, I will feel embarrassed. I'm pretty sure my face is all red now. It's been a while since I've eaten anything. Really? Then, you usually don't consume anything? I occasionally drink tea. But that's about it. I've heard from Kuro that some high-ranking demons don't need to eat or sleep at all. Just like Kuro, Isis-san probably doesn't need to eat, and consuming food is just a matter of preference. Well, putting that aside, I suppose this would be a good time, so I'll tell her. Isis-san. Once again, thank you for coming today. I'm the one who should thank you for today, right? Hearing my words of gratitude, Isis-san tilted her head with a curious expression on her face. Each of her gestures are just too cute. While I was a little flustered by such an Isis-san, I began to explain why we chose this place for our picnic. No, that isn't the case. Isis-san, this place has a very nice view. Don't you think? It was a beautiful and nice place. However, this place actually isn't very popular. Really? Yes. I heard that there are so many monsters here that it's impossible to have a picnic here in normal circumstances. But thanks to Isis-san's magic power of death, we're able to relax like this! Isis-san, who seemed to have understood what I was trying to say, opened her eyes wide and had an astonished expression on her face. Yes, the place I visited with Isis-san this time was a place Kuro told me about when I asked her if there was a beautiful place, but had a lot of monsters. As for the reason why I took the trouble to search for such a place, I think that is already conveyed to Isis-san. That's why I'm able to eat lunch while looking at this beautiful scenery thanks to Isis-san. That's why, thank you. With a bright smile on my face, I thanked her once again. Thereupon, Isis-san's shoulders shook a bit, a few tears leaked out her eyes. My magic power of death is useful for Kaito. In the past, Isis-san often held various thoughts within her heart, asking me if she wasn't troubling me. For Isis-san, her magic power of death was a complex of hers, thinking that it was an ability that could only hurt others. That's why I chose this place. Of course, it's because of Isis-san's presence that we've been able to monopolize such a wonderful place like this. Kaito, thank you. I'm glad. Really glad. Isis-san, wait. After muttering so, seemingly overcome with emotion, Isis-san hugged me. As soon as her pleasant scent drifted in the air, I could feel her soft touch wrapping around my body. Kaito, I love you, I really love you. The words that she muttered to me with her face against my chest were so destructive that I felt a blush immediately rising up my cheeks. After a while, Isis-san calmed down and let go of my body, and we resumed our interrupted lunch, but it turned out to be a little troublesome. No, I'm glad to see that Isis-san seems to be having fun, but I'm a little nervous, so I can't seem to get a good conversation going. I wonder if there's anything Isis-san and I have in common that's easy to talk about in this situation. That's right. I'll ask her about that. Isis-san, can I ask you something? What is it? It's about the Phantasmal King. About Shinta. I chose to talk about the Phantasmal King, No Face, who I've been hearing a lot about lately. In the past, I've had the opportunity to hear about the Phantasmal King from 4 people, Kronos-san, Lilywood-san, Kuro and Chris-san. However, my impression of her changes depending on who described her. So, I was curious to see what Isis-san would have to say about the Phantasmal King, so I asked her about it. It seems that Isis-san knows the real name of the Phantasmal King just like Kuro, so she might be a very close friend of hers. Yes, from how Isis-san sees her, what kind of person is this Shiltia-san? Shiltia is very smart. For every one thing I could think of, Shiltia probably already thought of 100 things. She's an intelligent person, huh? She knows a lot of things. But she doesn't talk much about herself. And sometimes she had this very cold look in her eyes. Her description of her is also different from the previous ones. If I only consider the words Isis-san just said, I get the impression that she's intelligent and cool. Even though she's smiling, it feels as if the smile doesn't come from her heart. I just don't know what Shiltia is thinking. Couldn't it be that she's just a person of few words? No, she talks a lot, but she wouldn't talk about important things. She sometimes visits my home, but I don't know where she usually is. If I'm not mistaken, she's a master of disguise magic, right? Moreover, her recognition inhibition magic is amazing. That even I can't see through it unless she directs hostility towards me. In other words, even Isis-san, who is also a member of the Six Kings, has difficulty finding the disguised and concealed Phantasmal King. How should I say this? I feel like I've caught the attention of a really troublesome opponent. Is Kaito also acquainted with Shiltia? No, I haven't met her yet. However, Kuro said that this Shiltia praised me, so I was wondering what kind of person she is. Shiltia praising someone is rare. As I thought, Kaito is amazing. Well, how should I say this? I'd like to meet her once if I get the chance. Shiltia can be cold, but she's also cheerful and fun. I think Kaito would get along with her. There are still many things I don't know about Phantasmal King Sama, but Isis-san, at least, doesn't seem to have a bad impression of her. It's not that I don't find her existence creepy, but indeed, if we could get along, I guess that would be good. After we finished lunch, Isis-san and I sat down side by side to enjoy the scenery while taking a leisurely break from eating. The hills with the pleasant breeze were really nice, and sitting here makes me feel really relaxed. I wanted to stay like this for a long time, but there was one more thing I wanted to do with Isis-san, so even though I felt rather reluctant to leave my comfortable seat, I got up and spoke. Isis-san, I've actually brought an item like this, but should we do it together? That is? It's a tool for making bubbles, I suppose. It's a nostalgic toy that I found at Alice's general store. I thought it would look good in a place with a nice view, so I bought it. Bubbles. I knew they existed, but I've never tried making them. What should I do? It's easy. You just dip this in this bottle, and blow it like this. Beautiful. First of all, I'm going to demonstrate how to make bubbles with a straw-type tool. Having a little bit of wind blowing was nice, as the bubbles were spreading out nicely. It's been a while since I've played with these, but looking at them like this makes me feel really elated. Handing the same tool over to Isis-san, she too makes bubbles just like I did. Fufu. I also made some. They're flying beautifully. Well, they're just like this. It might be a little childish, but this is also nice, don't you think? By the way, if you use this tool instead, you can also do this. Amazing. Big bubbles. The trick to making them is, sorry, it popped. Fufu. Seeing Isis-san laughing happily, a laugh also spilled out of my mouth. That's right. I wanted to see her like this. Isis-san is so beautiful and cute, and even though she still looked wonderful no matter what expression she had, I think that a smile looks best on her face. When I see Isis-san smiling innocently at the bubbles, it makes me feel happy too. I want to protect Isis-san's smile. It might be a bit exaggerated to say that. However, the fact that I want her to keep smiling isn't a lie. Just like that, until we were satisfied, Isis-san and I continued to play like children under the clear blue sky. The 15th day of the water month. Belle, who has been allowed to live in Lilia-san's mansion, has gotten used to her life, and has become quite friendly with the servants. And now, I'm headed to Alice's miscellaneous goods store, where I've been going more and more lately. Normally, one would think that having won so much money before, I wouldn't have to worry about her for the time being, but It's Alice we're talking about here. If I took my eyes off her for a second, before I knew it, she would probably have gambled all her money, and I'm afraid something may have happened to her. Continuing down the street, when I get down to a slightly larger street, a strange feeling of discomfort appears. It's like I walked through a thin membrane. It's hard to explain, but that's the feeling I got. Tilting my head and moving my gaze to the surroundings, I found nothing in particular and the road was quiet, so I decided to proceed walking despite the feeling of discomfort. It's not long before I came to the street where Alice's general store is, and the sense of discomfort became more intense. I didn't pass anyone at this time of the day on this street. Even though this path is a side street, this area would normally be bustling with people setting up shops. It was clearly unusual how there was no one in this place. Come to think of it, I think something like this happened when I first met Fate-san. As I looked around, feeling uneasy, I saw 3 shadows approaching from the direction I'm walking to. Around the end of the road, a woman with long red hair and a large spear that surpasses her height, and a woman with a face exactly like the other woman, except for her short hair and huge shield. Are they twins? There's also a blue-haired man with a sword that resembles a Japanese katana behind them. I have a really bad feeling about them. My sympathy magic is telling me their emotions. This sickening feeling of hostility being directed at me. The 3 of them walk up to me and after stopping a few meters away from me, the twins step forward. The name's Ita. The name's Theta. We're the envoys of the War King, Megiddo-sama! The woman with the big spear called herself Ita, while the woman with the big shield called herself Theta. War King's envoys. Does that mean these 3 are demons? I wonder why. I just have a bad feeling around them. At least it doesn't sound good, considering what I've heard so far about the War King. Megiddo-sama has decreed that he will see you. You will have to follow us. I knew it was that kind of talk. I'm pretty sure Kuro had said that the War King wasn't someone I could talk to very well. Feeling the cold sweat running down my back, I quietly sent a question to the twin women. What if I say I don't want to? Don't get us wrong. Your opinions aren't something we need. Wow. As soon as she said it, the woman with the large spear at the ready, Ito approaches me in a straight line and thrusts her huge spear. It's a fast and sharp thrust, a blow that I can't dodge, but before it can reach me, the shadow of a person flew out from behind me. Sayaka-san? To be honest, I didn't immediately understand what was going on. I didn't know what Sayaka-san was here, nor did I even catch the moment that the big spear and her twin swords intersected. The only thing I could clearly understand was that with that loud sound, Sayaka-san's twin swords shattered and her body was slammed into a nearby wall. Seeing this unbelievable scene, I immediately ran to the fallen Sayaka-san's side. Sayaka-san seems to have sustained quite a lot of damage, and while shaking her body, she looks at me, moving her mouth only to say run away. I didn't fully understand how tremendous that strike of the woman with the big spear Ito is, but the area near the roof of the building that Sayaka-san had burst a hole in was around a meter of radius. How surprising, for you to have such splendid ability. At the moment of the intersection, you saw that it was impossible to offset it and deflected that blow instead. I thought I heard Theta's mutter very clearly. Sayaka-san told me to run away, but perhaps. No, it's definitely not possible for me to escape from Theta and the others. The only combat magic I can use is auto counter. But that magic doesn't really increase my power levels. I can't avoid an attack I can't even see, and of course, it would be impossible to escape from someone moving that fast. I feel anger boiling within my guts for having Sayaka-san get hurt. But there's nothing I can do. Realizing my own helplessness, I stand in front of Sayaka-san to protect her. I'm the one they're after. I don't think I can talk to someone who suddenly attacks me. But I can't afford to let Sayaka-san get hurt any further. So I'll just have to go along with them. Theta, what do you think? We just have to make sure he's alive. Let's cut off his limbs so that he can't escape. Yeah, let's do that. With the girl with the big shield, Theta's words, Ita holds her spear towards me again. That attack's coming again. But for some reason, at the moment when that spear would lunge again, Ita and Theta leapt backwards, and immediately afterwards, 3 sharp lines appeared at the ground they were standing at just a moment ago. Who the heck are you? You're going to hurt Master? That means you're asking to be torn apart. Along with the sound of heavy footsteps echoing through the air, A familiar figure clad in military-style uniform stood in front of me, her black fur cloak flapping with the wind. Anima, I'm sorry I'm late. This unworthy Anima finished her duty and returned. It was Anima, who I had asked to join Rig Foshio's guard unit and was temporarily separated from me. Anima, we still haven't arranged to pick you up yet, so how did you get here? Just the other day, they finished reorganizing the guard force, so I immediately ran to Master's side. You ran? From Rig Foshio to here? There should have been 3 mountains around that area though. I see. While I'm surprised by Anima's outrageous statement, Ito and Theta look at Anima with a slightly sharper expression than before. A beastman, Ita, this one's strong. Yeah, I could see that. However, I don't see a problem with the 2 of us fighting her alone. What? Even with Anima as their opponent, Ito and Theta had a somewhat carefree expression on their faces, as if they knew they would win with the 2 of them against 1. However, their expressions drastically changed when they saw huge flames attack them immediately afterwards, and they quickly split off to the left and right, avoiding the flames' reach. Those flames that flew from behind me. There's only one person behind me right now, so the one who released them is definitely. Looking back to it, it was quite foolish of me to fuss about it. However, why can't I just throw it away? It was a dignified, yet somehow, a gentle and warm voice. I heard footsteps and a shadow quietly stood in front of me. Her short hair grew to her shoulders and the atmosphere she had around her was somewhat different. But there's no way I could mistake the appearance of her back for anyone else. The swords with only hilts left in her hands. Her flickering crimson flames that held the shape of the blades, and in the light of that flame, even her red hair seems to sway like raging flames. However, if it's to protect you, I will throw away this foolish obsessiveness I've been holding onto for so long. Sayag-san, could it be? Yes, I used the fruit of the world tree, after Sayag-san told me with her beautiful voice. She looked straight at Ito and Theta. Sayag-san's change wasn't only that her hair grew back and her voice returned, the magic power she was clad in was also clearly larger. No, rather than saying it had become larger, it would probably be more accurate to express it as it had returned to how it originally is. Sayag-san then walked up to Anima's side, holding her twin swords made of fire. I will also be fighting with you. You also probably aren't in your tip-top shape. Moreover, the person we want to protect, the person we must protect, is the same. You. What did you say your name was? Sieglind. I see. Sieglind Dono. Thank you for your help. Let's fight together. Yes. After the calm before the storm passes, each of the confronting people began to move. The first one to move, Anima, dashes and closes in on Ito and Theta, who scattered to the left and right, in which she opted to attack the big shield-wielding Theta who was nearby. Anima has combat power comparable to that of a Viscount rank demon, and although she's currently quite fatigued because she's been running tirelessly, she still has a head start in the group. In response to Anima who had her fists raised while fiercely running to her, Theta held her ground and held up her large shield against Anima. Anima slams her fist into the shield held up like a wall in front of her without hesitation. The strike of the former Black Bear and she who holds overwhelming strength, Anima, managed to push Theta away even when her attack was blocked with her shield, but the one who got knocked down on her knee is Anima. Anima. That was. Kaito looked flustered as he called out her name, but Anima just stayed on her knees with a puzzled expression on her face. How does it feel to receive your own attack? My own attack, you say? Yes, my shield will return the same impact to my opponent that it receives. I see. That impact just now was reflection magic. It seems that Theta is proficient in defensive magic, and her main method of attack was counters. For Anima, who mainly uses close-range physical attacks, she was truly the worst enemy she could have met. You are indeed strong. I think your offensive and defensive abilities are far superior to mine. My attacks may not be able to do any damage. However, it's different if it's your own attack. You think you can just get around and go through the shield quickly? It's no use. You're slow, I'm faster than you. And there would be no way you can get around my shield. And looking at you, you don't seem to be very good at magic. You have no way of getting through my defense. While Theta indifferently said that with a composed expression on her face, Anima's face lowers slightly while she's kneeling down. She understands the hopelessness of her situation, is what Theta thought, but contrary to that, Anima's mouth had a vicious smile on it. Foo foo fa foo. Ha 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 ha. Wow. Anima gets up laughing and slams her fist into Theta's large shield without any hesitation at all. Naturally, an impact with the same strength she used returned back to her and damaged her, but Anima swung her fist again, as if she doesn't care about it at all. Go around? Slip through your guard. Stop speaking stupid things. Huh? Are you an idiot? No matter how much you attack, it's useless. The strength of my shield is. I don't care. You. This brute strength, unleashing heavy blows. The impact of Anima's fists continuously swung and pushed Theta backwards. Unfortunately, I don't know how to fight other than smashing things apart. Return the same impact as it has received. In other words, it doesn't invalidate my attacks, right? Then, I'll just strike until it shatters. The fists that Anima swings slammed deeper and heavier with each blow, gaining more power with each succeeding strikes. The impact was so great that the shield finally began to scream and small cracks began to appear. The returned impact also accumulated, and blood was flowing from Anima's mouth. But instead of loosening up, her fists didn't loosen up and become more and more severe. What the heck is with this person? She's too much of an idiot. As if she's just a wild beast. Roaring like a fierce beast, Anima slammed her heaviest, sharpest fist ever struck. And finally, the big shield shatters. While Theta's eyes widen in astonishment, Anima reaches out without stopping at all and grabs Theta's collars. What is with her brute strength? She didn't even twitch. After easily lifting Theta with one hand, Anima slams her to the ground. With the tremendous impact she felt from her back, Theta had an expression of anguish on her face, and before long, it gradually turned into one of fear. Sharp eyes looking down on her. The moment she saw them, Theta completely understood. This beast isn't going to loosen up on her at all. She would just swing her fist without any hesitation until she was unable to fight herself. It was exactly the despair she had been trying to inflict on Anima earlier. There was no longer any way to escape. What's in front of her is a predator, and she's just a prey. The moment she realized that fear, the ferocious beast swung its fist down. Damn you! Stop moving around. At the same time as the battle between Anima and Theta, Ito and Sieglind were also engaged in a fierce battle. Contrary to the battle between Anima and Theta, it was Ito who overwhelmingly surpassed the other in terms of physical ability, and the powerful attacks released from the large spear were so powerful they could render Sieglind unable to fight with a single blow. However, among those powerful attacks, not a single strike reached Sieglind. It's like you're a different person than the one I clashed with in the first attack. You've been hiding your power. I wasn't hiding it. I lost it. Sieglind quietly said, white catching the large spear swung to the side lull with her twin swords held upwards. Lily, I have hidden it to my friends, but my body was more battered than it looked. The most serious injury I received was in my throat, but the rest of my body was torn up too. Up until now, even in normal times, I had been able to deceive them by using body-enhancing magic even in times of peace. It really is as the rumors say. No, it's even better than what the rumors say. My whole body truly is completely healed. Thanks to this, it's like I'm now in my prime. No, even better than my prime. I'm grateful that my body works the way I imagine it does in my head. Don't make light of me. Her fast thrusts released in frustration were easily swept away and deflected to Sieglind's left. There has been a repetition of this for a while now. Thrusts, cleaves, swings. Ito unleashed a variety of attacks, but Sieglind just warded all them off. Why won't it hit? I have far more power and speed. However, you're unskillful. Wow, you're certainly much more physically gifted than I am. However, you became conceited with that gift of yours and poorly honed your attacks. With that skill of yours, your blade can't reach me. Yes, the current situation was due to that one point. Although Ito is overwhelmingly superior in terms of physical ability, Sieglind is far superior in terms of skill, honed and polished over a long period of time in actual combat. Her technique that can be described as graceful and refined, comes from an overwhelming amount of training and experience. Sieglind has far overwhelmed her in terms of skill. Indeed, I must admit that your skills are impressive. However, you'll never defeat me just by simply warding off my attacks. In the first place, Your attacks can't even deal any damage to me. 10 and 8. It's about time, huh? What? Ita understood that Sieglind's skills far surpassed her own. However, if Ita outperforms her physically and moves the battle into a fight of endurance where no decisive strikes will be dealt with, she will definitely win. Just as Ita was thinking about that and telling her opponent about it, Sieglind swung her sword sharply for the first time at the spear held by Ita. Wow, this is impossible. Be that as it may, she just used enough power to catch the strike. That's also what Ita thought, as she tried to catch her sword with her big spear. But when the flaming sword Sieglind wielded struck the big spear shattered into pieces. What in the world just happened? It's a good spear, isn't it? Even though I've already piled up 10 stacks, it just barely broke to pieces. I'm fking asking you what happened? In response to Ita, who completely lost her composure and shouted such, Sieglind calmly answered, Ever since I realized how powerless I was, I've sealed the magic I was best at in order to learn. Your specialty is magic? Sieglind calmly tells Ita, who completely lost her composure and shouted. Yes, Sieglind had once dared not to fight the way she did best since the attack on the 2nd Division. To become stronger. But now, she was in a situation where the safety of someone dear to her was at stake, and she would use everything she could for his sake. The magic I am most skilled at is endowment magic. Every time I warded off your attacks, I used a spell that increases the impact your spear receives, and I had just invoked it. FCK. If you see that you're at a disadvantage, you should take a step back. It may be the basics, but it's exactly because it's the basics, that's why you should have thought that I could predict what you'll do. Wow. Seeing that she's at a disadvantage, Ita quickly leapt away and tried to get away from Sieglind. However, Sieglind seemed to have predicted she would do that and threw one of her twin swords at the fleeing Ita. 8-fold acceleration endowment. Activate. Wow. The flaming sword that flew from Sieglind's hand rapidly accelerated in the air, turning into the red flash that pierced Ita. I missed the vital point. With your strength, it won't kill you. After muttering that, Sieg swung her other flaming sword and extinguished the flames that had replaced its blade. In Ita and Sieglind's battle, it only ended with one conclusion, with Sieglind, who is inferior in physical abilities, winning unscathed. Honestly, I could hardly see what happened. But when I saw Ita falling to the ground and Theta, who was slumping towards the ground, all I could see clearly was that Sieg-san and Anima had won. Wait, Anima, stop already. I hurriedly stopped Anima, who was about to continue slamming her fist into Theta, who has already lost consciousness. As for Theta, she already looks really miserable. Is she still alive? Anima stops her fist following my instructions and walks up to me along with Sieg-san, before taking up their stances again. Neither of them have relaxed their vigilance at all. So it's probably because there's still the blue-haired man left. In the end, even after Ita and Theta were defeated, that guy didn't interfere at all. Good gracious, I watched in silence as Bacchus-sama insisted on giving experience to the underlings, but what a pathetic display it was. The blue-haired man, who has been silent all this time, turns his sharp gaze towards me after muttering that as if he's about to throw up, to tarnish Walking-sama's name. It can't be helped. I guess I'll have to clean up for these fools. Saying that, the blue-haired man takes a step forward, slowly looking towards us before opening his mouth. My name is Sigma, a Baron level, high-ranking demon! Exclamation mark. I had expected it, but when I heard the words Baron level, high-ranking demon, I was shocked. It would be bad if they were to fight a powerful demon now. Anima has injuries all over her body, and Sieg-san may look composed. I could see her shoulder going up and down, showing her fatigue. It's not that Ita and Theta weren't weak by any means either, as even though they were quickly settled, I don't think they're in very good shape. Feeling the cold sweat running down my back again, Sigma drops down his back and takes an Iaido-like stance. I hope your head doesn't get bigger just because you defeated those fools fumbling around on the ground. After all, those two are just underlings. They're not even a bit close to my power. Now then, enough talk. Here I go. Stop tilde right the tilde. That's enough. Just as Sigma was about to dash our way. In that evidently explosive situation, a completely out-of-place voice resounded around us. As if led by that voice, I moved my gaze to a nearby building. The heavens call. The earth cries out. The crowds roar, all calling on me to protect my regulars. To you. The strange object that jumps off the roof and lands in front of us looks very familiar. Envoy of love and justice. The helping beauty riddled in mystery. Magical lovely Monsieur. Alice Chan has arrived. Shwing tilde the stuffed cat made a pose. There's only one such bizarre person I know. This is, how should I say this? I'd like a change. There's no change. You know, no returning of goods. Nor is there a cool-down time for you to get any change. It's the merchant unreasonably filled with vices. After the attack by the War King's envoys that suddenly appeared, Sieg and Anima defeated E2 and Theta, and Sigma, a Baron-level high-ranked demon, started to break his silence. And then, the ultimate idiot appeared as our help and stopped him. Is there any other helper out there who could help me instead? Isn't your treatment of me too bad? Don't send Tsukumis to my inner monologue, idiot. Anyway, I'm grateful that Alice came to our rescue. It's only my guess based on her actions so far, but I think she's pretty strong. Now then, where's Kaito-san's enemy? You don't even know what's going on here? No, I don't. T tilde. To be honest, I was already over the waiting when the furry made her entrance. But when I was thinking of a cool way to make my entrance, I was surprised to see the whole situation change. I don't know if we can really rely on this woman. Still in her stuffed costume, Alice looked around, and when she noticed Sigma's presence, she tilted her head. No, she tilted her whole body. Kaito-san, isn't that a high-ranked demon? He's apparently a Baron-level high-ranked demon. Ah. Is that so? A Baron level, huh? Then I'm relieved. The clown over there, what the heck are you trying to say? Hearing Alice's words, she said in a dopey tone while popping her stuffed costume's large hands together, Sigma's expression changes to one of clear displeasure. I mean, Alice, he just met you and he immediately calls you a clown. No. Look, a high-ranked demon about the contract would really be monsters, so it would be a tough fight is what I thought. But I'm glad that I'm just fighting a weakling. Are you mocking me? Hearing Alice's carefree words, a vein popped out on Sigma's forehead. Even so, he still doesn't immediately slash our way? Is it because of his pride as a warrior, or is it because Alice isn't in any stance yet? Against such a Sigma, Alice leisurely turned around and took a step forward, and crumbled on her knees. Alice? What? Did something happen? I can't really see any of their attacks, so I wouldn't know if he attacked already. Why are my old wounds, at a time like this? Old wounds? I thought she had been hit by an invisible, swift attack, but apparently, that's not the case. Still lying on the ground, Alice puts her hand out to the size and makes a sphere the size of a baseball appear. At a time like this. If only I could have sold this newest portable illumination magic tool for 1000 I could easily defeat that guy. SHT. I can't believe I had to watch you get beaten up, Kaito-san. This f-king bitch. She knows exactly what was going on, but she's still messing around. I silently approached Alice, took the magic tool from her hand and placed a silver coin in its stead. Thereupon, Alice stood up as if nothing had happened. I won't allow you to hurt Kaito-san, even if the gods themselves allow it. I won't allow it. Come at me, you servant. Error. Alice came here to rescue me, right? But what is this budding feeling of mine? This feeling of wanting to smack her in the head with all my might. Are you finished with your farce? Well then. Die. Wow. At that moment, Sigma had already approached right in front of Alice in an instant. Thereupon, a high-speed strike released from his Iaido stance cut Alice's body in half diagonally from below. Alice? Alex C-E-E. Seeing that, I reflexively shouted. But for some reason, another voice shouted along from beside me as well. How could this be, for that Alice to be easily defeated? This is the appearance of an incredibly powerful enemy. Kaito-san, ouch. What the heck are you doing there? Before I knew it, Alice had taken off her costume and was beside me in her opera mask, messing around as if it's obvious, so I struck my fist on her head. Alice rubbed her head and opened her mouth in a somewhat dumbfounded manner. But that guy was so slow. I was bored of waiting until he finally came over here, so I went around and joined the spectators' side for a bit. I'm slow? Now you said it, clown. That's right, I'm a clown after all, and I can't get excited without any fanfares. While muttering to Sigma, who has clearly become more irritated and regained his stance. Alice takes out a pocket watch from her pocket while still looking carefree. 3, 2. You, what in the world are you? Wow! Immediately after Sigma dubiously looked at her bizarre action, the remnants of the stuffed costume lying at Sigma's feet flashed with light. 1. Boom! Exclamation mark. Thereupon, after a thunderous sound resounded, a flash of light engulfed Sigma's body. F-king clown! You and your little tricks! Sigma shouts evasively as he dispels the smoke caused by the explosion. And then, a few knives come flying in his direction, cleaving through the smoke. TSK. However, Sigma is a Baron-ranked demon, quickly knocking away the knives that flew at him. A moment after he was about to move away from the smoke, knocking away all the knives sent his way, Sigma heard a small wind noise and moved his sword on the back of his head. Oi I was blocked Don't look down on me. Sigma moves away from the smoke, knocking down the knife swung away from his blind spot and keeping Alice in check as her blades return back to her. I can't feel this clown's presence at all. A stealth fighter? It would be bad to fight her while visibility is poor. Even though he responded in a relaxed tone, Sigma immediately changed her perception of Alice and raised his guard a step higher. Towards such a Sigma, Alice approaches her from the front without any tricks, unlike she did before. Got you, Wother. What? As Sigma swings his sword in a sideways calm toward the fast, but filled with openings, he charges towards Alice, which she avoids by sinking her body low down on the ground. She then flips her body around with one hand on the ground, and from that position, she unleashes a kick at Sigma's face. It's a very tricky move, but Sigma anticipated the trajectory of her kick and quickly avoided it. But just as he was about to do so, a knife planted on Alice's shoes popped out! Exclamation mark. Fire you tilde. Even this attack only made a scratch. You have a great reaction time. Even the strike with her hidden knife didn't result in a direct hit, and Alice quickly rotated her body to regain her stance and stepped away from him. With Sigma's physical ability, it was possible to chase after her. But Sigma didn't choose to do so, and instead stood there and sharply stared at Alice. You're quite a versatile fellow. Why, thank you. Sigma was measuring Alice's strength in that exchange just now. She's precisely aiming at my vitals. Moreover, it looked really polished. An assassin? Her speed was fast, but her power, not so much. An opponent which was light on her body and could unleash tricky attacks. I have a clear understanding of your power already. I see, you are indeed very fast for a human. But you are no match for me. The next exchange will be your death. You don't sound convincing with that cut on your face. Or rather, you're just like a fool. You. Fine. This is the end of the needless talk. The speed that you're so confident of shows your limits as a human. Let me show you the fastest slash. With that said, Sigma deeply leans down his body, and takes an Iaido stance while boosting himself with his magic power. A super-fast strike released from the physical ability of a Baron-level high-ranked demon, a strike that is far beyond the level of human perception anymore. That's what Sigma thought would settle this matter. And then, the distance of about 5 paces was closed down in an instant, and a strike that would reap away Alice's life didn't happen. Did I even say that was my top speed? Yes. When Sigma was about to move to attack, Alice had already landed in front of Sigma and stomped on the hilt of his sword. This time, Alice leisurely swings the knife in her hand against Sigma, who looked at her, astonished. SHT. Was it too shallow? Sigma leaps backwards to dodge the slash aiming for his neck, but he can't completely avoid it, and blood flows from his neck. Your premise is wrong to begin with. It's true that humans are inferior to most demons in terms of physical ability if you just look at them as a race. However, that doesn't mean that there are no humans who can defeat demons. As Alice speaks as she flippantly laughs at him, Sieglind, who was watching this situation, which looks like she's completely overpowering this Baron-level high-ranked demon with Kaito from a distance, opens her mouth in astonishment. How strong, Siag-san, is that magic? Yes, it's probably magic that only increases her speed to the limit. But at such a tremendous speed, it shouldn't be possible to control it with the kinetic vision of the humans. But just now, Alice. Yes, I can't believe it. She's probably stronger than Lili. She's clearly beyond the limits of humanity. Alice's combat prowess was unbelievable, even to Sieglind, who had a large amount of experience as a warrior. From the tip of his astonished gaze, Alice quietly muttered to Sigma. There sure are lots of your kind among the high-ranking demons that have this so-called peerage ranks. People like you who are overconfident in their own abilities, who never doubted that their own ability would be surpassed by a human. Makes a really good prey. Indeed, I need to change my perception of you. You are strong. Anyone who can't keep their head straight would be no match for you. That's right, Tilda. However, you talked too much. And now, I've finally calmed myself down. It could be said that Sigma had been caught off guard because he thought of Alice as an inferior opponent just now. And that last exchange and Alice's words helped him regain his composure. Considering the point of pure combat power, Alice was originally greatly inferior to Sigma except for her speed. If a solid attack was made on her while he remains calm and alert, it would be difficult for her to win. However, hearing Sigma's words, Alice doesn't seem to be flustered at all, as a smile appears on her mouth. There's no problem. It's already over after all. What did you say? Since we're at it, how about I tell you what they call me over there? While saying that, Alice throws the knife on her feet. Thereupon, Sigma's feet, the shadows under them turned into countless spear-like shapes and skewered Sigma's body. Shadow edge. Well, you don't really have to remember it. As the skewered Sigma falls down on the ground, she turns away while muttering with disinterest. Her opponent's a Baron-level high-ranked demon. He should be one of the high ranks in the demon realm, but in the end, Alice held the pace from start to finish, and he was defeated without being able to make a single move. Well, Tilda, that was quite a formidable opponent. You were actually amazing, huh, Alice? Eh? What's with that? It kinda feels like you're really surprised though. What did you even think of me all these times? Just an idiot. Kaito-san, aren't you just being too harsh on me? In the end, seeing Alice's overwhelming victory, I was surprised and called out to her. But Alice was just like usual. That guy, is he dead? No. I made sure that I wouldn't hit his vitals. Otherwise, I'm sure Kaito-san will be angry at me. Tilda. Hearing the words she said with a smile, I let out a sigh of relief. It may seem like a naive idea to do for people who came to attack us, but as expected, I don't like seeing someone die. Well, we just need to find out why they suddenly attacked Kaito-san. Alice? Kaito-san, is it alright for me to go home after all? As expected, I can't beat that one. Eh? Alice's expression, which had seemed carefree until now, disappeared, and I could even see a streak of sweat on her forehead. Feeling uneasy about her unusual appearance, I moved my gaze in the direction Alice was looking at. Then, from the end of the road, there was someone walking slowly towards us. A huge old man who must be well over 2 meters tall, wearing heavy-looking armor. He had a huge axe in his hand, which combined with the sound of his clanging armor, gave off an intense sense of intimidation towards us. Geez, I even told them not to rush in acquiring achievements and not to misread Majito-sama's will. No way. Could he be the Iron Blood Bacchus? Seeing the old man whose calm voice shows his deep experience, Siak-san mutters while trembling. Iron Blood Bacchus. Looking at Alice and Siak-san's reactions, I could understand that he will be a tremendous opponent. Perhaps sensing my doubts who this old man is, Alice nervously answered. There are 5 count-level, high-ranked demons serving War King Sama, and each of War King Sama's 5 generals, to put it bluntly, were monsters. So they're dangerous opponents, huh? They're not just dangerous. High-ranking demons from the count level and above them were truly exceptional. They have the power to wipe out an entire city! A person who is so powerful that he could even wipe out an entire city. No matter how I think of it, he's a dangerous person. Within that atmosphere filled with heavy tension, Bacchus turns to me with a wry smile on his face. Mama Kaito, I'm sorry, my subordinates were rude to you. Good gracious, it's troubling how youngsters these days are hot-blooded. On behalf of my subordinates, please accept my apology. No. Seeing him not looking particularly dangerous at all, I hurriedly nodded at Bacchus's words, who spoke to me as if we were just making small talk. Geez, no matter how many barriers there are that can block Death King Sama and World King Sama's detection, if they harm you, they will be killed afterwards, but they don't know that. I should have warned them a bit more. However, well, the fact that it happened can't be helped. I know that it's our side's fault because they did as they pleased, but I'm sorry, I can't just go back after having my subordinates be defeated! Magic power like surging winds released from Bacchus's body as he slowly muttered, "I'm sorry, shall I have you fight against me as well?" Warriors of humanity. Kaito-san, this is bad. There's no way we can win. Can't you somehow use your lucky power to call for a super powerful reinforcement or anyone like that? If I could do that, I would have done it by now. Seeing Bacchus, who is easily holding that large axe, Alice sounds flustered, while Sayaka-san and Anima stiffened because of nervousness. The other party is an existence that is so powerful that it can wipe out a city. There's no way we could do anything against him. And although I wasn't conscious of my actions, before I knew it, I had stepped in front of the three of them, protecting them behind my back. I'm not sure I could ever come up with anything to defeat him. But I didn't want the three of them to get hurt. However, seeing my actions, Bacchus looked somewhat impressed. I thought you were just some youngster, but for you to still advance before my magic power, you have quite the spunk in you, And, it is as you perceived. I would certainly be troubled if you were to stand before me. I didn't know what he was talking about. I didn't come forward because I had such ideas, but Bacchus was telling me that he would be troubled. And that I had perceived something. Mejido-sama told me to bring you to him. But he hasn't told me that I may harm you. If I harm you, and do something against Mejido-sama's will, I will be killed. That is to say, I can't attack you. However, if I were to follow his will, it will be fine for me to attack anyone aside from you. Good grief, it's quite tough being old, but I guess I'll have to be nimble and quickly slip through you! I thought I had seen a ray of hope, but that doesn't seem to be the case, as Bacchus carefully walked towards us. The other party is a count-level demon. He's probably much faster than that Sigma earlier. I can't see any carelessness or openings at all. There's really nothing I can do about him. Everyone, run. I will have to decline, even though it's Master's order. That's something I won't follow. Then, good work out there. No, it's a lie. I will stay. Yes. I was ready to give up and be taken to Walking-sama, and just let the three of them run away, but they refused. No, there was that one who tried to leave normally. But after Sayaka-san and Anima glared at her, she flustredly stood in front of me. Kaito-san's lucky power didn't make explosions yet, I guess I can only prepare myself. And now, Bacchus and the three of them. Just as the unwinnable battle was about to begin, a quiet mutter rang out in the silence. I see, calling it lucky power may really be quite fitting. I was just passing by this area by chance, but I may actually be led here by Kaito-sama's summon. Hearing that familiar voice resounded, before I knew it, a shadow stood in front of us. She, who seemed to be on her way home from shopping and leisurely standing in front of us, holding a paper bag, quietly spoke to Bacchus. As you may know, as a maid who spends every moment in accordance with her duties, I hate doing useless stuff. Therefore, I will only give you one warning. Hein-san, I suggest you surrender. It's often said that lightning strikes twice, and this time, a count-ranked demon appeared. It certainly was a desperate situation. However, I guess luck still hasn't given up on us, as the strongest maid appeared. Seeing Hein-san confronting him, Bacchus happily smiled for some reason. My, isn't this the only Duke-level, high-rank demon that existed in the demon realm? I don't know. An unbelievable person appeared. Duke-level? However, you say she's the only Duke-level in the demon realm. Shouldn't there be multiple Duke-levels in the demon realm? Hearing the words the only Duke-level that Bacchus mentioned, Sayaka-san muttered with an expression that says she can't believe it. Indeed, Lilia-san said that there are only a few Duke levels, so I thought it was phrased in a way that shows there were more than one. No, that's just what the humans believe for their own convenience. They think that because there are more than one count-level demons, there must be more than one Duke-level demons. In fact, Sieglin-san, was it? Let's see. Do you know the name of even one Duke-level high-ranking demon? No. Alice replies to Sayaka-san with a shocked expression on her face. Even so, I never expected that the Guardian of Empty Seat would appear. Kaito-san's connections with friends were really outrageous. The Guardian of the Empty Seat? That's what she was known of. She was as powerful as the Six Kings, yet she only chose to serve her master, the demon that didn't become a king. The only Duke-level high-ranked demon in the demon realm, Ein. The reason why there's only one Duke-level, high-rank demon in the demon realm is because she won't move from her place. She was such an existence that there were even some who said if one could be her equal, they would be a new king, a being with power comparable to the 6 kings, but chose to not become one. Now that she mentioned it, Ain-san had a rivalry with the supreme being, Kronos-san, and Kronos-san said that it still wasn't settled between them. That would mean that Ain-san is a strong person whose strength is equal to a supreme god. As I thought, she's quite the outrageous one. And then, Bacchus looks at Ain-san, smiling like a fierce beast. I've heard about how smiling is originally an aggressive expression, and when that smile comes from a beast showing you his fangs, that smile of his really looks like an aggressive one. This is great. I've been wanting to cross swords with you, who rarely appears in public, at least once. If I could defeat you, I could rightly call myself a Duke-level demon. Excuse me from all this tedious talk. If you want to fight, just quickly make your move. Unlike you, I'm very busy. I must put an end to this as soon as possible. Return back to the castle and prepare the special deluxe pudding a la mode with plenty of fresh seasonal fruit stash garnished in a seasonal sauces that Kurama-sama has requested. You're craving for something sounding so troublesome that just hearing that name gives me heartburn. What the heck are you doing, Kuro? Then, that shopping bag Ain-san holds in her hand is either fresh seasonal fruits. The obsession to come all this way from the demon realm just to buy it, as expected of the perfect maid. Well then, I will take your word to it. One of War King's 5 generals, Ironblood Bacchus, ready for battle. Gayu. What the heck happened just now? I thought Bacchus was just swinging his huge axe and closing in on Ain-san in that instant. But in the next moment, the armor he wore shattered and he flew away into the distance. In front of the dumbfounded us, Ain-san looked like she lightly swung one of her hands. I've wasted quite a lot of my time. Well then, I'll be taking my leave. Kaito-sama, I'll see you again. Why yes. Ain-san's really strong. One punch. She just defeated him with one punch. She knocked him down so easily that I couldn't even follow the situation at all. But Ain-san didn't seem to mind him anymore, as after bowing with a curtsy, she disappeared. She's probably going back now to make that something pudding a la mode she mentioned earlier. She's seriously one of the top-class monsters I've ever known. She's really outrageous, isn't she? That's the power of the Duke level. I'm glad she's an ally. Yes, I agree. It seems that I'm not the only one surprised, as Alice and Sayaka-san's eyes grew round and stared at the direction where Ain-san had disappeared. Anyway, that should be the end of the story, but at that moment, I heard Anima's sharp voice. Master, those bastards disappeared. When I turned around after hearing Anima's words, I saw that the bodies of Ita, Theta and Sigma that were supposed to have passed out just now, had disappeared. It wasn't like Bacchus had taken them or anything like that. Bacchus was busy being beaten by Ain-san, and I didn't think there's others here too. As if to affirm our predictions, the landscape in front of us sways just like a static screen. And then, someone wearing a jet black robe with chains here and there, and whose face can't be seen, appeared out of nowhere. Mama Kaito! Splendid work. With a high-pitched voice that sounds as if it's coming through a voice changer, the robed figure hurls out words of praise. As I stiffened seeing that robed person's appearance that is too uncanny, Sayaka-san muttered in a trembling voice. Phantasmal King Sama. Wow, the Phantasmal King? This person is one of the 6 kings and the one Lilywood-san told me to be careful to. Phantom King, no face. In front of the surprised us, the Phantasmal King, without seeming to be concerned about our reactions, continued to speak. You are blessed with people who seek to protect you. You could say it's also a kind of power. However, that is not enough. What in the world are you? You passed the first task, but I already expected this result. You should be able to do this much. However, what about the next one? You have defeated the War King's envoys. But now, the War King himself will appear before you! What the heck is this person talking about? The way she's talking, it's as if she's the one who pulled the strings as to why I got attacked this time. As we felt pressured by the atmosphere before her uncanny voice, the Phantasmal King slowly turned his back to us. Even the War King would still have his own duties that he needs to do. I will bring back the War King's subordinates. Well then, Mama Kaito, in your next trial, I bid you good luck. What in the world are you talking about? Fumo, Let's see. You did pass your first trial. In that case, you will need your prize. Well then, I will answer a single question for you. Hearing me call out to her in confusion, the Phantasmal King looked back at me and told me that she would answer one question. Feeling suffocated by the way she spoke, as if she was trying something out, I thought about it and asked one question. What was the purpose for doing that? It's a test. A test? Yes, I'm giving you tests so that I won't make any miscalculations. Whether the power you gained, and the will dwelling within your heart is genuine or not. Why me? I've answered your single question. If you want to know more, you need more progress. If you do, I will appear before you again. Saying those words, the Phantasmal King disappeared like smoke, leaving only her parting words. I have high hopes for you, Mama Kaito. I hope you'll be worthy enough for me to entrust my blade to you. The uncanny voice disappears with the wind, leaving only silence around us. The mysterious being that suddenly appeared, disappeared, leaving behind those words filled with mystery. The Phantasmal King, no face. The unfathomable threat he brings, I have felt it firsthand. When the turmoil of the attack settled down, passerbys started showing up in the supposedly empty streets, and not only that, the buildings that should have been destroyed have been restored before I knew it. According to Sayag-san, it's a powerful barrier magic, and when it's lifted, the property damages will return to the state it was in before the magic was used. And once, Sayag-san suggests that we go back to the mansion to sort out the situation. Alice simply said then, I'm going home. Good work, everyone. Tilda as she left, and after we parted ways with Alice, returned to Lilia-san's mansion. When we returned to the mansion, Lilia-san was standing in front of the doorway with a worried expression on her face, as it seems Sayag-san had sent a hummingbird to her beforehand. Kaito-san, are you alright? Any injuries? Where does it hurt? No. Calm down, Lili. He can't answer if you're that flustered. Lilia-san, who suddenly came too close to me with great vigor, flusteredly confirmed my safety, before she's stopped by Sayag-san, who had a wry smile on her face. Yes. I'm sorry. It's just as Sayag said. Thereupon, after Lilia-san composed herself and apologized, her eyes opened wide and she turned towards Sayag-san. Anyway, right now, we are checking the situation. Depending on the situation, we may need to ask for assistance from the royal palace. Lili, did you hear me? Yes. Sayag, your voice. I haven't mentioned it. I did end up eating the fruit of the world tree. Apparently, because she gave priority to telling her about the attack, Sayag-san forgot to tell her that her voice had returned, so she told the surprised Lilia-san again that she had eaten the fruit of the world tree. Hearing her words, Lilia-san had tears in her eyes, as if she was overcome with emotion, and she jumped at Sayag-san. Sayag, wait, Lili, that's great that your voice came back. It's really great. Lili, I'm sorry I made you worry about lots of things. It's totally fine compared to Kaito-san. Hearing the voice of her best friend that she had been waiting for so many years has returned, Lilia-san shed tears. And it's quite a beautiful sight. However, why did you just suddenly speak ill of me like it's natural? Although I truly wanted to refute her, those stuff in the past did happen, so I won't say anything. After that, Luna Maria-san also emerged from the mansion, joining the scene, and is happy that Sayag-san's voice has returned. The moment the slightly tense atmosphere from earlier eases and the atmosphere becomes somewhat calm. Master? What? When I heard Anima's shout, I turned around and saw a huge pillar of fire rising around the front gate, so huge that it pierced the heavens. And from within that pillar of hellfire that appeared, I'll be intruding. That appeared with the sound of giant footsteps, having a muscular body covered in blazing, flame-like body hair. It has a goat-like face with huge twisted horns and a truly demonic appearance. It was bigger than any creature I've ever seen, with a body that must have been well over 10 meters tall. An authentic monster appeared. War King Sama! So, it's him. One of the 6 kings, the ferocious king who loves to fight. The War King, Mejido Agit spawns. What an extraordinary amount of magic power he has. It's so big that he could blow us away just by being here. And that's not all. Combined with the tremendously belligerent emotions felt by my sympathy magic, it makes me feel like it's burning my body. Behind the War King, stands several demons that seem to be his subordinates, including the 3 demons that we had encountered not long ago. However, no matter how I see it, didn't he appear too soon? Also, isn't that Bacchus not with them? And then, the War King leisurely comes towards us with his massive footsteps and stops in front of us. Up close, he really looks tremendously enormous, and the intimidation of his gaze as he seemed to look down on me isn't being suppressed at all. "You're Mama Kaito, right? Why yes. Why did you turn down my invitation? I was waiting for you and ready to welcome you back to our place though!" Exclamation mark. Scary. Clearly speaking, he's absurdly scary. I can't stop shaking just by being before the sharp fangs in his mouth that could swallow my body in a single gulp. I don't know if he's angry that I didn't respond to his invitation, but it felt like he's glaring at me. Still, I grit my teeth and look straight into the War King's eyes and replied, "It might be the smart choice to apologize here, but unfortunately, I can't do that." Why your subordinates surprise attacked us? You're asking me to accept the invitation of someone who injured Sayag-san, a person important to me and has always been helping me. There's no way I will comply. Honestly, just this anger hasn't gone away yet. Sayag-san was injured by Ita. Even if that wound was healed by the fruit of the world tree, I couldn't bring myself to accept the invitation of such a person, nor would I want to be friendly with them. Even if I am going to be killed here and now, I still wouldn't bow my head to him. Oi, Sayag. Please consider the situation at all. Stop looking happy over there. I am sorry. It was unintentional. When he heard those words I clearly said as I trembled. The War King's expression became even angrier. Before he turned away from me. I thought he was going to yell at me because I could feel his strong anger, but the War King acted differently from what I had imagined. A dumbfounded gasp leaked out of my mouth, turning his attention away from me. The War King's anger flared stronger as he roared. Surprise attacked? What does this mean? Bacchus. Can I speak my explanation? You tell me now, or I'll kill you. Surprisingly, instead of directing his anger at me, the War King turned to the mummy behind his back. "Ah, that's Bacchus, huh?" Einsan's one strike was that tremendous, huh? And then, Bacchus goes on to explain in detail what happened earlier to the War King. And after he finished speaking for a while, Bacchus deeply bows to the War King. That's all. It was my fault for not being able to control my subordinates. Please accept my apologies. I see. Well, I doubt you're gonna do anything that would incur my anger. The problem are those fellows, huh? Exclamation mark. After listening to Bacchus's explanation, the War King looks at Ito and Theta, who twitched in response. Then, the War King grabbed the 2 bodies together with one hand and easily lifted them up. I don't know if they're held up by that much force. Ito and Theta let out woeful screams, but showing no signs of loosening his grip. The War King releases his angry shout. "You bastards! You've got to be f***ing kidding me. I told you to lead him to me. I never f***ing told you to surprise attack anyone. You f***ing heard me? My Apollo." The color of the hair covering the War King's body changed from red to black, and it looked like he had turned into an incarnation of a burning black flame. "When you f***ing fight, you have to start with introducing yourselves and then, you ready your stances. And now, you're telling me that you acted like trash and surprised attacked them. Are you trying to embarrass me?" That's probably the aesthetics of fighting for the War King. Not taking them by surprise attacks, and fighting them fair and square. Ito and Theta broke it, and as a result, they incurred the War King's wrath. A deafening noise sounded, and after a while, Ito and Theta went limp and motionless. The War King's jet-black body hair turned back to red again before he turned towards me. "Mama Kaito. I guess I'll just call you Kaito." "I'm sorry, our idiots did idiotic stuff." Surprise attacks certainly are an act of those inferior trash. You have every right to refuse my invitation. No, I'm not going to question the fact that you turned down my invitation. And, here, it's at least my apologies. I'll let you deal with them. Wow. After telling me that, the War King throws Ita and Theta in front of me. I thought they were dead, but the 2 bodies were still breathing and they seemed to be alive. And then, the War King took out a red-bladed sword out of nowhere and stabbed it in the ground in front of me. "Here, you can use this." If it's that, even a human could easily chop their heads off. Exclamation mark. The War King's words startled me. What the War King is trying to say? is that to kill these two with my own hands. What should I do? It's true that I'm angry with Ito and Theta for hurting Siak-san, but not to the point that I want to kill them. However, the War King's silence tells me that he will not allow me to refuse. I grabbed the hilt of the sword stuck in front of me, and after I slowly pulled it out, I threw it back in front of the War King. What do you mean by this? I'm not going to kill them. Eh? I told you to kill them, didn't I? You just told me that you'd let me deal with them. In that case, my decision on how I deal with them is that I will forgive them and not kill them. Shuddering as the War King spoke with increasing anger again, and I just replied to him by saying that this is one thing that I can't give up. So you're saying that if I want to kill them, I would have to kill you first? Yes. The other party is one of the 6 kings. I don't need to use my sympathy magic to know that he's not bluffing when he mentioned killing. Still, I can't kill anyone. Call me naive, call me stupid, but I can't do what I can't do. Kuha. Ha 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 ha, ha ha ha. I certainly didn't. That's really what I said. I just said that you will deal with them. Ha ha ha, I certainly didn't tell you to kill them. However, the War King didn't swing his claw at me, but rather, began to laugh in an amused manner for some reason. And then, after laughing for a while, the War King let out a ferocious smile that gave me chills. You're strong, eh? No, I'm not. I'm not talking about your physical strength. I'm saying that you have spirit. Aren't you a good one? There aren't many people who can dare say those words right in front of me. I like you. Huh? Hey, Kaito. Let's fight. Wow. With a fiendish smile on his face, the War King happily told me that he wants to fight me. I like you. Then, we have to fight. Living things can only understand each other in battle. Magic power raged around us like scorching winds, blowing around like a tremendous storm. What the heck is with that muscle-headed theory? As expected, he isn't a guy that we can talk with, huh? Or rather, there's no way I can beat him. Even now, just the aftermath of his magic power is about to blow me away, so there's no way I can even get a single scratch on him. However, it seems that it's already completely decided that he would fight me in the War King's mind, as he began approaching looking really happy. In the midst of that situation, which can be said to be more desperate than ever before, 4 shadows quietly stepped out in front of me. Even if you're War King-sama, I will not allow you to hurt Kaito-san. I agree with Lili. There are times when even if we know that we can't even bear our fangs at you, we still have to face it ourselves. It's my duty to protect Master, and I will not run away even against opponents I can't defeat. Good grief, how short my life is. Well, I guess this is fate. Lilia-san, Siak-san, Anima, Luna Maria-san. The 4 of them quickly stood in front of me, their legs trembling as they each held their weapons at the ready to face the War King. Interesting. You're going to face me, huh? That's good. No, that's the best. Exclamation mark. When the War King shouted in a good mood, his muscles, which are already tremendous, expanded and his body became bulkier. We totally can't win. Realizing such a despairing, immense pressure to us, the War King slowly raises his fist. However, that fist never swung down towards Lilia-san and the others. Lay down your fist, War King. Trying to hurt them is tantamount to trying to attack me. What the heck are you doing here? Kronos. Her quiet words echoing in the silence, Kronos-san calmly approached us while clad in her magic power. You should know. Lilia over there is the one who received my blessing, then I have a duty to protect her. Kronos-san slowly walked over while announcing this, facing the War King with Lilia-san behind her back as if to protect her. I'm sorry, I was late in detecting your situation here, so I came too late. It must have been frightening, right? However, you don't have to be anxious, Lilia. As long as I'm here, I won't let you get even a scratch. Kronos-sama. Kronos-san, aren't you way too cool just now? That speech, her actions, the timing of her appearance, everything just screams Ikemen, you know? It's really quite a shame that she's a woman. In the silence that could be called as the calm before the storm, the War King and Kronos-san quietly stared at each other. On one hand is one of the 6 kings, the pinnacle of the demon realm, and on the other hand is a supreme god, of which there are only 3 in the god realm. Both of them are beings with power close to the pinnacle of this world. When it comes to a battle between one of the 6 kings and a supreme god, I can only imagine that it's going to be on the level of a natural disaster. And in the midst of that heavy silence, Kronos-san spoke first. In the first place, what are you planning, War King? It's not like you're supposed to prefer fighting strong people. Why do you want to fight Mama? Even if you're trying to flatter him, you can't describe Mama as a good fighter. I can tell that just by looking at him. That guy's fighting ability is just about as strong as a slime. And no, he might be a bit stronger than a slime, but that's generally what I'm saying. Kronos-san, if you're going to back me up here, could you not drop me down on the way? I guess the War King really knew I was weak, but why did he ask me to fight him then? As if to answer my question, the War King leisurely spoke. You can't measure strength just by battle capabilities, right? I like strong people. I'm not just talking about fighting strength. That also includes intellect and mental strength. I like all kinds of strength. Fumo, I can't argue with that. That's why I'm not really looking to go into a fist fight with Kaito. If we're going to fight, of course I'm going to fight on the terms that he has a chance of winning. Let's see, a drinking contest sounds good. The conversation suddenly took a strange turn. The War King didn't want to get into a fist fight with me. He was going to have a drinking contest with me, a fight that didn't involve battle strength at all. Hearing the War King's words, I was relieved to hear him say that. But the body hair on the War King's body began to turn black again. However, if it's you that's my opponent, then that's a different story. Isn't it great that you're here, Kronos? You're strong, you're a great opponent to hit! If it's to fight you, planning to hit those fellows isn't so bad. TSK, this is why Battle Junkies. It seems that Kronos-san's appearance has resulted in an increase in War King's will to fight, as he joyfully takes a battle stance. And in response to that, Kronos-san also raised her fists and took an stance, starting the battle that would shake heaven and earth. But for some reason, the War King let down his stance first. Is what I'd like to say, but I won't do it today. How admirable. How come you changed your mind? Well, there are also people I don't want to fight, you know. For some reason, seeing the War King's bringing down his will to fight, Kronos-san gives him a puzzled look, to which the War King lets out a big sigh. Anyway, I won't act violently here, and I won't hurt those fellows. So you don't have to stare at me with that kind of face. Kuramuina. Surprised by the War King's words, I looked in the direction of his gaze, and saw a huge jet black beast on the roof of the mansion. Its appearance resembled that of a wolf, with black crystal-like spikes covering his entire body. A huge magical beast with a physique not that different from the War King. After looking at the War King for a while, the magical beast body turned into black smoke, and when the smoke gathered in front of me, it changed into the familiar form of Kuro. Kaito-kun, are you injured? I came as soon as I heard from mine. Why yeah, it's okay. I'm uninjured. I see. Megito, I know that already. I don't have any chance at all when I'm against you, so I won't act violently. When Kuro came out, the War King easily promised that he wouldn't fight and his body turned back to red. However, what I'm giving up was fighting Kronos. I will still fight you, Kaito. Are you talking about that drinking contest? Yeah. Of course there's the difference in size between us. So, let's see. I will drink 10 cups for each cup Kaito drinks. Then, that should make it fair, right? When the War King said he will drink 10 times as much as I did and told me that he was going to compete drinking with me, Kuro had a troubled look on her face. Sure, under those conditions, a normal human like me might be able to compete with him, but I'm not a particularly strong drinker. No. Do I really have to win? As long as I responded to his game, the War King might be willing to take it at that and willingly leave. I'm sorry, Kaito-kun. Will you accept it? Megito has that kind of mentality, and it would be difficult to make him return otherwise. I don't really mind, but I'm sorry. If Megito gets out of control, I will take responsibility and seriously punch him. Kuramuina's serious punch? Wouldn't that kill me? After a strange flow of events, I ended up competing with the War King. From there, the War King's subordinates quickly prepared for the match and cups were placed in front of me and the War King in the blink of an eye. In the meantime, I asked Kuro to heal Ito and Theta for me. Even though they were enemies, it felt awkward leaving them wounded there. And Kuro immediately helped me with my request, healing both of their bodies from their wounds. They're still unconscious, but I think they'll be okay with this for the time being. Underworld King, do you mind if I leave this place to you? It's okay. I will look after Megiddo, thank you too, Kronos-chan. Well then, I will be going back. I still have some work left to deal with. Apparently, Kronos-san has some work to do, so she told Kuro that she would entrust the place with her. Kronos-sama, thank you very much. It's all right. Lilia, I'm on your side. If you need my help, don't hesitate to call me. Yes. She's still as common as usual. If someone just hears that part of your conversation, it will sound like the conversation between the hero and the heroine. And then, a few moments after Kronos-san left the place, the War King called out to me, as it looked like the preparations were ready. Alright. Well then, let's get this started, Kaito. Yes, War King-sama. You don't have to be so stiff calling me that. We're going to fight now, so you just skip with all that honorifics. Then, Megiddo-san. Lots of stuff happened, but he's quite a straightforward and easy to understand person. Sitting down facing each other with a cup in front of us, Megiddo let out a lively smile. My cup is as large as those cups used in Japanese weddings, but Megiddo's cup is as big as a mini car. With that size, putting aside 10 times, it would be even more than that. The rules are simple. We take turns drinking, and whoever gets smashed first loses. Alright, I'll go first. Start pouring. Following Megiddo-san's words, his subordinate poured alcohol into his cup. That cup that might be enough for a whole barrel, and Megiddo-san drank that ridiculous amount of alcohol all at once. Gulp. I can't get enough of this. Alright, it's your turn. Yes. After Megiddo-san gulped his alcohol, I also drank mine. Wait, how strong is the alcohol they put in my cup? The heck is this? It's making my throat hurt. It seems that the alcohol Megiddo-san has prepared for us is a very strong one, and I feel as if I've become a bit drunk after just one drink. Isn't the chance of me winning close to nil? Nice alcohol. Alright, let's keep this going. Speaking of which, Kaito-kun has Shiro's blessing on him. Doesn't this mean? And so, the drinking competition continued. How many cups have we had now? I think this should be the 7th cup, right? The first time I drank it, I thought it was so strong that I'd quickly pass out, but strangely enough, I still don't feel like I'm going to pass out. Why you are good. This is supposed to be an alcohol that could smash a dwarf with just one drink. But you still looked pretty composed. No, it's just that I'm not getting drunk for some strange reason. Rather than that, I don't think there's any chance that Megiddo's going to win this match, you know? What do you mean, Kuramuina? Compared to me, who was strangely unaffected by the alcohol, Megiddo-san have gotten drunk now, and seems to be having a hard time. And for some reason, Kuro started saying that Megiddo doesn't have a chance to win. Naturally, Megiddo looked doubtful. But since I also don't know why, I tilted my head. I mean, Kaito-kun has Shiro's blessing after all. So he won't get drunk. Wow. What then? Does that mean that he would still be composed no matter how much he drinks? It seems that I, who have Shiro-san's blessings, never get drunk, and no matter how strong the drink is, I won't suddenly collapse from drunkenness. That's kinda on the level of cheating when used in drinking competitions. Hearing Kuro's words, Megiddo-san looked dumbfounded. Before slowly, he fell on his back. Shit, I lost. You're amazing, Kaito. It's been a long time since I lost. No, how should I say this? It's not really because of me that I don't get drunk. That doesn't matter, borrowed power or not, it's your power. And I lost to you. That's all there is to it. Well it's impressive how you won't get drunk. Yes. Megiddo-san, who was lying down, admitted his defeat by praising me straight away. I don't know if he's just clear-cut and straightforward, or just a frank and unwavering person, but that's probably why he had so many subordinates who adore his way of life. Then, Megiddo-san laughed for a while with an amused look on his face, before he got up with a bang. Alright, let's have a feast. Megiddo, what's with that unpleasant look on your face? We already fought it out, and settled it. Then, all that's left to do now is to celebrate each other's strenuous efforts and have a party. Megiddo-san suddenly talking about having a feast left me dumbfounded while Kuro has an amazed look on her face. Alright, you lot, get ready for the feast. Don't be stingy, and get us some of the best booze and food you can find. This is a party for the guy who beat me, and if we don't have the best party, then it would be like tarnishing my name. Kuro? No, I know you're confused, but he's this kind of guy. He only cares about fighting and having parties. Leaving me, who hasn't been able to keep up with the situation behind, Mejido-san gives orders to his subordinates one after another to start preparing for the party. I don't know if I should say he's an overbearing person, or rather, this is Lilia-san's garden though. Oi! The noble over there. Why yes, I'll be borrowing your garden. Why yes. Alright, go call everyone within your mansion. The more people there are at a party, the merrier. He properly asked for permission. Well, it feels pretty late already for him to ask permission. As the tense atmosphere that had existed in the beginning completely disappeared, there was a person who was watching the garden of Duchess Albert's house from the shadows of the mansion. It looks like I won't need to come out. Well, I knew that they wouldn't suggest a battle that would injure Mama-kun. Peaceful Sky Ozma, one of War King's 5 generals and a demon who met Kaito at the Sacred Tree Festival, for a certain purpose, was watching over the situation while concealed. Of course, if Kaito was in danger, he was going to abandon his original purpose and go in to help him, but now that there was no need to do so, he let out a sigh of relief. Sorry, Mama-kun. Because of my circumstances, Uncle couldn't tell you my true identity. However, it's quite a feat that Master likes you so much. As I thought, you really are a good child. That's why I didn't want you to get involved with these troublesome matters. After briefly looking at Kaito with gentle eyes, Ozma's presence disappeared as he invaded Duchess Albert's mansion. I don't know what Phantasmal King Sama's purpose is, nor do I think she's the kind of person who would give me a straightforward answer if I asked her. That being the case, I guess the best thing to do would be to ask someone who would know about it. Ozma's purpose for coming here was to find out the true intentions of the Phantasmal King who was giving Kaito tests. To accomplish this, he planned to seek them, a subordinate of the Phantasmal King who is lurking in Duchess Albert's household. The Phantasmal King has more than enough information about Kaito, and she seems to be paying a lot of attention to him. That being the case, Ozma surmises that she must have given instructions to her subordinates who had infiltrated Duchess Albert's mansion in order to obtain information about Kaito. Since he was afraid that they would conceal themselves if they noticed his presence, Ozma applied adequate recognition inhibition magic to himself before entering the mansion amidst the commotion in the garden. This time, the Phantasmal King is making a bigger move than ever before. That shows how essential Mama-kun's role in her plans. If that's the case, she definitely didn't dispatch someone from the bottom rung, but a peerage-holding, high-ranking demon instead. It would have been difficult for Ozma to distinguish the bottom rung among the Phantasmal King's subordinates, for they were only as powerful as ordinary people, but if a person holding a certain level of power is lurking within this mansion, the way they move, their magic power, and the atmosphere around them would clearly show how powerful of a fighter they are. Ozma's objective was to seek for this subordinate and extract information from them. With his presence concealed under the effect of recognition inhibition magic, Ozma proceeded cautiously, muffling his footsteps. The hallway was surprisingly quiet, perhaps distracted by the commotion in the garden, when Ozma crossed paths with a maid. Stopping his steps, Ozma spoke. How surprising. The maid wasn't surprised by the words Ozma muttered, quietly turning and looking towards Ozma. I've already expected that she'd assign a high-ranking demon. I never thought I'd meet someone like you here. It's been a while. One of Phantasmal King's executives. The 10 demons. Doomsday Invoking Plague, Pandemonium-chan. My name here is Illness. The maid Ozma had called out. Illness turned her unfocused gaze towards Ozma and responded in her usual tone of voice. As expected, even when it's just her executive, their disguise ability and the way they suppress magic power is flawless. However, I wouldn't have known you were here if I hadn't seen the way you move your feet. This is my undisguised face through you. That's so? Well, my bad. This is the first time I've seen your face after all. Looking surprised, Ozma apologized, but this wasn't Ozma's fault. After all, Illness Pandemonium was usually clad in bandages wrapped all around her body, aside from her right eye, and no one but the Phantasmal King has ever seen her true face. Ozma thought that she was in disguise because she was on an infiltration mission, but it was actually her true face. Indeed, she usually hides her face, but her true face might be the best disguise for her. And so Tilda, what's your business here? Yeah, about that. I didn't really expect I'd meet an executive here, but I guess I should say I'm lucky that it was you I met here. There are various types of people among the vast number of subordinates the Phantasmal King has. Among them were people who don't listen to outsiders, the type that can't be talked to. On the other hand, Pandemonium was the type that can be talked to, and thus, Ozma had enough room for negotiation with her. Even if that isn't the case, Ozma and Pandemonium have occasionally trained together in hand-to-hand combat, and Ozma considers her to be the most decent among Phantasmal King's subordinates. There's something I'd like to ask you, but would that be alright? You do understand that there are things I can answer and things I can't. I don't mind. If that's the case, I wouldn't mind if you just respond with yes or no. From here on out, it was time for him to read through her words. If it was limited among the Phantasmal King's subordinates, it can indeed be said that Pandemonium would be the one Ozma was reasonably close to. But their relationship was only to the extent of an acquaintance. They weren't friends, nor were they colleagues. It can be said that she was a worthy opponent for hand-to-hand combat. But even if that's so, there's no reason for Pandemonium to oblige Ozma's request. It wouldn't be possible that the reason why such a person would answer Ozma's question is because she just had completely good intentions. Answering him may also be under the Phantasmal King's instructions, or perhaps, she may be thinking of misleading him. That is what he needed to see through. Well then, I'll start with my first question. Can I assume that you're the one compiling all the information in this mansion, including information about Mamakun, conveying it to Phantasmal King Sama? At first, he asked a simple question to check the situation. Thereupon, Pandemonium answered without any hesitation. Shaltir Samoa had told me that it would be Alriag to talk about Thayers, so I'll answer. You're Mr. Keen! Exclamation mark. However, the answer Ozma received from his first question was different from what he expected. One of Ozma's eyebrows raised for a moment, but his expression remained unchanged, waiting for her to continue. Including my Elf, there are about 7 subordinates in this mansion, but Shaltir Samoa hasn't acquired information from any of us. So, you're saying she has other ways to get her information? Most probably. Perhaps, Shaltir Sama herself had searched for the information she had. She can disguise herself as a alien after all. Hearing Pandemonium's words, Ozma brought his hand to his chin and thought for a moment. A few moments later, he asked his next question. Well then, my second question. Do you know what Phantasmal King Sama's intentions were? I know about it. Is that a question you can answer? That would be a complicated question to answer. I can't tell you about the means she will take. However, I can tell you what her end goal is. That's quite the service you're giving me there. In that case, I'd like it if you could tell me. I don't mind. Ozma's tone of voice was calm, but his mind was thinking at high speed. There's no disturbance in her voice upon this question. There's no indication that she's lying or hiding anything, so I suppose this is also within their expectations. Good grief, as I thought, she's a tough nut to crack. Ozma finds it difficult to read through the changes in Pandemonium's expressions. That's because her eyes, the part of a person's face which expresses the most emotions, are always out of focus. Her eyes only stare into the void, not allowing Ozma to read emotions from them. In a situation where one needs to investigate something, those eyes could be described as powerful weapons. It seems that she is measuring where Kaito Sama is the one a certain person desires or knew. A certain person. I see. It's for Underworld King Sama. I don't know. That's something I can't answer. In response to Ozma mentioning the Underworld King, it was just a bit so small that it would normally go unnoticed, but Pandemonium's magic power shook. However, Ozma didn't overlook such a reaction. Bullseye. Since Phantasmal King Sama is making big moves, I already expected that it has something to do with Underworld King Sama, but I was hoping I was mistaken. Mamakun, perhaps you were challenging an uncharted path before you. Letting out a small sigh, Ozma takes out a cigarette from the pocket of his trench coat. Placing the cigarette in his mouth, he looked at Pandemonium without lighting it. Well then, This would be my final question, Pandemonium-chan. My name is Illness. Oops, my bad. Well then, Illness-chan, do you approve with what Phantasmal King Sama is trying to do, or perhaps, do you disagree with her, but obeying her because of your position? Ozma was able to get the answer he was looking for with the second question. Therefore, he wanted his last question to ascertain where Pandemonium stands in this situation. Pandemonium is the Phantasmal King's subordinate who is the closest to Kaito at the moment, and her existence may affect the development of this situation depending on her intentions. I guess it would be both a yes and a no. Whether, you're ending the situation with a complicated phrase. You got me there. I won't say anything more than this. You knew. Wealthy Ian. Can I ask you one question? Of course you can. Responding to Ozma's final question with an ambiguous answer, Pandemonium now asked him. Rather than a question. I feel like this is more of a hint. A hint? Yes. Well then, Ozma-sama, rather than an inquiry, this is a question I'd like you to keep in mind. For whose sake do you think Shultia-sama is making her moves? Think not about her intentions, but her motives. If you were able to comprehend these, you may be able to understand Shultia-sama's true intentions. You knew. Pondering the question posed by Pandemonium, Ozma looked like he was thinking about it. Indeed, that may be the core of this matter. The Phantasmal King is supposedly working to keep the stability of the world. And yet, this time, even though it was only trivial information, she had still spread information about Momokun, causing some confusion. For what purpose is Phantasmal King Sama doing this? Just when he thought he got the answers to the questions he wanted to know, a new question was posed to him at the end. Thereupon, as if to hoodwink, as if it was a payback for what he said earlier, before Ozma could gather his thoughts, Pandemonium turned her back on her and left Ozma with a few words. I wonder where did it all begin? You got me. I thought I'd be able to clear up some questions here, but I've ended up with more questions instead. Well, even so, I did get some harvest, so I guess I should be happy here. Looking at Pandemonium leaving, Ozma scratched his head before walking in the opposite direction Pandemonium went. How should I say this? The conversation went on, and before I knew it, it was decided that a party would be held in the garden of Lilia-san's mansion. However, Mejido-san, the one who started this whole ruckus, has disappeared, leaving his men who are making preparations quickly and efficiently behind. They don't seem to be bothered by it, as they continue to make preparations. But is it really alright for the person who's, in a sense, the star of the show? And just as I was thinking about that, a pillar of flames rose in front of the gate again, and Mejido-san comes back. I wonder if this person raises a pillar of flames every time he teleports. However, those questions were quickly blown away when I saw Mejido-san returning. Mejido-san was holding 3 trees in one hand, and a huge green deer, even bigger than Mejido-san, in the other. Oh, sorry for the wait. Mejido-san. What's that? The meat of this deer is quite good. Also, I don't mind eating just meat. But since I think there would be humans who would like some fruits in the party, I also brought these with me. Answering my question with a hearty laugh, Mejido-san easily placed the things he brought in the middle of the garden. Thereupon, Mejido-san's subordinates moved quickly and dismantled the huge deer. Hey, Mejido, isn't that a forest horn? I don't remember the names of every single food I eat. Did you get permission from Lilywood? Why do I have to ask permission from Lilywood? Seeing the deer that Mejido-san had hunted, Kuro spoke to him with a dumbfounded look on her face. For some reason though, Lilywood-san's name came up. How should I say this? I have a really pitiful premonition. The population of the forest horns is becoming lesser and lesser, so she said that she will be limiting the market to their meat. Is that so? Well, she shouldn't be bothered with all these trivial things. I'm sure Lilywood already had her head on her hands right now. Apparently, Mejido-san was in Lilywood-san's territory, and took this deer and trees without permission. Thinking about Mejido-san's personality though, it doesn't sound like this is the first time he did this. The largest forest in the demon realm is under the control of the World King Lilywood. In the corner of that forest, the king of that forest, Lilywood was stunned. This is, what in the world? World King Sama? Just now, Walking Sama appeared out of the blue and said that he was going to have a party, so he will be taking some fruits and meat. Hearing the situation that her follower had hurriedly told her, Lilywood looked out of the corner of her eye and became speechless from the sight of several trees pulled out from their roots. The preparations for the party were ready, and the people living in Lilia-san's mansion, including Kusunoki-san and Yuzuki-san, came out to the garden. When Mejido-san holds up his large cup and is about to make a toast, a tree grew in the garden of the mansion. Then, the tree that had sprung out wriggled and changed shape, and there appeared Lilywood-san. Mejido. "Oh, isn't this Lilywood? You also wanna join us?" "I didn't come for that." "How dare you devastate my forest?" "Did I do that?" While Lilywood-san is clearly trembling with anger, Mejido-san tilts his head, not seeming particularly bothered by it. Seeing Mejido-san's reaction, Lilywood-san looks even angrier and sharply glares at Mejido-san. "How should I say this? I know that they have their own problems over the but." Seeing that there are 3 of the 6 kings in her garden, it seems that Lilia-san's consciousness departed, so a problem appeared over this side as well. The tree lying there is the best evidence. I see. I took some fruits. But you don't have to pull out the whole tree. Wouldn't it be faster with that method? How many times do I have to tell you the same thing before you start harvesting normally, you musclehead? The exchange between Lilywood-san and Mejido-san gets more heated up as time passes, and finally, Mejido-san's voice becomes lower. However, Lilywood-san is also one of the 6 kings. She stared back at him without flinching at all. And then, along with a sound as if the air was creaking between them, a storm of magic power blew in the air. Are you looking for a fight? 'Cause I'm buying it. Lilywood. All right. Apparently, just talking to you isn't enough. Let's change places. I'm right behind you. A fight started before the feast began. I don't know if Lilywood-san and Mejido-san decided that they can't fight with all their might here, as they both disappeared at almost the same time with teleportation magic. Rather, to think that the mild-mannered Lilywood-san would get so angry to that extent. Mejido-san probably already did the same thing once or twice. Stunned by the sight of the star of the show, along with the other member of the 6 king that suddenly appeared, Kuro spoke with a dumbfounded expression on her face. They're probably going to take a while. The feast will probably start after Mejido and Lilywood come back. That's probably the case. Well, in the meantime, do you want to chat with me, Kaito-kun? Hey, Kaito-kun. Do you have any thoughts on my magical beast mode? Not really. You don't have any? At any rate, if the 2 of them don't come back, the conversations won't progress, so I'll be chatting with Kuro until then. With a look filled with expectation, she talked about her earlier magical beast form. She asked me what my thoughts about it, but even if she asked me that, I can't really think of anything in particular. Look, there must be something, right? Whether it looks cool or it looks frightening. Isn't it hard to move with all those spikes? You're asking that? No, I mean, her whole body is filled with spikes. If I walked looking like that, I feel like those spikes would end up poking me. As if my words were unexpected, Kuro looked astonished and she stiffened. But after a while, she spoke again looking flustered. No, but look, there must be something, right? I never showed you my magical beast mode to you, didn't I? Is there anything you want to ask me? Then, can I ask you one question? Ask me anything. It doesn't seem to bother her that I didn't have any thoughts about her magical beast mode, but when Kuro asked me if I didn't have any question at all, I decided to ask what I'd been wanting to ask Kuro while I had the chance. Kuro looked at me expectantly, and as I stare into those golden eyes, I leisurely spoke. Who are you? Hearing my question, this time, Kuro completely stiffened. After a moment of heavy silence, Kuro had a troubled smile on her face as she spoke. What's with that Kaito-kun? What are you talking about? I'm, You're not Kuro, right? To be honest, I didn't have any proof, it was almost like a hunch. But I'm sure she's in front of me now. This being with the same appearance as Kuro, the same voice, and the same magic power. Isn't Kuro. What in the world are you talking about, Kaito-kun? What's your basis for? I don't have any basis for that. I also don't know the reason. However, you're a different person. You're not Kuro. Listening to my words I told her filled with a stronger conviction and tone than before, Kuro became silent, and after a short period of silence again, she spoke with a voice different from before. I must say, I'm quite surprised! She still looks like Kuro, but her voice has changed to a familiar high-pitched voice. That's the first time I've been seen through. I need to revise my opinion of you. However, for now, I will praise you. Splendid work. Phantasmal King, no face. Yes, it is I. Good gracious, you're surprising me. While applauding in Kuro's form, the Phantasmal King threw words of praise to me. It's quite unbelievable. Even now that I know her true identity, I still can't tell the difference in appearance between the Phantasmal King and Kuro, and even the feeling of her magic power is also the same. Even earlier, neither Kronos-san, a supreme god, nor Megiddo-san, one of the 6 kings, noticed a perfectly unnoticed disguise. No, rather than calling it a disguise, it might be more appropriate to call it a copy now. Mama Kaito, you have successfully driven away the threat of the War King. I didn't expect you to pull it off so quickly. Terrific. It's making me proud of you. Why the heck are you saying that with her mouth? However, I'm still not satisfied yet. Show me more. Your possibilities. After announcing in her uncanny voice, that sounded somewhat happy, the Phantasmal King looks straight at me and smiles. However, before that, I must give you a reward for overcoming your second trial. You can have this. This is out of nowhere. The Phantasmal King pulls out a small card about the size of a playing card, and holds it out to me. You're going to visit the Death King's residence, aren't you? Then, I'm sure that this will help you! Truly, not only is she uncanny, she's also irritating. I heard that all information is being gathered by the Phantasmal King, and there's apparently no falsehood in that statement. This person even knows about such things. No, in the first place, this person can disguise herself so well that almost no one can recognize her. She may have been disguised as someone else near me, and she may even be someone among those people I casually greet. As I feel fear once again for the Phantasmal King, still wearing Kuro's face, she happily smiles. I have high hopes for you, Mama Kaito. I hope you keep up the good work and overcome all my trials. And then, I will present myself before you. When you stand before the abyss! Wait. Let's meet again. Once again, leaving only words, the Phantasmal King disappears like smoke, leaving behind an even more uncanny dreadfulness than the last time we met. A little while after Kuro. No. The Phantasmal King who had been transformed into Kuro disappeared. The real Kuro appeared quite naturally. Kuro has a wry smile on her face like she's in a punishment game, and comes over to me. Oh, so the real one finally came. Ha. Sorry about that. I was going to come over right after Ryan told me about what happened, but Shaltir came over right at that time, and asked to let her go instead because she wanted to talk to Kaito-kun about something. What were you talking about? Standing beside me, Kuro looked at the garden where the feast is waiting to be started, and talked to me, to which I jokingly replied that Kuro's monster mode looks spiky and hard to walk in. I don't know if she was surprised that that was what we talked about or not, but Kuro shouted with a startled look on her face. No, those spikes are just made of magic power, so they won't get in the way when I move. Then, it isn't like having those spikes were important. It's cooler to have them though. It's really just for the coolness? It seems like the spikes on her magical beast mode aren't there for efficiency, but for appearance's sake. Kaito-kun, how did you know that it was Shaltir disguised and it wasn't me? No, to be honest, I didn't have any reason or basis for it either. But somehow, I felt like who I was talking to wasn't Kuro. I see. It kinda makes me happy. Almost at the same time as Kuro said that, looking cute as she looked embarrassed, a pillar of flames and a tree appeared, and Megiddo-san and Lilywood returned. Both of them looked battered, but Megiddo-san's expression was quite bright, while Lilywood-san looked depressed. Does that mean that Megiddo-san won? As expected, Lilywood-san was quite strong. In the end, I wasn't able to win. Well, I haven't fought this hard in a long time. That was the best. What in the world is this? The battle should have ended in a draw, but I felt like I lost really badly. Apparently, the fight between the two ended in a draw. But, I see. Megiddo-san loves to fight strong opponents, regardless of whether he wins or loses. In other words, Megdo-san was very happy to fight a strong opponent, whereas Lilywood-san was very tired, as she doesn't exactly like fighting. Hey, Kuro. What is it? Megdo-san looks like a blazing fire before, and I have an image that Lilywood-san, who was the spirit of a tree, wouldn't be a good match against him. With Lilywood's ability, those affinities don't matter at all. Lilywood can even turn a horizon as far as the eye can see into a forest in an instant. Once again, I heard about how outrageous of a being the Six Kings are. They really have a clear distinction in ability from the others. Anyway, everyone, or rather, with the addition of Lilywood-san into the group, the party started. Megdo-san is the same as always, and he started drinking first, saying that greetings and leading everyone with a toast are a bother, so he just said to start the party already. Or rather, we just had a drinking contest earlier, and even though you drank so much strong alcohol earlier, you're still drinking, huh? The party has begun, and I look around the garden, which is now crowded with people. Kuro said she would follow up on Lilywood-san, as she seems to be going to comfort her. Then, just as I'm sipping on my alcohol, Megdo-san approached me with a huge cup. "Oh, Kaito, I want to ask you something. The elf with the broken swords is here, right? Which one is it?" Sayaka-san. "Come here for a minute." Yes, I didn't know why, but Megdo-san seemed to be looking for Sayaka-san. So, when I called out to Sayaka-san, who was nursing after the unconscious Lilia-san, Sayaka-san walked over and tilted her head. So it's you, huh? Your swords broke, right? After those idiots did that bad thing. No, I'll give you swords to make up for it. Here, huh?" As usual, Megdo-san keeps on speaking without regard to the other party's reaction. He tosses a red and a blue sword in front of the bewildered Sayaka-san, and tells her that he's giving it to her. Sayaka-san lightly holds the two swords placed on the floor in her hands, and as if she's confused, she asks Megdo-san, "You Walking-sama, it's just that I can sense a terrifying amount of magic power from this sword, but what in the world is this?" What was that called again? I only used it to slice meat, so." Oi, Bacchus. What sword was this again?" "That's the twin swords, Flambertine." "Wow." Megdo-san, who doesn't seem to remember the name of the word, asked the mummy. Bacchus glances at the sword Sayaka-san's holding before telling them their name. And hearing him, Sayaka-san's eyes widened in astonishment. "Is it perhaps an amazing sword?" Walking-sama, there's an anecdote telling about a twin flame sword named Flambertine, that turned a mountain range into a wilderness. But is this a legendary magical sword? Is that so? Well, a sword is a sword. That's yours now, so you can use it however you want. No. But I couldn't take something this expensive. I'm the one who said it's alright, so it's alright. In the first place, I don't use weapons, so there's no meaning even if I have it. Thank you very much. I don't really know how it happened, but I just knew that something outrageous was just light-heartedly given to her hands. Sayaka-san also looked clearly thankful, bowing to Megdo-san many times, while Megdo-san vigorously laughed without seeming particularly bothered. "However, you're quite strong too. Not only in strength, but you've also got guts. As expected of you, Kaito." Not only did he defeat me, he's also got a good woman on his arms. PFFT! I couldn't help but spurt out what I'm drinking because of the outrageous words he just said in a lively manner. "Me Megdo-san? What are you suddenly saying?" That elf is your woman, right? I can clearly see it from your actions before." No. Why are you talking about that? Why are you so flustered? You've been in this world for almost 40 days now, haven't you? Then, it wouldn't be strange if you've already got 4 or 5 women around you. What kind of calculations did he make to reach that conclusion? Is he thinking that I would get 1 woman every 10 days? That's totally something that's strange, right? Seeing me really flustered, Megdo-san just curiously tilted his head. At that moment, Kuro comes back, having finished talking with Lilywood-san. "Megdo, I heard that in the other world, the numbers of the boys and the girls are almost the same, you know? That's why they only marry one person in their world." "What? Is that so?" "There sure are lots of difference between here and the other world, So I see, so that means that the elf is Kaito's wife. PFFT? Wait a minute there. You gorilla? What kind of thought process do you have to reach that kind of incomprehensible story? No, that's not the case. That means that Kaito-kun isn't married, nor does he have a lover. Kaito, are you impotent? Oi, why the heck are you saying the most disgraceful line with that sympathetic look on your face? I'm so speechless that I could only reflexively respond with a brief oi. Looking at Mejido-san, who swerved the conversation to a strange path, I let out a big sigh. I also wanted Sayaka-san to say some follow-up, but for some reason, her face is red as she fidgets, and she doesn't seem like she could refute Mejido-san's words anytime soon. I guess it's really hard for her to express her opinions if she's facing the War King, huh? It's true that Mejido-san doesn't seem to listen to what the others say, but I have to say something for the sake of her honor. No, of course, I wouldn't feel bad if I was seen to be in a relationship with someone as beautiful and kind as Sayaka-san. It would be disrespectful to Sayaka-san if she was treated as my spouse. Mejido-san, no matter how you say that. It's disrespectful to Sayaka-san if you treat her like that. Sayaka-san and I are friends, but we don't have that kind of relationship. Huh? No. No matter how I look at that elf. Yes. Kaito, are you perhaps stupid? Why? Kaito-kun, I know that it's Mejido who said this, but I honestly agree with him on this one. Kuro too? I also agree with what he said. Even Sayaka-san? Why is everyone sending astounded gazes at me? I can't understand at all. The Count-ranked demon, which was called the Doomsday-invoking plague, Pandemonium, was an existence with common sense, which could even be said to be rare among the Count-ranked demons, where many people have distinctive personalities because of their great power. Using her disease abilities that can easily pierce through the true blessings of high-ranking gods, she has brought many lives to their deaths. For this reason, she is often called by her second name, which gives others the impression that she's a frightening villain. However, it's not like Pandemonium takes pleasure in killing others. She wouldn't take the lives of others unless it is necessary. If she is asked for help, she will help as long as it doesn't interfere with her duties. If someone is suffering, she will give them what they need as much as she can. As such, for a Count-ranked demon with great strength, she had a very gentle personality. However, there was one thing that she lacked greatly. She had never felt happiness before. Pandemonium never had any goal of wanting to do something, nor did she have any dream of becoming something. She affiliated herself with the Phantasmal King Corps, and is one of its executives, only because she was scouted by Shintia, and for no other reason than that. She doesn't have any strong sense of loyalty to Shintia. She obediently follows orders, because for her, who had no dreams or goals, following someone else's orders was an easy way to live. And such a Pandemonium has never lamented her lack of dreams and goals since birth. She has never felt the need for happiness. She had asked herself some questions like, I wonder what kind of emotion happiness is? But she had concluded too easily that there was nothing wrong with not knowing it. The being named Pandemonium is so empty that helping someone and reaching out one's hand to someone is something she sees as normal, thinking that doing such a thing is common sense. Yes, if one had to describe her, Pandemonium is a being whose way of thought is the extremity of common sense. She was a puppet that operates based on the standard called common sense. She had never felt inconvenienced by it, and just went about her day without a care in the world. A turning point in the life of such a girl came from a fateful meeting in the year of the 100th Festival of Heroes. It was on the 30th day of the Heaven month that Lilia, the head of the Albert Duchy, whom she serves, and infiltrated, performed the hero summoning. The first time she saw that being was when Lilia called for a large number of servants to gather, and at that moment, for the first time in her life, her heart was greatly shaken. If she were to be honest, the words Lilia had spoken at that moment had not reached her ears at all. At that moment, Pandemonium's heart and eyes were glued to Mama Kaito. There is a being this beautiful in this world, huh? In a way, it was just a complete coincidence. It's not that Kaito had a particularly dazzling beauty. It was just his face, his gestures, the atmosphere around him, and his magic power were all too much in line with the preferences of the being named Pandemonium. There is no special reason to it. It's just that when Pandemonium saw the being named Mama Kaito on that day, for the first time in her life, she had experienced something called love at first sight. And that's really the only reason why she was so eager to become Kaito's exclusive maid. However, the fact that she had fallen in love and continued to love Mama Kaito brought about an astonishing change in Pandemonium's heart. With the birth of love, brought another emotion within her mind. Strong resentment. She wondered what the servants in this mansion were thinking. She wondered why her beloved person had to feel confined within the premises of the mansion. Kaito was here because he got caught up, even though he should be pitied instead, for him to be treated as if he was a tumor. She thought that there's no reason why he should suffer from this. Her actions from then on were extremely swift. She had a lot of experience in infiltration missions and was highly regarded by the servants in the mansion, making it easy for her to guide everyone's thoughts. Be that as it may, she really is only helping him. She doesn't directly convey Kaito's greatness. That is because it will be good for Kaito only if he wins their favor by himself. What she did was to erase the prejudice of the servants against Kaito one by one through conversation, and to make them clearly see Kaito by what kind of person he is. For those who still had prejudice, she adjusted their work assignments and working hours so that they wouldn't encounter Kaito. Meanwhile, she continued to put in good words for Kaito. Thanks to her efforts, by the time a month had passed, there were few people in the mansion who thought badly of him, and the mansion turned into a comfortable environment for him. As if in proportion to this, the chances she had seeing Kaito's smile also increased. And she, Pandemonium, understood the feeling of happiness. There are many forms of love. Hers started with love at first sight, and the love she had for Kaito, the essence of her heart which even Pandemonium herself did not know, came to surface. The love that Pandemonium has, were devotion that asks nothing in return. Even though it was love at first sight, she loves Kaito with all her heart. However, she doesn't care if her love isn't rewarded. She is more than happy to see Kaito's smile, and her happiness is to see Kaito happy. Therefore, Pandemonium doesn't tell Kaito what he should do. He will let Kaito choose for himself and become happy for it. She believed that it is most important not to point out to Kaito what path she thinks he should take. Her role is to help Kaito when he is lost or troubled, affirm him, support him, push him forward when necessary, and help Kaito to make his own decision. And if Kaito decides the way to go, she will pave the way so that it will be easy for him to walk. That was the first goal and dream she got. Walking through the corridors of the mansion, Pandemonium Illness looked out the window towards the garden of the mansion. There, she found Kaito, happily playing with his pets. Seeing this, Illness smiled a truly happy smile. Seeing her beloved person smile, she was in the midst of warm happiness, thinking that she couldn't be any happier than this. Just as there are many forms of love, there are also forms of happiness. At least, for her, the current moment, she was feeling irreplaceable happiness. Holding on to her gratuitous love, she will continue to be Kaito's ally, because a happy future for Kaito is the place she should aim for. That's why she doesn't express her own opinion in regards to what Shultir is trying to do. She is Kaito's ally, not just simply his ally. She is unconditionally Kaito's ally. She understands that just helping Kaito in a straightforward manner doesn't necessarily lead to Kaito's happiness. In order for Kaito to walk in the future he himself desires, together with the being called Kuramuina, it is necessary for him to grow up. However, that doesn't mean she'll allow Kaito to get hurt. Whenever Kaito is in danger, and the people around him can't do anything about it, she will fight for him without hesitation. Therefore, she answered both yes and no to Ozma's question. As long as it doesn't turn out to be a development where Kaito is hurt, it would be best for Kaito to seize happiness by himself. If Kaito wanted her for him to achieve happiness, then she would happily give herself to him. However, even if that weren't the case, it doesn't matter to her. All she wants is a happy future for Kaito. She doesn't care if her love isn't rewarded. If Kaito wishes for it, she will stand by Kaito's side. If he wishes for it, she will stand behind Kaito, devoting herself forever to him. No, perhaps there's no point in even thinking about whether her love is rewarded or not. Pandemonium Illness will still love Kaito with all of her heart. However, she wouldn't ask for her love to be rewarded. This is because, as long as Kaito is happy, she feels that her love is already being rewarded. It was the 17th day of the water month, 2 days after Mejido-san's invasion. Mejido-san made as much ruckus as possible, and after saying "I'll come again," he left. Seriously? He came and went like a storm. The 16th of the water month was a peaceful day, so I thought we could have another peaceful day today. But that's apparently not the case. Here, Master. Thank you, Master. I brought you some cookies. Desu. But before that, can I ask you a question? What is it? After confusedly accepting the tea and cookies offered to me from both sides, I put them aside and moved my gaze at these two people standing on both of my sides, wearing maid outfits. I honestly don't understand the situation at all. I have no idea why these two are wearing maid uniforms or why they're calling me master. In addition, I'd like to know if these rock-hard cookies and sticky tea were something that people could consume. Why are you here? Ita-san, Theta-san. Master, please don't add honorary titles to our names. Please just call me Ita. Please call me Theta too. Desu. Yes. So, why is Ita and Theta calling me master? Yes, for some reason, the red-haired twins who attacked us before. Ita and Theta arrived in Duchess Albert's mansion this morning in maid uniform, and for some reason, they are now calling me master. In response to my question, Ita and Theta got down on one knee and had their heads lowered as they answered. This life was picked up by master. Then, I will use this life master picked up for master's cause. I will serve master. Devote myself to master. I offer my everything to master. Desu. Why you bastards? You just appeared out of nowhere, and now, you're spouting incomprehensible things. As I am astonished at the words that they straightforwardly told me, that they wanted to serve me, the quivering Animus grabs Ita and Theta's shoulder. There's a dangerous atmosphere around me, but if I just let them like this, I feel like I would get swept away by the situation, so I'd really like to get Anima to sternly tell them off. Thereupon, Ita and Theta lowered their heads and got down on one knee in Anima's direction as well. I apologize for the delay in greeting you, Chief Retainer Anima. See Chief Retainer? The Chief Retainer is Master's best confidant. Please guide us well. Desu. The best confidant. This is no good. Anima has a clear look of happiness on her face. Her mouth has been twitching since a while ago, and her cheeks are dyed red, looking like she's feeling the peak of happiness. It seems that you two surpass the others knowing that Master is the best one in the world. Good. Strive hard to be subordinates worthy of Master's name. It seems that Ita and that completely intend to serve me, and they don't look like they would listen to me when I stop them now. When I let out a sigh while slumping my shoulders in dismay, I heard a similar sigh. 3 subordinates with the strength of a high-ranking demon and a behemoth. Geez, Kaito-san, wouldn't that make you pretty powerful already? Seriously, how could this happen to you? Now, Lili. That just shows how attractive Kaito-san is. Besides, it's advantageous for us to have so many talented people staying in the mansion like this. That may be true, but being too serious is also a problem. You know, you need to be prepared to take advantage of Kaito-san's connections, or else you won't be able to serve as the head of a noble family. Look, you need to be more confident and firm. Lilia-san was holding her head in her hands, while Sayaka-san, who was next to her, gently comforted her. Since they've been best friends since childhood, the two of them seem to have a good affinity with each other, and Lilia-san may even be grateful for Sayaka-san's presence, someone who doesn't tease her like Luna Maria-san does, but gently follows up with her. Lilia-san, who immediately regained her composure thanks to Sayaka-san's help, asks Ita and Theta to help her with her work as well, if they're going to live in the mansion. Ita and Theta aren't as stern as Anima, and following Lilia-san's words, the other servants brought them out of the room to learn their jobs. Anima. Why yes, my apologies. Without listening to Master's will, I just went ahead and confirming that Ita and Theta have left. When I call Anima's name, Anima's shoulders twitched and she hurriedly gets down on one knee, as if she thought I'm angry. After chuckling looking at Anima like that, I put my hand on Anima's buried head and patted it. I forgot to mention, but thank you for what you did in that day before yesterday. I was saved because you came, Anima. Master's petting my head. I'm so honored. Although she rampaged here and there, Anima actually treated me well. When I patted her head with the thought of expressing my gratitude, Anima looked befuddled, with tears in her eyes. Geez, each and every one of her reactions are quite exaggerated. Because that guy is saying things like that so smoothly, more and more people gather around him. Sayaka, it looks like you would be facing lots of troubles. I'm ready to face that long ago. Lilia-san and Sayaka-san seem to be talking about something, but I wasn't able to clearly hear what they were talking about. However, I could tell that they were dumbfounded, so I just dryly smiled and gave them a small bow. After patting her head for a while and then, putting my hand away, Anima looked a little regretful. But her expression soon changed to one full of motivation. After saluting and saying I'll be patrolling, she left. Evening, while the sun was setting, Lilia, the head of Albert Duchy, was holding her head in her office. Her best friends Luna Maria and Sieglind were also in the room, looking at Lilia with worried expressions on their faces. Lili, is that alright? Lilia, holding her head, looking really troubled, is in a way, a common sight lately, but Sieglind still gently asked such a Lilia. Thereupon, Lilia looked up and muttered to herself with an exhausted look on her face, do you have any idea why those two decide to become maids? I dunno. Luna Maria tilted her head with a wry smile on her face at Lilia's words. Yes, the thing that Lilia is currently worrying about is the fact that Eta and Theta have become part of her household from today. Both of them are very motivated, and being high-ranking demons, they have excellent physical abilities. But Lilia doesn't know if it was because the only thing they've been doing was fighting or not, but in regards to doing work as a maid, those two were quite useless. Moreover, since they had tremendous physical strength, the damage they can do with their failures is extremely high. Theta was indeed dexterous to a certain extent, but Eta is astonishingly surprising. Luna, would you be willing to mentor those two? I respectfully decline. Heck, please excuse me from that. Having them become proper maids is just next to impossible. Sieg. No, Lili, I'm not a maid. Okay? Even if I know some things as to what your maids do, teaching them their work isn't something I can do. Lilia is wondering who she should count on teaching Eta and Theta, but she can't seem to come up with a good answer. Just as Luna Maria was thinking about making a cup of tea as a change of pace, someone knocked on the office's door. Yes, please come in. Excuse my intrusion, my lady. Please confirm these documents. Illness. Coming into the room was the oldest among the servants in the mansion and the person Lilia really trusts, Illness. Illness tilted her head curiously at the sight of Lilia and the others, but having been acquainted with them for a long time, she immediately sensed that Lilia was troubled, and asked her in a gentle voice, Is something the matter? It seems like there's something bothering you. Actually. Lilia, who has been under Illness' care since she could remember, consulted with her about the matter that she had been bothered about. After Lilia finished her explanation, Illness nodded her head in understanding, before speaking in her usual tone. I see. Well, shall I instruct those two? That is, I would certainly feel relieved if I can leave those two to Illness. But would that alright? It's no problem. Illness' skill as an instructor is top-notch. Rather, more than half of the maids in the mansion, including Luna Maria, have been taught how to work by Illness. That's why Illness is grateful that Illness has agreed to mentor Eta and Theta. Is it going to be alright though? No, it's not that I'm doubting Illness Sama's skill, but it's going to be quite difficult to teach those two muscle heads, you know. I don't think Luna Maria had a good memory through I'm really thankful for that time. No, I'm already glad that you've grown up quite nicely. In the past, Luna Maria had lived as an adventurer, and her manners and etiquette were quite atrocious, but Illness raised her to be a full-fledged maid. In a sense, Illness could be said as Luna Maria's master. Perhaps, because she's aware of the fact that she's been under her care, even Luna Maria, who was usually getting carried away easily, is unable to raise her head against her and attaches Sama to her name. However, would that really be alright? Illness Sama, your usual workload alone is already considerable. Don't worry, Sieglind. I can teach them in Uugin between Wuok. In response to Sieglind's question, sounding rather worried, Illness told her that she doesn't need to worry, before turning towards Lilia. That settles it then, my lady. Please assign those two to me starting tomorrow. I understand. That's really helpful. I'll give you a special bonus while you're teaching them. There's no need. No, but I need to at least increase the salary you receive from usual. There's no need. Brusquely rejecting Lilia's offer of a special increase in salary, Illness placed the documents she brought on Lilia's desk, before leaving the room with a bow. Watching such a scene, Luna Maria muttered to herself after Illness left, The amount of work she does alone normally is more than 10 times that of an average maid already, and yet she's still able to teach them at the same time. Well, seriously, I don't think I'll be able to match her skills anytime soon. Yes, I suppose Ilna-sama is a being that could truly be described by the words top-notch. Hearing the words, Lunamaria calmly said. Sieglinde deeply nodded her head. Thereupon, a teasing smile suddenly appeared on Lunamaria's lips, glanced at Lilia and began to speak with exaggerated movements. But even when she is so excellent and does a lot of work, her salary and position aren't any different than common maids. How devilish can you be, my lady? With an employer like my lady, she might get fed up and quit someday. Could you please not say such terrifying things? In response to Lunamaria's words, Lilia shouted with a pale face. In fact, if illness were to disappear, the Albert Duchy definitely wouldn't collapse, but it's still going to take a big hit. If others were to try to fill in the work she does alone, she can't even begin to imagine how many people will need to take over. I mean, I'm the one who'd been suggesting a pay rise to her. Heck, I've suggested that to her multiple times already, but no matter how many times I told her that, she adamantly declines me, so there's nothing I can do about it. Well, Ilna-sama certainly doesn't desire for anything. The only thing she had ever requested of me was to be Kaito-san's exclusive maid. Yes, it's not that Lilia wants to keep Illness be a common maid. She had tried to pay her a salary appropriate to the work she had been doing. However, all of that was rejected by Illness. The current situation is that Illness is paid the same salary and the position of a common maid. I'll make Illness the head maid as soon as she's willing to. In fact, even the current head maid frequently says, isn't Ilna-sama more suitable to be the head maid than I am? But the problem is that she doesn't agree at all. Well, I suppose she would. I mean, almost all of the servants in the mansion think that Ilna-sama is the most suitable person to be the head maid. But the only one who doesn't think so is the person herself. She's a very excellent and reliable person. Although Lilia has complete trust in her, the only thing that really troubled Lilia was that she didn't like to be in a prominent position. Well, even then, such anguish is so light compared to the stomachache she's going to experience when she finds out that Illness is actually one of the Phantasmal King's executives. The 18th day of the water month. Sweat pouring out of me as I struggled to move my flaring body, I let out a few ragged breaths. Why Yuzuki-san? Senpai, are you alright? When I called out to her even as my breathing turned rough, Yuzuki-san helped while she gently spoke to me. Drops of sweat trickle down her slightly tanned skin, and Yuzuki-san's large chest bounces. Her healthy, well-toned body emphasizes her larger-than-average breasts and her well-toned buttocks, and combined with Yuzuki-san's slightly ragged breaths, she looks really stunning. Sorry, I'm already at my limit. That's too fast. A bit more. Just a bit more. Please do your best. Heat envelops my body as if my temperature has risen several degrees, and that heat is rushing straight towards me and greatly exhausting my body. Biting my lip hard, I willed my trembling body, which seems to be reaching its limit, to move. Receiving Yuzuki-san's words of encouragement, I tried becoming the embodiment of endurance as I desperately endured the pain on my lower body. But even so, I've already reached my limit. My breathing is already ragged, and I feel as if all my strength will disappear if I relax, but it feels as if my body in itself is wishing to be released from this suffering. Senpai, a bit more. Okay. I'll do my best. Her flexible fingers touching my body, I could feel encouragement along with her heat transmitting towards me. I'm trying to keep my mental strength together as if I'm about to collapse. I mustered the last of my strength. A few minutes later, I was sitting on the ground, having reached my limit. No more. I'm going to die. We've only been running for about 5 kilometers though. As far as I'm concerned, I'd like to go several times over this, but no, you're mistaken for asking me something like that. My side hurts. Foo. In contrast to me, who sits down limp and breathing has turned heavy, Yuzuki-san still looks lively. I guess this really shows the difference between our habits. NGHH, it really hurts. Anyway, I've really become frailer. I feel like I could go a bit further than this. What with those words that stink like an old man? Besides, you do realize that we still have to get home, right? Can't we just try a carriage or something? That's no good. The reason why I'm so tired is because I remembered that I haven't been exercising since I came to this world, which isn't exactly good for my health, so I thought I'd better get some exercise. And since there was Yuzuki-san, who runs every day, I asked if I could run with her. But I turned like this. No, I feel like I could go for 10 kilometers if I'm just jogging. But while I try to keep up with Yuzuki-san's speed, it feels like I'm running in a marathon. Incidentally, Yuzuki-san suggested that we take it slow at first, but my pride as a man did its work and told her that it was okay. But my pride as a man was shattered, and the difference in our abilities was on full display. Well, those people in the track and field club are amazing. Her basic endurance is totally different. And even though Yuzuki-san didn't slow down her face, she seemed to be matching up with me. It's quite shameful to be completely outran by a girl 5 years younger than me. Yuzuki-san isn't using body strengthening magic. According to her, if I use that, then running would lose its meaning. I guess that's the fastidiousness of a track and field athlete. I'm using it though. I guess I'll train my body a bit more from now on, at least until I could properly run. Here, senpai, is this honey lemon? I made it with the ingredients from this world, so that might be called different instead, but the taste and some other stuff was the same. Thanks. I gratefully accepted the pseudo honey lemon that Yuzuki-san offered me. The sweetness and sourness soaks into my tired body and makes me feel like I can still do my best as long as I will it, even if it's quite impossible. Speaking of which, where did you get this from? Fufafu. You finally noticed, huh? Tada. Whoa, isn't that a magic box? You've also got one, Yuzuki-san. Lilia-san gave it to me. Apparently, it's because she has lots of money because of Kaito-san. Yuzuki-san proudly takes out her magic box. Apparently, it was given to her by Lilia-san as a gift because she got lots of money. But what did she mean when she said it's because of me? I see. Come to think of it, I heard that there were talks going on with Isis-san about a jewelry deal, and I think she also mentioned something about cooperating with Sadich Magic Trading Company. Seeing Yuzuki-san talking with a smile on her face, it mysteriously makes me feel energetic too. I see, good for you. That must be why you looked so happy the whole time. No, I was happy because senpai came running with me. You see, it's more fun to run with someone rather than just running along, right? Weren't you running together with Aoi-chan? As for Aoi-senpai, she's more of a high jumper. She doesn't really go along with me when it comes to long distance running. Although Yuzuki-san and Aoi-chan are in the same track and field club, it seems that they're participating in different events. Rather than that, senpai, what's with you? Since when are you going to call me Yuzuki-san? I think senpai and I have gotten pretty close now, you know. Calling me Yuzuki-san makes me feel like I'm still a stranger, so I don't really like it. Kaito-senpai is also older than me, so please call me Hina like Aoi-senpai does. Suddenly bringing her face closer to me, Yuzuki-san asked me to call her by her name. I certainly have been getting along with Kusunoki-san and Yuzuki-san quite well recently. Was it after the Sacred Tree Festival? Since then, both of them have started to talk to me more actively, and I enjoy running with them like this. There's no particular reason for me to refuse, so I just nodded my head upon Yuzuki-san. Hina-chan's words. Then, I will start calling you Hina-chan. Yes. When I called her by name, Hina-chan nodded with a big smile on her face. I felt like my reflexively slacken seeing her puppy-like appearance. Taking a break while chatting with Hina-chan for a while, when I've regained my strength, Hina-chan stands up. I don't know if she really enjoys running or not, but she started running while looking behind towards me, saying let's quickly go. Wait, Hina-chan? Watch your step. Kaiwa. Hina-chan, there is no such thing as concrete in this world, and the ground isn't as clean as it is in Japan. The ground underneath Hina-chan's feet, which she was about to run to, was rising. And when I hurriedly called out to her, it was already too late and she stumbled and fell. Are you okay? Why yes. Somehow, and GGH? Hina-chan? I'm sorry. I think I twisted my ankle. Probably because she fell in a pretty strange position. It seems that Hina-chan had twisted her ankle. I'm alright. If it's just this much, I can still walk. No, you shouldn't push yourself. I hurriedly stopped Hina-chan, whose expression twisted in pain, from standing up even as she had a brave smile on her face. However, what should I do? I can't use any kind of recovery magic. But that doesn't mean I can just let her walk around with a twisted foot. After thinking about it for a while and not coming up with any particular plan, I squatted down in front of Hina-chan. Senpai. Anyway, I'll be carrying you, so get on. But you shouldn't walk around with your feet like that. You understood? Excuse me then! Exclamation mark. Hina-chan seemed to be perplexed when I said that I would carry her while squatting down, but after a little while, she laid on my back. However, this is more intense than I imagined. Feeling my face slightly blush as I felt the large bulges pressed against my back, I get up and started walking slowly while trying my best to be free from obstructive thoughts. Senpai, just be patient for a bit. When we get back to the mansion, they'll heal you back to tip-top shape. No, that's not it. Couldn't you just send a hummingbird to pick us up? I've been thinking about this lately. Could it be that I'm actually an idiot? I think it's more like my field of vision is getting narrower when I'm shaken, but I feel like my way of thinking has been becoming more rigid. I'm sorry, it slipped out of my mind. Then, I will contact Lilia-san. Please wait. Hina-chan told me to send out a hummingbird, but for some reason, Hina-chan stopped me. If it's okay with you, Kaito-senpai, can I ask you to carry me like this for a bit longer? I don't really mind. Thank you very much. I feel like it would be better if we get her treated as soon as possible, but if she wants to keep it that way, I guess it's not that bad that we need someone to pick us up. With that in mind, as I start to walk back, Hina-chan is clinging more strongly than before. Senpai, am I heavy? No, you're surprisingly light. Her scent wafts in with her whisper. It was quite strange how girls don't smell like sweat compared to men, or rather, even their sweat somehow seems to smell nice. She really is lighter than I imagined, making me realize once again that who I'm carrying behind my back is a girl. Senpai's back. It's big. Really? Yes. I wanted a gentle older brother, just like Kaito-senpai. Isn't the president kind? Hearing Hina-chan, who for some reason, speaks to me in a relieved tone of voice, I ask her back as I move my feet forward. Not at all. My family is so strict that we don't even have a chance to hang out with each other. It's true that president seems to be the type of person who would be strict on himself and to others. It's quite unbalanced, isn't it? Both of my parents are very strict, so I feel like I should balance that out and be as kind as to balance it out with my brother. Indeed. Hina-chan, who has been complaining about her family, somehow seems to be having fun and doesn't seem to dislike them at all. So, once again, the strength she's using to cling to my back becomes stronger, and Hina-chan continues in a somewhat fawning tone. Senpai, I'm sorry for causing so much trouble. No, you don't have to be bothered if it's only something like this. I was really happy to run together with you. Will you run with me again? Of course, I needed to work on my strength a little more after all. You're right. You're not very strong. Fufafu. Hina-chan, who puts her face on my shoulder and happily smiles, feels like a cute little sister I want to protect. Firmly carrying Hina-chan behind my back, I felt more strength in each of my steps compared to before. Senpai, isn't it difficult? It's alright, I'm fine if it's just something like this. However, you'd be doing this for 5 kilometers, you know? Somehow, it feels like the distance back home is getting absurdly far away when you put it in concrete numbers. No, it will be alright, it's just 5 kilometers. Isn't that just an hour's walk away? Let's do our best. I'm sure my muscles will be sore tomorrow though. I'm a guy after all. I have to show everyone how cool I am every once in a while. What are you talking about? Senpai have always been cool. Feeling Hina-chan's warmth as she seems relieved while leaning her body on my back, I feel encouraged by her warmth. Taking another step forward. Hina-chan is always a cheerful and energetic girl, but she also has a more sensitive side than others, making me feel like she's a girl younger than me. I enjoy spending time with her, who gives me her straightforward trust, and somehow, I think that if I had a younger sister, she would be someone like her. On the 19th day of the water month, I was walking with Kuro on a path I was recently familiar with. I'm sorry, Kuro. Things ended up being so hectic that I didn't get to tell you about my plans for Alice. It's alright. Even if today's no good too, we can still go back to another day. I'll be going to Lilia-chan's place tomorrow after all. After that, I should be quite free in my schedule. Thank you. Yes, currently, Kuro and I were walking to Alice's general store. I had mentioned before that I was going to Alice and help her sell magic tools in the form of futons, but I forgot to ask about her plans because of that ruckus with Megdo-san. When I told Kuro about it last night when she came to my room as usual, she offered to make time today to go with me. I'm really grateful for that, but honestly, even though Alice made lots of money last time, she already had previous offenses before, so I can't trust that she won't gamble all the money she has. I need to create a stable source of income quickly for her, and then keep reminding her to calculate her expenses and income. As I was walking alongside Kuro on the street, I suddenly remembered something, so I decided to ask her about it. That's right. There's something I want to ask you, Kuro. You want to ask something? Fufafu, I see. Since you saw my magical beast mode, you've become curious about my identity, right? Alright, if you ask now, I'll give you a hint as a little service. What's your favorite food, Kuro? Besides baby castellas? You're asking that? No, Kaito-kun, that's not what you should be asking now, right? This is the time where you use the line "what in the world are you?" No, I don't really think I'll be using that for a while. How should I say this? I'm not really sure if Kuro, in the end, wants me to ask about who she really is or if she doesn't want me to ask about her identity. However, what I can be sure of is that just because I asked it, it doesn't mean that she's going to honestly tell all about it. You need to be more interested in me, Kaito-kun. I'm becoming sad here, you know? No, I'm interested in you. Isn't that why I'm asking you what your favorite is? Kuro's cheeks puffed out like a hamster in response to my words, as if she couldn't think of a counter-argument. How should I say this? She's as cute as always and not scary at all. However, I used to be swept along in the past, but lately, I'm starting to feel that I have the luxury of being able to get the upper hand in my conversations with Kuro. So, in the end, what's your favorite food? Other than baby castellas, maybe pudding? What was it called again? That special deluxe pudding a la mode? That's the one I made for me before. That was quite delicious, Tilda. To be honest, I was only half joking when I told her about it, but for her to really make it, it's really amazing. She just said she's half joking. I see. Kuro thought it was an absurd request to ask, but Ein-san completed it like it's obvious. She's a cheat, just as usual. However, Kaito-kun, why are you suddenly asking me what I like? Hilda, well, you see, when we went out together last time, on a date. When we went on a date. Didn't I say that I would be the one asking you next time? You did say that. So, I thought it would be great if we could go eat something Kuro likes, and that's why I'm asking you. Kaito-kun. Hearing my words, I said, while feeling somewhat embarrassed. Kuro was silent for a bit, before she smiled like a blooming flower. I'll look forward to that. Now, let's go. Wait, Kuro. Your hand. We've held hands before already, so don't mind. Don't mind, Tilda. Looking at Kuro, who's happily laughing as she pulled my hand along. Aware that a natural smile appeared on my mouth, I went to Alice's general store together with Kuro. Walking into Alice's general store, which I was getting used to seeing by now, there was the usual stuffed cat costume. Kaito-san, welcome. I still have some last-minute money left this time. I'll make sure we'll carefully talk about that later. What the heck do you mean last minute? You made that much money last time, and you've already spent that much? Seriously, if I take my eyes off her for a while. No, wait, calm down. Preaching is for later. Let's go have a talk with Kuro first. You must be Alice-chan, right? Kaito-kun told me all about you. Underworld King Sama? Nice to meet you. One moment please. Alice, who was in her usual good mood, after she became aware of Kuro's presence when she spoke to her, I could clearly see that she's trembling even when she's wearing that stuffed costume. Then, after telling Kuro to wait a minute, she moved behind the counter, took off her costume, and came back. Kneeling down on both of her knees in front of Kuro, bowing her head. Please accept my apologies. It's just my usual habit, so. if you could spare my life. I'm not here to kill you though. As expected, even if it's Alice, she doesn't seem to joke around like she usually does when dealing with Kuro, the underworld king, and apologizes with a nervous look on her face. Still, she only wore her opera mask but can we just get on with it and see the magic tool? Why yes. This way. Oi, we're not talking about your stuffed costumes, bring us to where the futons you made are. Why you're right. Unusually, Alice seems like she would blow up, as when she led us to her stuffed costumes doesn't seem to be her usual poke, but just a plain mistake. Alice hurriedly brought the futons she made this time. I don't know if I should have expected it since she has a good sense of style, but even the design of the futon she made looked elegant enough that it wouldn't be strange even in a noble's house. Kuro takes the futon and looks at it from various angles, then looks at Alice with a slightly surprised expression on her face. What an incredibly beautiful technique you used here, huh? It's sophisticated and lean. You have quite an amazing magical craftsmanship, huh? I am not that extravagant. With this kind of work, we could sell it right away. Would you mind making this for my company? Yes, it's a pleasure. It seems that Kuro has a high evaluation of the magic tool, as she told her that she would procure it from her. Can this be mass-produced? Why yes. Give me a few days, and I could prepare a whole bunch of them. I'd say the cost of materials is about 3,000 Then, how about we stock up on them at about 1,000 a piece? PFFT 1,100 To my surprise, Kuro seems to purchase the futon at more than 3 times the material cost. I wonder if she'd make a profit if she bought it for that cost? Then, as if sensing my doubts, Kuro lightly smiled. There aren't many mages that are able to set up a technique like this, even within the demon realm. If I consider that, this much is appropriate. I guess these would mainly be sold to the nobles. I'd also like you to make a low-cost sleeping bag for the adventurers and the general public. But can you make those? Yes, of course. Then, as for that sleeping bag, I'll pay you 50% of the net profit for being the inventor. I'll have a representative from my company come by some other time to formalize the contract. 50%? I don't know if I should say it's to be expected from her or anything like that, but Kuro promptly advanced the conversation, and quickly put together a business meeting. You Underworld King Sama? It's just that I feel like those conditions were too advantageous for me. You especially referred to by Kaito-kun after all. Consider it as a service. Thank you very much. Then, in about 4 days, I'll have them come back with a contract. Are you alright with that? Yes. It seems that Kuro is willing to sign a contract that's favorable to Alice, considering that I introduced her. I'm really grateful for that. I guess I'll have to thank Kuro again. With the business meeting between Kuro and Alice over, I was thinking of leaving because I didn't want to stay for too long. But Alice spoke to me right at that moment. Kaito-san, the thing you asked before is ready. Already? You really work fast, huh? What is? What Alice told me about was the job I asked her to do a while ago. I had some troublesome conditions placed on it, so I thought it would take her quite some time, but it seems she already finished it. Naturally interested in the conversation that only the two of us could understand what we're talking about, Kuro approached me while tilting her head. Kuro, stay there for a moment, okay? So, Alice, where's the stuff? It's here. I'm sure that it met all the conditions Kaito-san gave me. Stopping Kuro, who was approaching, I received a small box from Alice and checked the contents. All I can is that it's to be as expected of her. It's a magnificent piece of work. The fact that she cleared my request I made means that I was able to get rid of that uncertainty. Thanks. So, how much is this? I really had a hard time getting the materials for that as well. So, how about 1,000 Alright. Considering what the item is, you could say that it's quite pricey. But because of all the demands I presented, I think it's reasonable. Thinking so, I handed a gold coin to Alice without feeling particularly troubled. After thanking Alice once again, I left the shop with Kuro. On the way back from Alice's general store together, Kuro was walking next to me. For some reason, she seemed to be in a bad mood. Why are your cheeks puffed up? I was being excluded by Kaito-kun earlier. Don't sulk anymore. It seems that she doesn't like the fact that I've been sneaking around and excluding her in the conversation, so she adorably puffed up her cheeks and turned away. However, it doesn't seem that Kuro is really angry, as after a while, she immediately lets out a sigh and her cheeks turned back to normal. Well, if Kaito-kun won't tell me, I won't ask about it, but no, it's not that I don't want to tell you, it's just that, seeing Kuro tilting her head at my words, I took out the box I had bought from Alice, even when I'm aware that I'm quite nervous right now, and held it out to Kuro. Kuro, for everything you've done for me. Thanks. Kaito-kun, I don't know if I should say that this is as thanks for that or anything like that, but I'd appreciate it if you could take it. Thank you. Can I open it now? Yes, what I asked Alice to make was a gift to Kuro. I wanted to do something to thank Kuro for all the help she's given me since I came to this world, so after much thought, I decided to give her this. However, the words Kuro had said before were bothering me, and I knew I couldn't just give it to her, so I asked Alice to make some changes. Kuro slowly opened the box she received from me, and took out the item inside with a surprised look on her face. Could this be? When we, went on our date, it's that necklace that Kuro liked. I asked Alice to make it out of a material that's really stretchy, so I don't think it will be torn off even if you turn into your magical beast form. Kaito-kun, the necklace that Kuro took out of the box is designed with silver stars lined up in a row, and it's the one that Kuro asked me if it would look good on her on our previous date. At that time, Kuro didn't seem to buy it because it would be torn off when she was in her magical beast mode. But I had actually bought it later in secret, and when I asked Alice if she could make it so that it wouldn't break even if the wearer took on a larger form, she said it would be fine if she used a special material, so I asked her to get it and remake it for me. Alice's craftsmanship really is quite superb, and at a glance, it may look like a normal necklace. No, it's more delicate and beautiful because of the detailed workmanship, but it's made to fit the wearer with its excellent elasticity. Kuro looked at the necklace she received from me for a while, squeezed it in front of her chest, then looked at me with eyes that were slightly trembling and her cheeks slightly dyed in red. Kaito-kun, Kuro was about to mumble something in a voice so quiet that it seemed to fade away, but then, she immediately stopped talking. And somehow, there's a conflicted look on her face. After a few moments of silence, Kuro looks up and smiles brightly. Sorry, it's nothing. Thanks, Kaito-kun. I'm really happy. I will take good care of it. I didn't know what she was about to say, but it doesn't seem like it's a good topic to step into so easily. At the very least, I could sense a compelling emotion from Kuro, who had a smile somewhat different than usual, asking me not to ask her anything more. That's right, Kaito-kun, since we're outside together now, let's go get something to eat. Speaking of which, it's almost lunchtime. Yep. Then, let's go to my recommended place. Recommended? What kind of food do they serve? I think they're using striped frog meat too. Change please. I've eaten lots of things since I've been in this world. I've eaten dragon meat, bear meat, and the meat of a frightening sounding being called tyrant worm. But still, I'd like it if you excuse me from eating frog meat. No, I know there are edible frogs and toads, but it would still take lots of courage to eat them, so please give me some time to gather that courage. The person with whom I've spoken with the most and been closest to since I came to this world. However, after today, I realized that the thoughts in Kuro's heart, I still don't know it at all. Underworld King Kuro-Muina's castle in the demon realm. Sex has come to visit Kuro-Muina, who's relaxing in her room. Kuro-sama, regarding tomorrow's visit. What's the matter? No, it just looks like you're in a good mood. It seems like something really good happened today. Well, I guess I'm in a slightly good mood. Without denying the words Sex told her, Kuro-Muina smiled like a young girl. Is that a necklace? It's unusual for Kuro-sama to wear an accessory. Well, I really like it. What do you think? Does it suit me? Yes, it really suits you. However, it looks like you've cast quite a powerful state preservation magic in it. I just don't want it to get dirty. A necklace of shiny silver stars gleamed on Kuro-Muina's chest, and the fact that Kuro-Muina, who basically never wears any accessories, wears it means that she really likes it. Seeing Kura-Muina caressing the necklace on her chest as if she were handling her treasure, Sex also calmly smiles. Is that so? Oops, excuse me. I'm here for tomorrow's meeting. Yeah, you're right. Just as I sent you on the letter beforehand, going there around 10 a.m. should be fine. Then, I'll send them a hummingbird stating that. I'll leave it to you to also change some of the shapes of the samples, just in case. Understood. After lightly discussing her plans to visit Lilia's mansion and watching as Sex politely bow and leave, Kura-Muina turns her gaze to the necklace on her chest again. The expression on her face as she smiles with a slight blush on her cheeks is like a maiden in love. Though she looks very young for that appearance. How unfair. Making me this happy is troubling. After muttering to herself, Kura-Muina stroked the necklace once more before lightly kissing one of the stars. Kaito-kun. You really are. Could it be? You really are who I had been. After muttering in a quiet, inaudible voice, Kura-Muina looks up and stares in the empty sky. Her expression seemed to be a mix between happiness and loneliness. Seems to show the complicated feeling she held in her heart, while the first gift she received from her beloved gleamed on her chest. The chairman of the Sidage Magic Tool Trading Company, Riverstar. I knew his name, but I had never met him in person, so I was curious about him. When he visited Lilia-san, I got the impression that San was a middle-aged man with a distinctive white beard, a gentle face and strong light in his eyes that gave the impression that he was an experienced old man. It's nice to meet you, Mamadono. I've heard a lot about you lately. It's an honor to meet you here in person. Ah, no. I'm also happy to meet you. It's nice to meet you. Underworld King Sama, chairman of the Sidage Magic Tool Trading Company. And even the Great Sage of the Dead. We have quite the frightening guests, huh? My lady? Why yes. Could you at least hold out a little longer? Apparently, it seems that not only Kuro and San, but also Sex-san is a fairly famous high-ranking demon in the human realm. What's more, he's the one who built the foundation of the magic school and is known as a great sage. The guardian of the empty seat, the great sage of the dead, also adding the first hero to that. Kuro's family is really filled with outrageous people. Even if Kuro is like that, she's still the underworld king, huh? Kaito-kun, can't you at least keep your inner thoughts to yourself? You said that out loud. While responding to the words I muttered, Kuro had the necklace I gave her yesterday on her chest. I'm honestly too embarrassed to look at her properly. Anyway, I show the visiting Kuro and the others to the reception room. Sex-san and San then said hello to Lilia-san, and started to get down to business. Wait, Era, it's just that I feel like I'm forgetting something very important. This visit certainly is about greeting Lilia-san, but it's also supposed to be about the patent for the calculator I proposed. But did I tell Lilia-san that? Well then, Lilia-sama, please have a look at this one. Is this a magic tool? Yes. It was Mamadono's idea and we gave it shape. Huh? After Sex-san's explanation, Lilia-san stiffened as if time has stopped. Shit. I really didn't tell her, huh? And then, Lilia-san turns her head towards me as if a creaking doll creepily turning its head, and mutters in a voice that seems like she's crawling out of a well. Kaito-san? Why yes. What does that mean? No. That is, I asked Kuro before if she could make a tool from my world. When I replied to Lilia-san, frightened by Lilia-san's expression that seemed to say that I did something again, she became silent for a while, before she lets out a big sigh. Seriously, Kaito-san, you're always, please excuse my actions. Sex-sama. So, what's that magic tool you're referring to? It's a magic tool that could help you calculate. Calculate? With a magic tool? It seems that the people of this world have a strong belief that magic is magic while mathematics is mathematics. They're different things. So Lilia-san looked surprised at Sex-san's words. And then, Sex-san takes out a magic tool about the size of a ping-pong ball. Wait. That's really small. Is that supposed to be a calculator? When I was confused by the fact that it's smaller than I expected, Lilia-san touched the magic tool with a nervous look on her face. Then, the magic tool emits a faint light, and numbers and formulas appeared in midair. Whoa? These numbers floating in the air, and you just operate it by touching it. Isn't this completely beyond our world's calculator? No. It may not be able to do complicated stuff like function calculation, but once again, magic really is amazing. Lilia-san operates that magic tool for a while and turns to Kuro and the others, with an astonished expression on her face. It's a wonderful magic tool. Not to mention the various companies, even the nobles and the royal palace would want this. Yes, as for that magic tool, it was our company that created it, but the inventor is Momodono, and Momodono is a person whom Kuromune Inazuma is intimate with. Naturally, our company wouldn't half-heartedly treat him. In response to Lilia-san's words, San spoke the part that seemed to be the main point. And our company thinks that Momodono is entitled to half of the net profit. I see, I get the gist of what you're saying now. That means that from now, Kaito-san will be receiving large sums of money on a regular basis. And you're asking our family as a point of contact and the one who will manage it. That's not it. Apparently, Lilia-san thought it would be a good idea to lend me the name of Albert Duchy to do business with the company, and she was about to firmly tell them that it was agreeing. But San interrupted her while she's talking. Momodono wishes to transfer the profits generated by this magic tool to the Albert Duchy. Huh? I'm sorry. I think I just misheard you. Can you please say that again? Momodono wishes to transfer half of the net profits generated by this magic tool to the Albert Duchy. Huh? This time, Lilia-san froze completely. After a moment of silence as if time stopped, Lilia-san showed a surprised expression and leaned forward. That's no good. Those profits should be given to Kaito-san. I can't take that from him. No. But Momodono himself wishes to. That's still no good. There's no way I will accept that. Lilia-chan. If you think about it, it might be natural for this to happen, as Lilia-san is so serious that she can't seem to be convinced for the profits to be transferred to her, and is throwing out words of denial with a frantic expression on her face. But then Kuro, who had been silent, opened her mouth. Kuromune Inazuma, I can see your point, Lilia-chan. You can't agree to receiving the profits from Kaito-kun's work when you haven't done anything, right? Yes, but you know, Kaito-kun, he doesn't need money at the moment. No. Rather than just not needing money, he even has more than 100 white gold coins right now, right? Wouldn't it just be troubling him if he just gets more? That is. Lilia-san slightly hesitated because of what Kuro quietly said. And Kaito-kun, after a year, he will go back to his world, right? If you think about it, in Kaito-kun's position, taking on that kind of hassle would just be a hindrance instead, don't you think? Of course, like I said before, I understand how you feel, Lilia-chan. So, why don't we do this? Kaito-kun has the patent until Kaito-kun returns to his world, and then, after Kaito-kun leaves, the patent will be transferred to Lilia-chan. What do you think? Indeed. If it's that, I guess it's to be expected of Kuro, as she offered a good compromise with Lilia-san, and she nodded and looks like she's considering it. I thought that was the end of the conversation, but Kuro now turns to me and speaks. But Kaito-kun, you don't need any more money now, right? Yeah, honestly, I don't think I could even use all the money I have right now. So, let's do this then. I'll buy the rights to own that patent while Kaito-kun is in this world. Buy them? Though I say that, I'm not saying I'll purchase it with money. Kaito-kun, looks like you wanted a teleportation magic tool, so in exchange for that patent, I will make you a teleportation magic tool! Kuro's suggestion certainly was a welcome one. I currently have more than 1 billion yen in Japanese yen. It's unlikely that I'll be able to spend it all, so just the thought of my money increasing just troubles me. I've been wanting to get a teleportation magic tool, and I was just thinking of buying one. However, since I have no knowledge of magic tools, I thought of consulting Kuro to get a good one, but I'd be grateful if she could make it for me. Of course. Since it's in exchange for the patent, I will not half-heartedly make it. I will make it the best one in the world. That kinda sounds amazing. Speaking of which, I forgot to mention it before, but I had something I wanted Kuro to look at. Shiro-san gave me this magic crystal before. But from Shiro? Perhaps because we were talking about magic tools, but I suddenly remembered the magic crystal Shiro-san had given me before. In the end, I had been busy with all sorts of stuff, so I had been out of my mind. But if I were to think about it, there's no way that Shiro-san, the god of creation, would give me something that simple. So, I asked Kuro to have a look at it. Taking the white magic crystal I brought out of my magic box, Kura looked at it, and after looking at it from various angles, Kura looked amazed. Shiro, what in the world did you create now? As I thought, it really isn't just an ordinary magic crystal. Ordinary magic crystals absorb and store the magic power in the air. Each magic crystal's purity was categorized based on how fast and how much capacity it can store. But this magic crystal doesn't have such a concept. What does that mean? What the heck? I have a very bad feeling about this. That airhead goddess. What kind of outrageous thing did she send me? That magic crystal is creating magic power from the inside, and it has the capacity of around the same as the amount of the total magic power of all high-ranking demon. But, as expected of Shiro, this shouldn't have existed in this world. Or rather, she just made something that exceeds common sense. Shiro-san, seriously, what did you create? You just created something that exceeds common sense? This is really outrageous. Or rather, Shiro-san herself is really preposterous. Let's see. Do you want me to make a magic tool out of this? If it were to be made from this magic crystal, you can even teleport from human realm to demon realm, and you can reuse it in a few minutes. That sounds very tempting. Can I ask that? Leave it to me. It was obviously something that's beyond my control, but even if I sent Tsukumi to that airhead goddess, an airhead-like counter would just return. So, I decided to ask Kuro to turn it into a magic tool for teleportation magic. It's true that if I can go to the demon realm as well, it would be easier for me to visit Isis-san and other places, and I also wanted to have a means of transportation. Kaito-san's range of activities will be expanding. I feel like I'm getting dizzy. Seeing Kuro say that with a gentle smile, I also smiled. I feel like I saw Lilia-san mutter something to herself, looking far into the distance. The 22nd day of the water month. In preparation for my visit to Isis-san's castle tomorrow, I came to visit Alice's general store. My purpose wasn't to go shopping. It was to tell Alice that I'll be heading for the demon realm, and that I won't be here for a couple of days. Alice nodded after hearing my words, then tilted her head with her opera mask on. But, why are you telling me that? I see. Kaito-san, you finally noticed my charm, A few days of partying would make you miss me, No, that's not the case. Can't you just make a little follow-up there? Yep, Alice's predictions are completely misguided and I have a different goal in mind. Quietly approaching Alice, I slightly glared at her and spoke. Listen here. I've told you this multiple times already, but don't waste your money on gambling and other useless stuff while I'm gone, okay? Well, that's, you hear me? If I come back and I hear you say you don't have any money left, I'll make sure you'll pay for that. Ktho-shan, my cheeks. I remind her again, pulling the cheeks of this idiot that I'm sure doesn't get it at all. Seriously, this girl spends a lot of money if I just take my eyes off her for a few days, and if I really don't keep an eye on her, even a steady income doesn't mean anything at all. Reminding Alice several times not to waste her money, I was about to leave, when Alice hurriedly took out something. Please wait, Kaito-san. If you're going to the demon realm, I have something that I would recommend you to have. How should I say this? She has quite the business spirit or something like that. Letting out a big sigh, I looked at the book that Alice vigorously held out to me. A book? Yes, this is Alice-chan's specially made, Demon Realm Guidebook. A guidebook? Yes. From the spectacular spots in the demon realm to the dangerous areas full of monsters. It's a guidebook that even includes recommendations for the food you can eat while walking around. This person doesn't have any business acumen at all, but the products she recommends are very high quality. In fact, even this Demon Realm guidebook this time is really great. The Alice-chan's specially made part on the title is a bit disconcerting though. So, how much is this? The Demon Realm is so large that it's been divided into different regions. The 4th volume is just perfect for the central and northern area where Kaito-san is going this time. For the set of 4 books, 30 R. What do you think? I'll buy it. Thank you for the purchase. In the end, Alice's sales talk got the better of me again, and I ended up buying the 4-book set. Well, there are quite a few pages in each book, and if it's for a set of 4 books for 3,000 yen, I think I bought something good. Inside the Albert Duchy's mansion, Luna Maria speaks to Lilia as she goes to her desk for office work. I guess Mama-sama has already arrived at the gate around this time? Possibly. I've told Sayag to come back after she escorts him to the gate. In order to go to the castle where Isis lives, Kaito got ready this morning and headed to the gate that connects the human realm and the demon realm. While talking about him, Lilia suddenly looked at the empty sky, and as if she had guessed what was in her mind, Luna Maria murmured. The next one that Mama-sama would probably encounter would be Dragon King Sama. Stop. I don't want to imagine it. Well, I heard that Dragon King Sama doesn't move from the mountain range in the southern part of the demon realm, and Mama-sama will be visiting the northern area this time, so there should be no way he's going to encounter him. It would be great if that's the case. The two exchange words with an ominous feeling of foreboding that Kaito, who was headed to the demon realm, would get acquainted with one of the 6 kings again. Lilia covers her ears, as if to say she didn't want to hear it. Seeing Lilia's grief, Luna Maria heads towards the exit of the room with a wry smile on her face. There's no point in thinking too badly about it. I'll go make some tea. Thank you, Luna. After thanking Luna Maria as she left the room and was about to make a cup of tea, Lilia slowly leaned her weight on the chair. And then, after a moment of silence, she looks at the magic tool on the desk. The calculation magic tool she received from Kuremu Ina under the pretext of a sample. Kaito-san, you're really quite the troublesome one. I thought I'd already returned the first one. And for a second one to appear. Gently touching the magic tool, Lilia smiled happily with a faint blush on her cheeks. Yes, she had realized it. When Kaito observed her as she did office work, he'd been staring at her as she struggled with her calculations. For whose sake did he come up with this magic tool and the reason why it is made? Sayag's voice. And then, this magic tool. Seriously, Kaito-san has been the only one giving me all these things. Holding the magic tool in her hand, and after gently holding it in her embrace, a Lilia that she doesn't usually show, quietly muttering to herself with the smile of a maiden in love. You're really a horrible person. Surprising me, worrying me. And yet, you're so kind and straightforward. And you're all I can think about. A voice quietly murmuring in that empty room, voicing out her thoughts filled with her flooding emotions. Under the light of the moon, a figure dressed in black appears in a certain general store. The person takes one of the daggers hanging on the wall of the general store, wraps a black cloth around it and then places it on the counter. That is a sign for the hidden face of this general store owner. A sign of a commission for a worker in the underworld. A commission, huh? The shopkeeper clad in a stuffed costume looks at the figure clad in black before asking in a cold voice. I want a certain person be abducted. Not kill, but abduct, huh? Yeah, he's someone whose existence itself has worth. Well, I suppose that depends on who it is and how much you're paying. Following the stuffed costume-wearing shopkeeper Alice's words, the black-clad figure took out a paper with his target's physiognomy and white gold coins from his pocket, placing it on the counter. 10 white gold coins as an advance payment, 30 white gold coins for your success. That's quite the tasty treat. So, this person is someone I'm not familiar, huh? He's not a being from this world. He's a human from another world. His name is Mama Kaito. Hey Tilda, another world, aha. I see. To the words told by the black-clad figure, Alice replies to him indifferently, without getting shaken at all. Thereupon, after looking at the physiognomy for a while, she picks up the white gold coins. I will accept it. When's the deadline? The sooner you can, the better. I need you to bring him to the place stated there. So, I'm not handing it over to you, but bring him here. Am I going to deal with a pretty dangerous person here? Here's the information about him. Saying that, Alice flips through the proffered bundle of papers, and without seeming to be bothered at all, she spoke. Well, I don't see any problem. Then, it'll be done in a few days. I'm counting on you. Hearing Alice's words as she tells him that she'll accept the request, the black-clad figure turns away, as if to say he has nothing more to say, leaving only those few words. After seeing the figure off, Alice looks at the paper with Kaito's face drawn on it and mutters to no one. Well, this is one of the paths fate leads us, huh? What a shame. I like Kaito-san quite a bit, but, after muttering to herself, Alice took a silver coin out from the counter and flicked it upwards with her finger. Thereupon, the silver coin that was falling due to gravity, before one knew it, was nailed on the wall, with a thin knife pierced through it. You want to believe in me, huh? Hey, Kaito-san, you really are strange. An interesting person. That's why, I will miss you. It's a little sad. Well, goodbyes are inevitable in life after all, so I suppose it can't be helped. Well, it's just time for the curtains to fall. That's all there is to it. What Alice had muttered were words Kaito shouldn't have spoken out loud. The eyes of the masked girl in the stuffed costume, illuminated by the light shining through the window, were as cold as ice. Volume 4 End. For picking up the fourth volume of I Was Caught Up in a Hero Summoning, but That World Is at Peace. Thank you very much. Since this is the fourth time I'm writing an afterword, I'm running out of things to write about. Well, with that out of the way, I'd like to talk about the contents of Volume 4. First of all, there are some new characters that have made their appearances. The first one would be the behemoth that became Kaito's pet, Belfried. She's a cute fluffball, so she holds the position of a mascot. The second one is Archlesia Empire's Emperor, Chris, bringing about with her an unexpected fanservice. Rather, the fourth volume got the first fanservice in the series. For a light novel, I suppose it was rather rare. Next, there's Illness, Albert Duchy's maid, and at the same time, one of the Phantasmal King's executives. In the web novel, she didn't appear until much later, but she made an entrance in the light novel early. Excluding the fairy Razolia, she's the shortest character in the series, being 120 centimeters tall, but she has an overflowing motherliness. I personally like characters like her who seem suspicious at first glance, but is actually a good person. The fourth and fifth would be the twins, Ito and Theta. In the future, I think the two of them will be depicted a lot as a set, just like how they're depicted in this volume. Incidentally, their red hair and green eyes may have been the same color scheme as Siegelin's, but they aren't related to each other. Finally, there's the War King. Mejdo, our illustrator, Akasama, did a wonderful job of designing them, and they looked very cool. As for that true form shown in the setting pictures, I won't mention anything about that for now. Rather, they haven't even shown their true form in the web novel, so this matter is still a little secret. Also, although she hasn't appeared in the illustrations yet, Kaito has finally met the Phantasmal King No-Face for the first time in this volume. It seemed that she has been trying to coerce Mejdo in a roundabout way, and even spread information about Kaito, but every word she had said shows that she likes Kaito, a being whose purpose and identity are unknown. However, the role of the Phantasmal King No-Face is gradually increasing, and she will become the center of the story, especially in the next volume, so I hope you'll look forward to that too. Now that we've talked about the fourth volume, I'd like to make some announcements and advertisements. I Was Caught Up in a Hero Summoning, but That World Is at Peace now finally has a manga. A little later than the release date of this volume, the serialization will begin in August 26th issue of Camper Ace. It has a different hint of goodness from the novel, so I would be honored if you could pick that up as well. Thank you very much for reading until the end. I'd be happy to talk to you about the series in the next volume. Finally, I would like to say thank you very much for picking up my work. I hope to see you again in the afterword of the fifth volume, Taodai, in the waiting room exclusively to those treated unneeded in the main story, or rather, in the room exclusively for a certain person, the embodiment of the concept of seriousness. Serious Senpai picked up the fourth volume of I Was Caught Up in a Hero Summoning, but That World Is at Peace, and read through it just like usual. The only thing that's a little different from the usual today is that there's another person sitting across the table from the chair Serious Senpai sits on. She doesn't know how the being dressed in a somewhat eerie cat costume was doing it, but that being is relaxing while sipping on a cup of chalky milk, still wearing their cat costume. Rather, what the heck are you doing here? You talking about me? Is there anyone else here? Relaxing like you're in your own room. Heck, you're appearing in the main story. This is the waiting room for characters who don't appear in the main story yet, so leave. No, what are you talking about? Me appearing in the main story? I'm just a passing Alice-chan fan, just your usual transcendental beauty? Chan, you know? The self-proclaimed Alice fan? Incidentally, it seems that you actually read her name as Hatena-chan. Moreover, she totally has nothing to do with the general store owner, Alice-chan that appears in the main story, and totally just a fan. Of course, that was just what she herself proclaims. T/N, Hatena means ? so I either call her Hatena-chan or Chan. From the moment you first appeared, even those who aren't web novel readers can tell your true identity. True identity? I wonder what you're talking about. Also, I'm saying this now, but you're wearing a costume, so how the heck can you proclaim yourself a beauty? Just like a Komi of a Boku and Tsukomi, Serious Senpai unleashed a sharp Tsukomi against who was feigning ignorance. In response to such a Serious Senpai, took a sip at her chalky milk before calmly responding. Well, putting that aside, please pass the baby castellas over there, Serious Senpai. Here. Thanks. I'll say this now, those baby castellas have different flavors, and there are some that are tasty and some that aren't. Wait, the heck are you making me do? Leave. As expected of Serious Senpai, she makes use of her experience as a gag character to make a good Tsukomi. And yet, the person herself insists that she's a serious character. And to such a Serious Senpai, doesn't seem to be particularly bothered as they responded in a relaxed tone. What's with you, suddenly shouting at me? You one of those emotionally unstable people? Shut up. Listen here, okay? This is the corner where the most serious of the serious in this series, introduces the highlights of the volume in an easy-to-understand manner. Main story characters aren't welcome here. How surprising. I did read through the back covers of volumes 1-3. But I haven't read anything informative, you know. I thought this is just a miserable corner, where the only occupant is just venting around the sweet developments. Gat. Receiving? S sharp Tsukomi. Serious Senpai crouched down. It seemed like she herself is more or less aware of it, as the damage? S words dealt to her was immense. I mean, in the first place, Serious Senpai was a gag character, you know? Gfuyu. Why, you're wrong. I'm the embodiment of seriousness, the most serious character of them all. I'm not a gag character. Not a gag character. Well, I'm sure something good will come for you later. Here, chalky milk with lots of sugar. Don't console me. Rather, didn't I tell you I hate sweet stuff? Pretending like you're consoling me, but you're totally harassing me. Just get lost already. In response to S aloof attitude, Serious Senpai shouted with tears in her eyes. Thereupon, for some reason, exaggeratedly slumped her shoulders. What a shame. Even though I went out of my way to bring some black coffee. Well then, I'll obediently leave. Wait. I lied. Okay, gimme the black coffee, please. Hearing that they brought her favorite sugar-free black coffee, Serious Senpai's attitude made a full 180 degrees and she clung on. This is something the web novel readers know. But these two are rather close. And just as usual, Serious Senpai didn't introduce Volume 4's highlights again.